I'm clearly a major villain, cultivating evil arts, and doing wicked deeds. Yet the world insists on calling me a righteous young master. This is not At some point, Luo Hong began constantly transmigrating, this time arriving at the chaotic Grave Ridge of the Tianxia dynasty. By accident, he obtained a villain's manual. Using the original owner's memories, he fled to Amping County. Cold and hungry, Luo Hong stumbled upon a tofu pudding vendor. But after eating, he realized he didn't have a single coin on him. To think a proud landlord's son like me has to dine and dash over tofu pudding. Unexpectedly, he completed a task from the villain's manual, eat a free meal. To complete more tasks from the manual and gain supreme techniques, Luo Hong decided to go flirt with the tofu vendor lady. But Luo Hong never expected someone beat him to it. Even flirting with a girl? Screw you. Beat him to a pulp. But then the crowd started cheering, calling Luo Hong a hero, and the girl even thanked him for being such a good man. He was left speechless, not wanting to be mistaken for a good guy again. Luo Hong decided to buy the girl and bring her home. That way no one would think he's a good person, right? Flirting in public? Please, this is full-blown human trafficking. Seeing the looks on the others' faces, they must think I'm a villain now. Just then, the pervert Luo Hong had beaten up shouted that he was the county magistrate's son, and threatened Luo Hong with serious consequences, saying he was doomed. Hearing that, the crowd suddenly understood. So the young master only bought the girl to protect her from that thug's retaliation. Hearing that, 10,000 alpacas ran wild in Luo Hong's heart. The villain image he worked so hard to build was shattered again. Furious, Luo Hong kicked his courtyard gate wide open when he got home, then told old Zhao to find a few maids to clean her up. But just then, a voice interrupted him. I heard young master caused a scene in Jishan village. Didn't expect you to be back already. Would young master care for a taste of Jiangling Prefecture specialties? In the original owner's memory, this man was the Luo family steward, Chen Tianxian. Everyone treated him with great respect. Upon hearing that, Luo Hong said maybe next time. He was a bit tired from the trip. However, the evil aura around Luo Hong raised Chen Tianxuan's suspicion, and when he later learned Luo Hong had tried to flirt with a respectable girl, the steward flew into a rage. This is outrageous. We all thought the young master was a hypocrite, but it turns out he was only pretending to flirt to punish evil and promote good. Steward Chen felt relieved after hearing this. Meanwhile, inside the Amping County Yamen, the county magistrate's son was crying to his father, Jiao Long, about how Luo Hong had bullied him. Jiao Long's face darkened upon hearing this. Although the Luo family's influence was only limited by the magistrate, it wasn't easy to make a move. But hearing that Luo Hong had just returned from outside the county, bruised and injured, and that the evil cult was causing trouble outside the city, he decided to report it to the officials. If that's the case, even the entire Luo family will be finished, even if it means no one in the Luo family will be left with a place to be buried. Meanwhile, Luo Hong was improving quickly based on the martial arts description. He soon reached the gathering evil realm, and had mastered the evil shadow body technique. Just when Luo Hong was thinking about the cultivation system in this world, a figure appeared in front of him. It was none other than the original owner, known as the falling red young master, Luo Hong. From his mouth, Luo Hong learned that this world has 4 major cultivation systems: Buddhism, Taoism, martial arts, and sword cultivation. There are also evil cultivation and sword cultivation outside the systems. Each system is divided into 9 ranks. Although Luo Hong had learned the cultivation system, this damn guy keeps telling me to do good deeds. I'm supposed to become a great villain. Suddenly, a knock on the door pulled Luo Hong back to reality. It was the girl he brought back today, now clean and dressed. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Hong was stunned by the person in front of him. It was the tofu flower stall owner's wife. Now clean, she looked completely different. From her previously dirty and scruffy appearance, it was like night and day. The wife, who had been stared at by Luo Hong, seemed uneasy, thinking, could it be that after the young master saw my true appearance, he exposed his true nature? At this moment, Luo Hong suddenly interrupted her thoughts, asking her name and age. The wife was startled by Luo Hong's sudden words. She said her name was Chun and she was just 15 years old. Luo Hong didn't expect the girl to be 3 years younger than him, and to have such a rustic name. From now on, you'll be called Little Tofu Flower. Just right. We need help in the kitchen. From now on, you'll be in charge of cooking at the Luo residence. Thus, Little Tofu Flower was sent to prepare lunch under Luo Hong's orders. Meanwhile, at the county yamen, Xiaolong finally received the messenger from the Dali temple, Luo Feng. He then exaggerated the suspicion that Luo Hong was practicing evil arts to Luo Feng. Seeing the gold in front of him, Luo Feng was also very satisfied. The insignificant Luo Manor. Just bring Luo Hong over and suppress them. Meanwhile, inside the Luo Manor kitchen, everyone gasped at the new cook. They didn't expect this young girl to be such a skilled chef. Her knife skills were extraordinary, and upon seeing the feast on the table, Luo Hong's younger sister, Luo Xiaoxiao, couldn't wait any longer. With an excited shout, she started digging in like a whirlwind. But Steward Chen motioned for Xiaoxiao to mind her manners. Young master hasn't arrived yet, but clearly, he had no way to stop this little princess. and realizing such delicious food was made by such a pretty young lady. Xiao Xiao happily introduced herself to little Do Hua as Luo Hong's sister, and that was Uncle Chun, who usually just drinks tea and scolds people. At that, Chun Tianxian let out an awkward cough and said, "Miss, if you need anything, just come to me." At that moment, Luo Hong, whom everyone had been waiting for, finally walked in. Seeing him, Chun Tianxian was a bit shocked. He was shrouded in killing intent this morning, but now he radiated righteous energy. Was it because he punished evil and promoted good, a change from peace of mind? Or was it something from his trip to the other county yesterday? That was the true cause. Young master, there's something I don't understand. Please explain. Yesterday you went to Jishan village on routine duty. Why were you found this morning covered in filth? And none of the 5 Luo manor guards who went with you came back. What exactly happened yesterday? Just now, Steward Chun learned that Luo Hong's group was attacked by an evil cultivator, and suddenly questioned, not wanting to reveal he was a transmigrator. He had to make up a story about self-sacrifice. The evil cultivator charged at him, and all he saw was a flash of golden light. After that, he remembered nothing. But Steward Chun decided it no longer mattered how Luo Hong escaped death, as long as he was righteous and saved others. Seeing that, Luo Hong felt things were going very wrong. Damn it, you idiot. I made all that up just now. Everyone else might not know the truth, but this old fox doesn't know BS when he hears it. Luo Hong felt like dying inside. Just then, a voice called out from outside, reporting, "Young master, a large number of county soldiers have gathered outside. They demand the arrest of young master Luo." Meanwhile, little Do Hua was full of guilt. It must be because the young master saved her that they came. Hearing that, Steward Chen assured her, a righteous man like the young master would surely be blessed with fortune, turning danger into safety. Luo Hong was secretly delighted. Looks like he could make up for the evil points he just lost. There were plenty of evil deeds to do to them. Meanwhile, outside the manor, officials had already gathered. I'll say it again. Bring out Luo Hong. Who do you think you are to call our young master by name? You're clearly abusing your power, just settling a personal grudge, just because Jia Sadeo is the magistrate's son. The officials were furious at his words. They raised their weapons to arrest Zhao Donghan. Zhao Donghan had already wanted to fight. He swung his blade at the crowd. Just as he was about to strike, Luo Hong arrived in time, using Shadow Step to save the official. Calm down. Don't cause trouble. That was my servant being rude. I apologize on his behalf. I hear you've come to escort me to the county office for trial. When do we leave? That left the officials utterly confused. Could this guy really have been framed by Jialong? How else could he be so righteous? They mentioned there must have been a misunderstanding. Even though they were told he was a suspect in the Tea Village massacre, the young master was so eager to stand trial that it proved his reputation as a model of justice. Please, young master, run while you can. You must have been framed. Hearing that, Luo Hong's mind was once again flooded with 1,000 alpacas. What the hell is wrong with you people? I said take me to the damn trial already. Why are you extras talking so much crap? There's no avoiding it this time. He'd laid hands on officers. He had no choice but to go. Inside Omping County office, Jialong was bowing and scraping next to Luo Feng. I am Luo Hong. Greetings, my lord. However, upon seeing Luo Hong arrive, Luo Feng furrowed his brows tightly. This person exudes the aura of Zhengyang. It seems things are not as simple as County Magistrate Jia said, but since I've taken the money to resolve the disaster, I still have to do my part. I heard that young Master Luo is known for his kindness. He is a well-known figure of justice in Pingan County. Before Luo Feng could finish speaking, Luo Hong quickly waved his hand, signaling that he was not a representative of justice, not at all righteous. This is a joke. If this spreads, my evil points will never rise. Then, he cupped his fists and said to Luo Feng, I, Luo, am here with sincere intentions to make amends. Luo Hong waved his hand, and a document appeared in his hand. Sir, this is my letter of repentance. All my intentions are written inside. At this moment, Luo Hong had already decided in his heart to use wealth to make these authorities his backing. By forming an influential H group with these authorities, his evil points would surely increase rapidly. Then, those who left doghead comments in the review section would end up being his grandfathers. Seeing the large amount of money Luo Hong handed over, nearly 10,000 taels, Luo Feng was momentarily speechless. But Jialong had no intention of letting Luo Hong go. After all, he had given Luo Feng a whole box of gold. At this moment, Luo Feng coldly said, You dare bribe imperial officials, and even collude to cause chaos? Do you know your crime? Hearing this, Luo Hong realized that these two had already colluded together. He never expected the feudal dynasty to be so dark. At this moment, the constables behind him had already brought over iron shackles. Feeling the constables coming closer behind him, Luo Hong turned around and kicked one of them, knocking out his 6 teeth. Meanwhile, 2 other constables rushed forward with swords. However, in an instant, they were knocked flying by Luo Hong's evil shadow steps. Seeing this, Luo Feng was also a bit surprised. He shouted in a deep voice, Sword, come. The sword immediately flew into his hand. He then waved it toward Luo Hong. While fighting, Luo Hong suddenly felt a sharp aura coming from behind. He quickly turned around and kicked the flying sword away. Seeing this, Luo Feng became even angrier. Interesting footwork. He raised his hand to call the sword back. Luo Feng, who had been standing still, vanished in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he pinned Luo Hong to the ground. Your martial arts are quite profound. It shouldn't be just footwork. It should be a broken manual, right? Hand it over. I will spare your life. Luo Hong never expected that this person could see through that. But of course, handing it over was impossible. He swiftly stabbed at Luo Hong. However, the next moment, Luo Feng felt a vast aura coming toward him. Luo Feng didn't expect such a powerful expert in a small county like Anping. He quickly dodged and looked around. I am Luo Feng, commandant of the Dali Temple. I don't know what I don't dare to give guidance. I'm just here to take our young master Luo home. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng was shocked. He never expected such a powerful person behind Luo Hong. My young master is upright. A heart as pure as a child's. If you're trying to frame our young master under the guise of justice, whether you're from the county or the high court, I, Chun, will demand justice for the young master. The next second, sword energy as sharp as a serpent shot toward Luo Feng. Luo Feng stared at the sword energy before him. This man was definitely a sword cultivator above 5th rank. He quickly shouted, Senior, stop. The moment his voice fell, the dragon-like sword energy froze inches from his face. Luo Feng collapsed to the ground in fear. Who would have thought this man would dare kill a government official? He quickly explained that there must be a misunderstanding. He was merely acting on orders to investigate a case in Piaoti village outside the county. And since young Master Luo had visited Jishan village yesterday, he was brought in for questioning. Halfway through his explanation, no one replied. Luo Feng broke into a cold sweat. But Steward Chen looked at the man before him and found the explanation reasonable enough. Besides, he was from the high court. There's no excuse, and it's not good to say yes just like that. He then turned around and said, since that's the case, then you can continue your investigation. However, I, Chun, guarantee that it has nothing to do with my young master. After all, my young master is a man of integrity. Then he lightly tapped his toes and disappeared from everyone's sight. Watching the departing figure, Luo Feng also— There are only 3 sword cultivators of such level in the entire Great Xia. Suddenly, Luo Feng remembered what the man had just mentioned about the Luo family. Could it be that the Luo residents in this small county? Could it be that renowned Luo clan? If so, then the identity of that sword cultivator is self-evident. And this young Lord Luo Hong, isn't he the son of that person from the Luo clan? Meanwhile, inside the county office, Luo Hong didn't expect a powerful figure would come to his aid. He turned to the 2 people behind him. Make sure you keep those confession letters I gave you. This was just too satisfying. Even though these shameless bastards ganged up on me, with that expert's help, Dog Luo Feng was scared off. Even the magistrate surrendered, and the bribery charges were confirmed. With crimes like killing government soldiers and bribing the imperial court added together, wouldn't my evil points skyrocket? Just as Luo Hong was about to leave, he ran into the returning Luo Feng. He rushed over excitedly to greet Luo Feng. Good thing you made it back in time. You didn't let this traitor who colluded with evil get away. Luo Hong's expression darkened at his words. This damn mutt. But Luo Feng's face wasn't looking good either. After thinking it through, he realized the true culprit behind all this mess was this damned bastard. With that, he punched Jia Long. Jia Long coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew several meters away. Jia Sadeo's eyes widened. This scene was beyond anything he could comprehend. Luo Hong was stunned too. A bunch of question marks filled his mind. Jia Long cried out in panic. My lord, what are you doing? Luo Feng clapped his hands and said coldly, don't expect honesty from a dog's mouth. You corrupt official, you're the real scum here. Luo Hong was dumbfounded. Why was this guy suddenly turning on his own side? Could this also be thanks to that villainous elder? And yet, why do I suddenly have a really bad feeling? Luo Feng gave a slight smile, but said nothing. He just stared at Luo Hong. Luo Hong felt a chill run down his spine. If Lord Luo has no further business, may I take my leave now? After a moment, Luo Hong saw he wasn't replying, so he decided to walk away. But just then, Luo Feng reached out to stop him. Hold on, young master. Luo Hong's face fell. Still more advice? Luo Feng chuckled. There's something you seem to have forgotten. As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of banknotes, gleaming with golden light. Luo Hong looked totally confused, but suddenly he understood. Lord Luo, you're being too polite. If you've got something to say, just say it. He pulled out a thick stack of confession letters from his robes and handed them over with a crooked smile. The Jia father and son stared blankly at the golden banknotes. No way. Is Luo Feng really this shameless? Luo Feng looked at the notes in his hand. His thoughts began to stir. He's still testing me? What a well-intentioned move. With that, he bent down and returned the banknotes to Luo Hong with both hands. Luo Hong's brain lagged again. He felt like his brain wasn't working today. But even more shocking, Luo Feng solemnly raised his hand and swore. I, Luo Feng, swear that I will never again accept bribes. If I break this vow, may I die a miserable death. Luo Hong began trembling all over, probably from sheer rage. What did you say? If you don't take the bribe, what about my bribe? What about my evil points? You're ruining everything, damn it. After Luo Feng made that vow, something in his heart suddenly snapped, and the feeling only grew stronger, as if something had cracked open inside him. The next moment, pure energy flickered around him. It was like his entire being was awakened. Vital energy surged through him like a roaring river. One of his companions exclaimed, "Ziwei, am I seeing things? Did the boss just break through?" Ziwei's jaw dropped, but she couldn't say a word. Luo Hong heard what they said and freaked out even more. At that moment, Luo Feng came to his senses. So that's what it was. That one moment of good intention shook the state of mind I'd long numbed with greed, and using that as a catalyst, I broke through a bottleneck that had held me back for years. Could this be what they call virtue rewarded? He smiled from the heart, and that kneel was just as sincere. Thank you for your guidance, young master. Your great kindness. Luo Feng will never forget. People being framed with false charges, sure, but being falsely credited with righteousness? That's new. Luo Hong exploded when he heard Luo Feng's rambling. Wait, please don't say it like that. Seriously, stop. But Luo Feng didn't give him a chance to interrupt. Lord Luo Hong is noble and virtuous, a shining example of righteousness. Luo Hong was mentally falling apart. Stop praising me already. I didn't do anything. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I swear. But what answered his plea was Luo Feng's solemn and sincere bow. In that moment, not only did Luo Hong panic, even his allies and the Jia father and son were flustered. Luo Hong quickly stepped up and helped him up. My lord, this really isn't necessary. Please, do get up. Once everyone's emotions had calmed down, Luo Hong was still fuming inside. How did Luo Feng turn into such a righteous man? Just from stepping outside for a bit? He even refused free silver notes. Thank goodness that magistrate took bribes too. At least I can still gain some villain points from this. At that moment, Luo Feng slowly set down his teacup. Now then, Magistrate Jia, let's talk about your actions. Jia Long straightened up in fear at once. This humble official is here. What do you wish to know, my lord? Luo Feng's face darkened, and with a loud bang, he shattered the tea table. Kneel. The Jia father and son dropped to their knees with a loud thud. Please calm your anger, Lord Luo. Luo Feng shouted in fury. You, a county magistrate, when presented with a bribe, you actually accepted it without hesitation? Do you admit your guilt? Cold sweat poured down Jia Long's face. This humble official admits guilt. Luo Hong once again couldn't keep his cool. So it was about the silver. That damn Luo Feng. Luo Feng continued in a cold tone. And not only that, you even attempted to bribe an imperial official directly. That adds another layer to your crimes. Do you admit guilt? Jia Long was now both furious and terrified. You double-standard dog. I bribed the court officials. Damn it. And it's you. At that moment, Luo Hong jumped out. Lord Luo, the bribe he took doesn't need to be pursued any further. Luo Feng glanced at him, but he didn't answer Luo Hong. Instead, he turned and looked at Jia Long. Moreover, Jia Si Dao harassed a respectable young lady in public. His crimes are heinous, and not only did you defend him, you even slandered Luo Hong, a man of justice. You try to take revenge for personal reasons. That adds crime upon crime. Utterly unforgivable. Jia Long was so terrified by those words his soul nearly left his body. He immediately kowtowed repeatedly. Spare me, my lord. This humble official won't dare. But Luo Feng showed him not a shred of mercy. Men, give Jia Sideo 100 strikes with the staff, and throw Magistrate Jia into the dungeon. Luo Hong's heart shattered in that moment, and so did his villain points. After all the chaos that night, he nearly lost his life, and in the end, didn't gain a single thing. At that moment, Luo Feng handed over the silver notes from the bribery case. Young Master Luo, does the amount look correct to you? This was taken from the magistrate. Luo Hong was completely petrified. None of it mattered anymore. As he spoke, he let out 2 awkward dry laughs. Luo Feng cupped his hands and said, on official duty, may I ask you something? About your visit to Jishan village yesterday? Luo Hong turned around and glared at him in anger. That damn Luo Feng, always ruining my plans. Like hell I'm giving you any intel. Thinking that, he spoke up. So that day, here's what happened. Before I could react, something knocked me out. When I came to, everyone was already dead. Luo Feng exclaimed in shock. You couldn't even react with your speed, young lord? What did the killer look like? How were they dressed? Luo Hong sighed and said, I didn't see. Luo Feng seemed to catch on to something. Could this kid actually be hiding something? Still, he pressed on through clenched teeth. This case is very important to the Court of Judicial Review. I advise you to think carefully. Luo Hong opened his mouth and replied with a blank face. Is that so? Luo Feng flinched. He broke into a cold sweat. Damn it. I almost forgot his true identity again. Besides, with that righteous aura all over him, how could he possibly be tied to evil forces? With that thought, he forced a smile. My apologies for being rude earlier. Luo Hong lifted his teacup and took a sip. As for the Jishan village massacre, I've heard a few things myself. It was the work of evil cultists, right? But even if they're troublesome, with someone from the court of justice involved, shouldn't it be an easy matter to resolve? Luo Feng sighed and said, Young lord, you may not know. These so-called cultists are often cultivators who've strayed into evil. Those rogue evil cultivators alone aren't too scary. But the ones taking orders from the Heaven-Earth heretical sect, they're the real headache. And that's exactly why this case caught the attention of the court. Luo Hong raised an eyebrow. Heaven-Earth heretical sect, huh? Just how mysterious is Luo Hong's background? Such unexplained mystery is bound to bring endless danger. As the bright Peace would not come to the Luo Manor tonight. Zhao Donghong continued his nightly patrol. He spoke toward a shadowy corner. You're still awake? Little Do Hua was startled. She replied shyly. I couldn't sleep. Has the young master returned yet? Zhao Donghong nodded slightly, but didn't say more. Just then, Chun Tianxian appeared out of nowhere. No need to worry about the young master. As I've said, he's a man of great fortune. He'll be fine. Zhao Donghong opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but he didn't have enough confidence to say anything. And so, the atmosphere remained heavy. After a long silence, Zhao Donghong finally spoke. My lord, forgive my boldness, but those in the county clearly harbor ill intent. Will they really not strike at the young master? Chun Tianxian chuckled. It's not that they won't strike. They don't dare to. Zhao Donghong was shocked. What do you mean? They don't dare to? Could they already know the young master's true identity? Then doesn't that mean the Luo family's background? Just then, Chun Tianxian brushed past him. By the time Zhao Donghong turned around, Chun Tianxian was already behind him. As he walked, he said, I've already taken measures to suppress them. Zhao Donghong lit up at his words. So that's it. If you step in, even if experts from the court of justice arrive, they'll have no choice but to bow down. Chun Xiantian said, but that Luo Feng, the Dali Temple messenger, is not someone simple. He should be able to deduce young master's identity and the Luo family background from this. If I'm not mistaken, with his ambition, he may secretly report it to the imperial court. Zhao Donghong became fearful. How can this be? If this matter is exposed, doesn't it mean young master's identity will be revealed? Chun Xiantian nodded. Exactly. Once the whole world thought young master, if they learn that he has been hiding in this obscure county all these years, then I'm afraid half of this Omping County will also be turned upside down. Zhao Donghong asked doubtfully. Then why do you still want to leave Luo Feng alive? Isn't this pushing young master into a fire pit? Chun Xiantian smiled slightly. You don't know. When Lord Luo left, he specifically told me, Old Chun, I temporarily entrust my children to you. But you must remember one thing. You only need to protect them until they come of age. Especially that Luo Hong kid. When he comes of age, you should announce the fact that he is still alive to the world. Chun Xiantian was confused. Lord Luo really said that. We've been hiding him for so long. Hiding young master and miss in Omping County. Isn't this? Lord Luo shook his head. It's fine, because they are my children. Before they come of age, we can pamper them. But once they grow up, they must face and overcome the cruelest trials of the world. Only then will they deserve to be my Luo family's children. Zhao Donghong trembled upon hearing this, unsure if he was angered or terrified by Lord Luo's cruelty. Chun Xiantian continued, but over the years, young master, though well-read, has cultivated the air of a gentleman. But he has never shown any interest in the path of cultivation. I even wanted to pass all my cultivation on to him, so he could face the future dangers. But cultivation relies on destiny. If he doesn't have the heart for it, how can I force him? In the end, it would backfire. As for his whereabouts, I can only hide it as long as possible. I've watched this child grow up. If I really announce him hiding in Omping County to the world, Chun Xiantian, I would never be able to do it. But fate is always so interesting. Zhao Donghong asked, you mean young master's fate? Chun Xiantian smiled. Isn't it? Young master moved to Omping County when he was very young. To this day, he doesn't know anything about his identity or the background of the Luo family. He's been slowly reading books for over a decade. Even I thought he would keep reading for another decade and live a life of an ordinary person. But then, without warning, he stepped into the path of cultivation. Though I don't know how he took that step. The key is, he completely changed his own destiny. Perhaps his fate had never changed. He was always meant to be more than an ordinary person. Because Luo Hong is Lord Luo's son, Zhao Donghong asked. So that's why you want to let Luo Feng go? Chun Xiantian snorted coldly. What's wrong with letting him go? He's just a clown. If our young master wanted to be an ordinary person, even if that old fool from the Dali Temple came personally, he would have to think twice before returning. But now, our young master is about to soar out of the abyss. So, I'll just borrow the mouth of the Dali Temple and let the world know. The Luo family's son is here. Come if you dare. After saying this, Chun Xiantian laughed wildly. After a long time, Chun Xiantian sighed. You know, I've been holding this breath for over 10 years. Now it feels good. Just how terrifying is this heaven-earth heretical sect? Their influence spans the 3 great dynasties, and they're thriving. Inside the county court, an eerie silence settled in. Luo Hong fell into deep thought. This is the first time he'd heard of the heaven-earth sect. Even Uncle Chun had never mentioned it. Luo Feng gave him an answer. If we're talking about them, we have to go back 300 years. Back then, the emperors of Dexia, Dezhou, and Dechu, the 3 greatest dynasties, joined forces to wipe out all sects across the land. In the century that followed, cultivator sects were suppressed so hard they couldn't breathe. All cultivators within the 3 dynasties had their levels registered, all under imperial oversight. Luo Hong asked, so what does that have to do with the heaven-earth sect? Luo Feng chuckled. Don't be in a rush, young lord. Let me finish. The heaven-earth heretical sect is the only organization never officially registered. They're not just in Dexia, but have shadows in Dezhou and Dechu as well. Though they're hard to deal with, it's mainly because they're good at hiding. Before the Court of Judicial Review, They're like rats in the street. Luo Hong glanced at him meaningfully. Easy for you to say. The three great dynasties reign supreme. Yet this heaven-earth sect still manages to span them all. Either they're monstrously powerful, or they've infiltrated the dynasty's ranks. Either way, they're not a force to underestimate. Luo Feng seemed to sense Luo Hong's worry. No need to worry too much, young lord. After all, there's a chance the Jishan massacre wasn't done by cultists. To be honest, while we at the court will investigate thoroughly, I personally feel the fact you survived goes against their usual behavior. Evil cultivators slaughter to fuel rituals, to raise their own power. So they never leave witnesses. Luo Hong gave an awkward chuckle. Fair point, huh? Luo Feng noticed his discomfort and changed the topic smoothly. I heard from Magistrate Jia earlier. There's a large group of horse bandits, giving local troops a real headache. So I think they're likely the culprits behind the case. Luo Hong casually took a sip of tea. Sounds plausible, seeing that he could get no more intel from Luo Hong. Luo Feng exchanged a few final words and began wrapping things up. Luo Hong used the chance to make his escape, but just as he stepped out of the county office, something happened again. Jia Sadeo suddenly collapsed behind Luo Hong. Court official said, "The magistrate is as good as dead. You only survived because we showed mercy. Now scram." Jia Sadeo groaned in pain. "Yes, sir. I'll crawl away now." But when he turned around, he unexpectedly saw Luo Hong. Clenching his teeth, he stood up with effort. He glared at Luo Hong with hatred. "This is all your fault. I was the magistrate's son. Everyone in the county. Now I'm nothing but a dog. All because of you." Luo Hong sneered coldly. "If you wanted to crush me with rules, then you better be ready to be crushed too." He walked straight toward him. Jia Sadeo backed away in fear and nearly fell again. Luo Hong rushed forward and caught him from behind, then whispered coldly in his ear, "Then be ready to be crushed by the rules yourself." With that, he kicked Jia Sadeo square in the rear. Jia Sadeo screamed in pain. His butt had just taken 100 lashes, and now got kicked full force. He rolled on the ground in agony, cursing Luo Hong's ancestors nonstop. Luo Hong scoffed. "You should be grateful. At least you're still alive. So keep your tail down and behave from now on." Jia Sadeo held his butt and glared at Luo Hong with hatred. He turned around and ran off in defeat. At this moment, Luo Hong noticed something. What did Jia Sadeo drop when he ran earlier? Luo Hong curiously picked it up. It was a letter addressed to Jia Sadeo. June 20th, Qinghua Literary Gathering. This is an invitation sent to Jia Sadeo. Amping County actually has such a literary gathering. Luo Hong had never heard of it. A literary gathering should be a place where scholars gather to boast and chat, right? Luo Hong sneered. "Well, they didn't invite me to the gathering. If I go and cause a scene, won't that be the perfect villain behavior? I could easily rack up some evil points then. I've worked so hard for nothing this time. I'll have to find some compensation from you. After all, I am the villain." Soon, Luo Hong left the county. As he was walking down the steps, he unexpectedly saw Zhao Donghan arriving. Zhao Donghan said eagerly, "Young Master Luo, you're finally out." But Luo Hong immediately turned his face away. "What's there to be happy about? You even came to pick me up? What? Don't you trust me?" Zhao Donghan explained. "I'm just..." But before he could finish, Luo Hong threw a stack of silver notes at him. Zhao Donghan hesitated, shocked. Luo Hong didn't look back and casually said, "This is for you. Go back to the manor. I thought stepping onto the path of cultivation would make me invincible, but I didn't expect that I'm just a slightly more powerful ant. Even the people around me can easily kill me." After a few twists and turns, Luo Hong finally returned to the Luo Manor. Little Dohua, exhausted from waiting, had already fallen asleep. At this moment, two maidservants also noticed their master's return. They greeted him in surprise. Luo Hong said solemnly, "Old Zhao, come to my study." Zhao Donghan was somewhat confused, but he nodded. As the two entered the study, the maidservants quickly lit lamps and closed the door. They also handed Luo Hong a towel to wash his face. At this moment, Luo Hong asked, "Earlier, outside the Luo Manor, I saw that your move seemed unusually powerful. If I'm not mistaken, could it be that, old Zhao?" Zhao Donghan broke into a cold sweat. Has young master figured it out? Luo Hong, seeing his nervousness, became more certain of his guess. "Sure enough, what level are you at?" Zhao Donghan, realizing he couldn't hide it anymore, could only clasp his hands and say, "I'm a martial cultivator of the 8th rank, Ironbone Realm." Luo Hong nodded slightly. 8th rank. You truly are hiding your strength." Zhao Donghan rubbed his nose and laughed. "It's all right." Luo Hong pressed further. "Then, old Zhao, could you tell me more about martial cultivation?" Luo Hong was extremely excited at this moment. "Since I've come to this world, I've always lacked a familiar cultivator, someone who could provide me with cultivation knowledge. The ghost of the original owner counts, but he's always hiding things." At this moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "You really don't appreciate it. I was doing all this for your own good." Luo Hong immediately got angry. He shouted at the air, "You're talking nonsense." But immediately, he regretted it. Zhao Donghan, with a dark expression, said, "I didn't say anything." Luo Hong awkwardly laughed. "Forget the details. Please continue." Zhao Donghan didn't pursue the matter further. Between the ranks of cultivation, there's a huge gap in power. Martial cultivators of the 9th rank are in the Copper Skin realm. Even 10 9th rank Copper Skin cultivators may not be able to defeat one 8th rank Iron Bone. Luo Hong was surprised. Is the gap really that big? Does that mean I'm nothing compared to this guy before me? If that's the case, then Luo Feng, as the commander of the court, his cultivation must be way beyond 8th rank. Damn it. Did I really just fight a monster like that earlier? It's a damn miracle I'm still alive. Xiao Donghan noticed the young lord spacing out. He waved his hand in front of Luo Hong's face. Young lord, are you alright? Luo Hong snapped back to reality. He shook his head vigorously, trying to calm himself down. He'd been way too naive before. He thought that stepping into cultivation would be enough to protect himself. But with his current 9th rank, he was still nothing more than an ant. Luo Hong asked again. Old Zhao, what's above the 8th rank for martial cultivators? Xiao Donghan replied. That would be the 7th rank, Bloodburst Realm. Beyond that, I only know the ranks, not the realms. Luo Hong nodded. He had a sudden realization. Xiao Donghan asked. I actually have a question too. You've started cultivating, haven't you? Luo Hong smiled. This young lord was lucky to step onto the path, and in his heart, he muttered. Looks like my identity as an evil cultivator is about to be exposed. Damn you, you nosy fool. Xiao Donghan beamed. So it really was you at the Luo Manor Gate that day. You were so fast, young lord. Luo Hong put on a smug expression. Good eye, kid. Alright then, I might as well drop the act. But then Xiao Donghan added. There's just one thing. Your speed was so fast, I didn't actually see anything. With a loud thud, Luo Hong fell off his chair. What the hell was all that for? I nearly went all in, damn it. Xiao Donghan continued. But lately, I've sensed a faint aura around you, but also blazing righteous energy. Could it be you're on the Confucian path? Luo Hong froze. What was this guy even talking about? Righteous energy radiating from me? Are you kidding me? But Xiao Donghan looked convinced. That must be it. Confucian cultivators are known for their noble. It fits perfectly with your righteous and refined demeanor. Luo Hong's eyes widened. Excuse me, what? Seeing his reaction, Xiao Donghan asked curiously. What's wrong, young lord? You've been out of it for a while now. Luo Hong didn't even have time to deal with him. His mind was already in chaos. Aura hidden. Righteous energy blazing. Are you seriously talking about me? I'm practicing evil techniques. For crying out loud, I'm a 9th rank evil cultivator in the Qi gathering realm. Shouldn't I be radiating malevolence? Something's seriously wrong. My evil aura's hidden, and righteousness is leaking out. How the hell did that happen? The villain's manual clearly said this was an evil technique. Luo Hong was counting on this. But now it backfired completely, and turned him into some righteous paragon. Just as his mind spiraled out, a sudden realization struck him. He'd been gathering his evil Qi in his dantian, condensing it into a single core, and the evil shadow technique he used did focus on hiding the aura. Could it be this unique gathering method caused his evil aura to retract, and messed up his yin-yang balance? Now the evil aura's hidden, and righteous energy is just pouring out. What kind of messed up technique is this? This damn cheat system's screwing me over. Righteous energy radiating. My ass. Now I look like a damn hero. How the hell am I supposed to be a villain like this? This really is a damn consolation prize. What a cursed piece of junk. You're pushing me to the edge here. Be careful, or I'll make you clean up after me. Xiao Donghan looked at Luo Hong, who was fuming with anger. Young master, what are you doing? Luo Hong snapped angrily. Nothing. Go rest. After saying that, he collapsed into the chair. Although this made being a villain more difficult, it wasn't a big deal. When your actions are evil enough, and reach a point where they are absolutely outrageous, no amount of righteous image can hide the evil of those actions. Xiao Donghan slowly walked toward his room. But the road ahead was obviously not going to be peaceful. He was deep in thought, still unsure why young master was acting so strangely. At that moment, a wind blew by. To Xiao Donghan's surprise, Chun Xiantian suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiao Donghan quickly cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Steward Chun. Chun Xiantian nodded, signaling him not to be overly formal. Did young master ask you about cultivation? Xiao Donghan cupped his hands in response. But suddenly, a giant sword aura shot at him. Xiao Donghan instinctively tried to dodge, but his body couldn't keep up. The sword-like serpent stopped just a step away from him. It opened its massive jaws and spat something out. Xiao Donghan froze in place, too afraid to move. When he saw what it was a sword technique manual. Chun Xiantian said calmly, Find some time to deliver this sword technique manual to young master. All forms of cultivation lead to the unmatched sword. And remember to tell young master, the road of cultivation is filled with danger. One misstep can lead to eternal damnation. Xiao Donghan watched as Chun Xiantian left. As the protector of young master, he hoped that the upcoming trials would be easier for him. In the villain's handbook, Luo Hong was staring at his information with a look of frustration. As expected, his evil value had dropped even further. All the events that happened had indeed fermented. The most annoying part was that it was all because of this damn handbook. It's so tough. Luo Hong boredly flipped through the handbook. Suddenly, he found an update at the back of the villain's diary. Great Xia, June 13th. In the dead of night, I was arrested by the county. I felt no emotion, even wanted to laugh, and secretly bribed the county magistrate, shoving silver notes into his hands. But the Dali Temple messengers learned the true meaning from my bribery actions. Officials must uphold the law for the emperor. An evil score +5. This act is unethical, Evil score +5. The Dali Temple messengers were deeply moved by my character. Evil score -5. Evil score +5. They had a pleasant conversation with me. Evil score -5. Luo Hong stared at the page with a black line across his face. This diary is as insufferable as ever. This is not possible. At this rate. Forget about becoming the top villain and reaching the peak of life. I might as well quit. Luo Hong sighed as he closed the handbook and slumped into the chair. I can't give up. I need to carefully plan my next villainous actions. I must do something even worse, so that this righteous energy won't affect the outcome. But what should I do? Suddenly, Luo Hong thought of something. Birds of a feather flock together. People of the same kind hang out. If I want to be more effective at being evil, I should join a bad guy organization and blend in with them, right? But then he paused. But in Omping County, what kind of bad guy organization can I join? The Heavenly Evil Sect? But that's just too evil. At my level now, I might end up getting killed. Oh right. What about the Bandit Gang? That's a ready-made bad guy organization. If I join them, I can easily rack up evil points. Luo Hong quickly wrote something down. Soon, the words Bandit Gang appeared in front of him. The next day, at the Luo Manor Gate, people were coming and going, signaling the start of a peaceful day. Luo Hong had just woken up and stretched. Little Dohua came over holding a bowl of hot breakfast. Young master, did you meet the people from the Dali Temple last night? Luo Hong didn't answer her. Is breakfast ready? I'm hungry. Little Dohua handed the bowl of bean flowers to Luo Hong. Luo Hong's eyes lit up. The fragrance again. Even though he had just eaten it yesterday, it felt like a lifetime ago. At that moment, a figure interrupted. Chun Xiantian smiled. Little Dohua brought over a bowl of tofu pudding for Luo Hong. Luo Hong's eyes lit up. That fragrance again. He just had it yesterday morning, but it already feels like a lifetime ago. Just then, a figure interrupted Luo Hong. Chun Xiantian chuckled and said, the officials of the Dali Temple didn't do anything to the young master, did they? Sometimes, overthinking and imagining too much isn't necessarily a good thing. Zhao Donghan, due to his preconceived notions, immediately jumped to conclusions and turned Luo Hong's plans for bad deeds into a righteous act in his mind. After breakfast, Luo Hong walked out of the dining hall with an unhappy expression. At this moment, Zhao Donghan walked up to him. Luo Hong said in surprise, Old Zhao, you came at the right time. He told Zhao Donghan his entire plan, but Zhao Donghan instantly panicked. Are there horse bandits besides the evil cults around Omping County? Where did you hear that from? Luo Hong said casually. I heard it yesterday from the people at Dali Temple. Zhao Donghan asked in confusion. Young master, why did you go to them? Horse bandits are no different from the cultists. They're ruthless killers without a shred of mercy. Luo Hong said indifferently. You go find them. I naturally have my own reasons for this. Zhao Donghan sighed helplessly, since he couldn't persuade him. But he felt something was wrong. Ever since the young master returned from the county yesterday, his mood had been very low. It showed last night in the study, and even now. Could there be a connection? Now that I think about it, the young master went alone to the Hongmin banquet yesterday, and then left unscathed. That itself is very strange. And he even got news of the horse bandits from Dali Temple. Could it be? Suddenly, Zhao Donghan seemed to realize something. The Dali Temple envoys must have seen the righteous air of the young master, so they dropped their suspicions. Both sides turned enemies into allies, and they speculated other possibilities for the village massacre. That's how the young master learned about the horse bandits outside the county. Yet clearing his name didn't bring him relief. On the contrary, he started worrying about the danger the horse bandits could pose to the county. That must be the reason for his troubled expression. So, when he asked me to search for the horse bandits' whereabouts, could it be because he has recently begun his path of cultivation and wants to eliminate the horse bandits single-handedly? At that thought, tears welled up in Zhao. He was moved. The young master truly deserves to be a paragon of righteousness. What a heart of gold. I, Zhao Donghan, was just questioning him earlier. At this moment, Luo Hong turned around and asked, What's wrong with you? Zhao Donghan quickly wiped away his emotions. It's nothing, nothing. Luo Hong didn't press him further. Since you know about the cruelty of the horse bandits, you must be careful. Zhao Donghan solemnly said. Young master, rest assured. Old Zhao, I'm quite confident. Back then, I followed my lord on southern campaigns. At this point, Zhao Donghan quickly covered his mouth. He almost let something slip. Luo Hong was surprised. Southern campaigns? What are you mumbling about early in the morning? But Luo Hong didn't press the issue, which gave Zhao Donghan a breath of relief. The young master's cultivation is at most the 9th rank, and he's a Confucian cultivator, not good at attacking. Even though he's fast, facing a group of horse bandits would be certain death. Suddenly, he remembered what Chun Xiantian said last night. He immediately called out to Luo Hong, who was about to leave. Young master, please wait. Last night, you asked about cultivation. Old Zhao, I have a treasured manual here. I'll show you the sword chi decision. You can take a look. Luo Hong gave him a meaningful glance. Not bad, old Zhao. You have a heart. He then reached out to take it. But the moment his hand touched the sword chi decision, endless oppressive energy was released from it. Just as Luo Hong was still stunned, the sword chi decision scattered into countless sword energies, which gathered in one direction. Luo Hong was dumbfounded, because the sword energy in front of him had actually formed into a giant snake, staring fiercely at Luo Hong. Luo Hong didn't dare to move. But the giant snake clearly wasn't planning to spare him. Its body flashed and charged straight at Luo Hong's forehead. The distance was closing in. Just as the giant snake was about to swallow Luo Hong, he returned to the real world. Luo Hong looked at the sword chi manual in his hand, then cautiously scanned his surroundings. Only then did he confirm. So it was all just an illusion earlier. This manual is quite something. Sword chi manual. This must belong to the sword cultivation system, right? I remember that Ghost once said. This transcends martial cultivation. It's the strongest system outside of the 4 major ones. This thing is a hot potato. He looked at Zhao Donhan and asked, "Where did you get this?" Zhao Donhan clasped his hands and said, "This is a foundational sword chi manual. It was a gift from a highly respected elder. Young master, you're at the foundational stage now. It should be useful to you." Old Zhao, I'm already at the iron bone stage. My foundation is set. I won't need it. Luo Hong pondered for a long while after hearing that. He eventually chose to accept it. Alright then, I'll trust you. First, help me locate the bandit gang. Who would have thought that a low-key Luo family was filled with experts? Only Luo Hong was a weakling. Now that he's unexpectedly stepped onto the path of cultivation, even the big shots have started paving the way for him. Zhao Donhan found Chun Xiantian. Butler Chun, I've already delivered the sword chi manual that you personally wrote to the young master. Additionally, the young master has asked me to investigate the bandit gang's base. I suspect the young master plans to wipe them out. Chun Xiantian was taken aback when he heard this. He asked in surprise, "The young master told you to investigate the bandit gang's base?" Zhao Donhan nodded. Chun Xiantian was speechless for a while. Finally, he sighed and said, "Since the young master asked, then you should go. It's good to verify the situation. But remember, don't alert the enemy. Leave the rest to the young master." After Zhao Donhan left, Chun Xiantian finally revealed a satisfied smile. Young master Luo Hong truly is just like his father. In Luo Hong's study, the sword chi manual and an invitation were laid before him. Luo Hong was silent for a long while. He had already cultivated the undead shadow technique. Though the technique was flawed, it still allowed him to step onto the path of cultivation, turning him into a demonic cultivator. But if he trained this sword chi manual, wouldn't his image look even less like a villain? Wouldn't that make accumulating evil points even harder? Luo Hong felt a headache coming on at the thought. So conflicted, unimaginably conflicted. After a long time, he sighed. Forget it. Let's check out this invitation first. Personally addressed to Jiasadeo, as spring dawns and all things flourish. The Blue Blossom Literary Gathering will be held in the inner hall of the Blue Blossom Pavilion. On this most auspicious occasion, we sincerely invite young Master Jia to attend Area C of the gathering and enjoy the festivities. It would be a blessing across 3 lifetimes. We await your presence. Sincerely, Hu Jishui, June 11th. After reading it, Luo Hong couldn't help but comment. This reeks of pretentious literati nonsense. And this inner area are the areas divided into A, B, and C. Looks like Jiasadeo doesn't hold much rank among the invitees. At that thought, Luo Hong noticed the name at the end, Hu Jishui. That name did ring a bell. Luo Hong had a great reputation in Anping County, but Hu Jishui's name was just as renowned, if not more so. Luo Hong rubbed his temples. He might have fallen into a mental trap. Being a villain isn't just about joining the bad guys. You can also go against the good ones, sabotaging their good deeds. Isn't that textbook villain behavior? At that thought, Luo Hong picked up his brush. Soon, the 3 characters Hu Zhengshui appeared before him. After writing it, he glanced at the sword chi manual on the desk. Forget it. It's still a cultivation method after all. A glance won't hurt. With that thought, he reached out to open the manual. As he turned the first page, a burst of sword chi suddenly shot out. Luo Hong was stunned. But this time the sword chi flew straight at his forehead, blasting Luo Hong clear off his feet. A sharp pain spread from his forehead. Luo Hong growled angrily. Did I just get a concussion? But what came next was the sword chi ramming into his forehead, charging into all 4 limbs. The pain nearly knocked him out cold. Over at the pavilion, Chun Xiantian sat cross-legged in midair, forming seals with his hands. Countless strands of sword chi surged forth. Moments later, he looked at the humanoid figure formed from sword chi before him. After a long pause, he smiled gently. Master Luo, I once thought the young master was destined to never cultivate, but now, he's actually stepped onto the great path. As he spoke, he gripped the air with both fists, then forcefully tore it apart. Sword chi exploded in all directions, finally converging into a giant flood dragon. A cold glint flashed in Chan Xuantian's eyes. The young master starts behind others, so I shall open his meridians across space. With that, he pointed into the air. The sword chi figure's acupoint was pierced open. Back with Luo Hong. He had a bad feeling. Next, a tearing pain erupted in his abdomen. The agony nearly drove him to madness. The pain was beyond anything he could endure. But this was only the beginning. Second, third, countless acupoints were opened, from torso to limbs, from limbs to forehead. The once lively Luo residence was now filled only with Luo Hong's howls. No one knew how long it lasted. Before Chun Xiantian slowly stopped, his eyes were filled with exhaustion, his body trembling slightly. What a fierce meridian constitution. Truly Luo Ye's son. A peerless prodigy indeed. Opening meridians for a genius like this is exhausting. I almost burned out completely. Back in the room, no one knew when Luo Hong stopped screaming. He just lay there, gasping for breath. The pain nearly knocked him unconscious. He struggled to sit up. The sword chi manual was lying right in front of him. Luo Hong couldn't help but wonder, could all of this be the manual's doing? But the sword chi manual slowly began to fade away. Luo Hong stared at the vanishing technique, dazed. You want to be a sword cultivator? The requirements are simple. Just a sword chi manual and a top-tier hidden expert to open your meridians from afar. That's how Luo Hong became a sword cultivator. He pulled out his status booklet and sat there reading it. Sure enough, the info panel had updated. Under cultivation methods, sword chi manual, a new realm appeared. 9th grade, chi sword. This must be the sword cultivator ranking system. Luo Hong looked at his hands suspiciously. So I'm a sword cultivator now? But isn't this too intense? They say geniuses cultivate as easily as eating and drinking. Why does it nearly kill me? Could it be? I actually have no talent. Outside Omping County, at Black Cloud Mountain, Zhao Donhan moved swiftly through the woods. Eventually, he stopped on a tree branch, his expression finally relaxing, because his target, Black Cloud Stronghold, had finally been found. A few more leaps later, Zhao Donhan drew even closer to the stronghold, built along the mountainside, surrounded by towering trees. This is a classic example of a place that's easy to defend, but hard to attack. I need to thoroughly investigate Black Cloud Stronghold's strength for the young master. But this stronghold, even the gate guards are so heavily armed. There must be experts stationed inside. If I get any closer, I might really alert them. Thinking that, Zhao Donhan could only close his eyes. He could only rely on his chi to scout for. As time passed, Zhao Donhan carefully released his true chi and slowly examined every corner of the stronghold. A long while later, he sensed a powerful presence. There really are experts inside. It was the aura of a 9th grade cultivator, and not just one. Countless pieces of information flooded his mind. Just how many ranked cultivators are hiding in this bandit den? Suddenly, his mind trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Inside a nearby residence was someone with a presence equal to his own. Zhao Donhan let out a cold sneer. To think such a humble bandit group would have someone at 8th grade, that changes everything. This matter is now entirely different. No wonder the authorities are troubled. If there's an 8th grade holding down the fort, no amount of soldiers would be enough. I have to leave now. What if he already sensed me? I need to report back immediately. In the Luo residence kitchen, Luo Hong happened to run into Little Dohua. Have you eaten dinner? Little Dohua was startled by Luo Hong. She hadn't noticed him earlier, but she quickly composed herself. Young master, why didn't you come for lunch? Luo Hong was just about to answer when Chun Xiantian appeared. Luo Hong looked at him curiously. Chun Xiantian looked pale and gaunt, clearly not in good health. Soon, the food was brought out. Chun Xiantian and Luo Hong started devouring it like a storm. Luo Xiaoxiao watched them, confused. What's wrong with these two today? But Luo Hong and the others had no time to care. They ate like starving wild dogs. Little Dohua also muttered, didn't they just miss one meal? How are they this hungry? At that moment, someone walked in. Luo Hong stopped eating and looked over. It was Zhao Donhan returning. Chun Xiantian also glanced at him, but said nothing. Luo Hong asked urgently, so old Zhao, did you find the bandit base? Zhao Donhan cupped his hands. I have fulfilled the task, young master. It's been located. But then he noticed something strange. The young master's aura had changed. This is sword chi. Did the young master already master the sword chi manual? That was personally written by the Lord himself. It's a top-tier sword cultivation technique. And young master became a sword cultivator in one day. Could he be that much of a genius? Seeing him staring, Luo Hong said grumpily, what are you staring at? Don't tell me you were slacking off the whole day? Zhao Donhan quickly explained everything. Luo Hong said excitedly, old Zhao, nicely done. Black Cloud Stronghold, huh? Time to kick off the next phase of my villain plan. After finishing the meal, Luo Hong said, old Zhao, come to my study again. Soon, the two arrived at Listening Heaven Pavilion. Luo Hong took out an envelope and handed it to Zhao Donhan. Zhao Donhan looked at him, confused. Young master, this is? Luo Hong said seriously. The next task is even tougher. Deliver this letter to the chief of Black Cloud Stronghold. Tell him, I wish to join his stronghold. Zhao Donhan was startled by what he heard. Young master, what are you saying? You want to join Black Cloud Stronghold? No, absolutely not. This cannot happen. Young master, do you realize what you're saying? Luo Hong said unhappily. I'm telling you this because I trust you. I have my own reasons. Just do as I say. Zhao Donhan stared at the envelope in a daze. Is the young master planning to infiltrate the enemy? Join the bandits first, then wait for the right moment to strike. But isn't that just walking into a tiger's den? Besides, the bandit leader is an 8th grade iron bone cultivator. 10 young masters wouldn't be enough to fight him. But why does he look so calm? Luo Hong turned his back and pulled out his booklet. It had been 2 days since he last redeemed a reward. The reward pool refreshes every 5 days, and only 3 days left to do 10 redemptions. Only then can he turn negative sin value to positive. As for what comes next, he'll first join the bandit gang, rack up sin points, redeem rewards, grow stronger through those rewards. Once he becomes powerful enough, he'll wipe out the bandit gang. That would be half a betrayal of his new master, which would earn him more sin points too. 2 birds with 1 stone, perfect. Luo Hong chuckled at the thought. Zhao Donghan stared at him speechless. A moment later, Luo Hong snapped back, and awkwardly but firmly kicked Zhao Donghan out. At the Lotus Pond, Zhao Donghan found Chun Shintian. He cupped his hands and said, "Butler Chun, the young master wishes to join Black Cloud Stronghold." Chun Shintian was stunned, then smiled. "No worries. The young master must be planning to infiltrate them and wipe them out from within. Let him go." Zhao Donghan said, "But sir, even if he's grasped the Sword Chi manual, Black Cloud Stronghold isn't weak. They have several 9th grade and one 8th grade iron bone cultivator." Hearing this, a chilling murderous aura erupted from Chun Shintian. Zhao Donghan was startled, but he knew the killing intent wasn't directed at him. Chun Shintian was so. After a moment, he slowly exhaled, having made up his mind. He reached into his robe and pulled out a blood-red pill bottle. "This is Bloodburst Pill. It grants temporary peak 7th grade martial power. If those bandits dare harm the young master, flatten Black Cloud's stronghold for me." Hearing this, Zhao Donghan's eyes turned bloodshot. The intent was clear. At Black Cloud Stronghold, Zhao Donghan rode straight to the main gate. Two bandits immediately yelled, "Stop right there. Who the hell are you?" Zhao Donghan chuckled without answering, then fully released his 8th grade martial aura. Even the white horse beneath him was affected. Its eyes flashed crimson, and it stomped down, cracking the ground, then launched itself and Zhao Donghan inside the stronghold. With a thunderous crash, the surrounding bandits rushed over. Suddenly, an arrow shot toward him. Zhao Donghan sensed it, turned his head, and casually caught it with his hand. Then he hurled it back toward the watchtower. With a boom, he blasted a hole through the watchtower. But right after, a sneaky attacker came from behind and slashed at his neck, landing the blow solidly while Zhao Donghan wasn't looking. But Zhao Donghan looked completely unfazed. He turned and gave the man a death glare. Meanwhile, the attacker's blade shattered his grip and wrist. Zhao Donghan clenched his jaw, then released a wave of pressure, blasting away nearby bandits. Just then, a shadow flashed toward him. Zhao Donghan's expression changed. He knew that one had finally made a move. He crossed his arms, but the force still launched him through the air. It slammed heavily against the solid wooden gate of the stronghold. The surrounding horse bandits immediately cheered. "It's the boss's Black Cloud Star Hammer." At this moment, a disdainful voice came from the distance. "Do you really think you can be wild in my Black Cloud Stronghold just because you have some skill? If I had wanted to, I could have killed you the last time you came. Don't think you're special." Zhao Donghan's forehead bulged with veins. He shouted loudly, and threw the Black Cloud Star Hammer, pressing on him off. He landed smoothly. His expression turned serious. He had indeed been too careless. At this moment, the voice came again. "Since you're also a person of the Iron Bone realm, you wouldn't just wander around aimlessly. Tell me, kid, why are you here in my Black Cloud Stronghold?" Zhao Donghan said disdainfully, "I'm the leader of the Luo Manor's guards." He then took the letter out from his sleeve. "I'm here on the orders of young Master Luo Hong to deliver this letter to the Black Cloud Stronghold." He then threw the envelope toward the stronghold leader. The horse bandits along the way quickly dodged, afraid that if they touched it, they'd lose their lives. The Black Cloud Stronghold leader simply extended 2 fingers and easily caught the letter. He opened it and took a look, then froze in place. Seeing that his task was completed, Zhao Donghan decided to leave. But the horse bandits clearly didn't intend to let him go just yet. Moreover, the stronghold leader had not spoken yet, so they surrounded him again. Zhao Donghan was furious. Should I kill these dogs or not? At that moment, a manic laugh rang out. Everyone looked at the stronghold leader in confusion. "Interesting. You actually want to join my Black Cloud Stronghold? Go ahead. Then go back and tell your young master Luo Hong that I have agreed. 2 days from now, let him come to join." From now on, Zhao Donghan left. At that moment, a beautiful woman threw herself into the leader's arms. "What did the letter say, my king?" The stronghold leader gave her a lecherous look. He finally handed the letter to her. She took a glance, and then lightly laughed. The leader declared loudly, "The name of young master Luo Hong sounds somewhat familiar. Seems like he's the great benefactor and a paragon of justice from Anping County. He might be fine, but when he tries to leave, it won't be up to him." Then he turned to a horse bandit and said, "Agwe, send a few brothers. In the next 2 days, spread the news about young master Luo Hong wanting to join Black Cloud Stronghold. Let's tarnish his reputation first. Once he joins Black Cloud Stronghold, there's no way he'll be a paragon of justice anymore. Let him never return." He laughed again. The beautiful woman in his arms giggled along, but her smile was somewhat intriguing. "They say, where the heart feels at peace, there is home. But in a foreign land, even finding a place to stay is difficult, let alone finding peace. Luo Hong, as an outsider in this world, his loneliness is something no one can understand. In the end, he could only place this loneliness on Dai Air." Inside Luo Manor's study, Luo Hong was slurping noodles while asking, "They agreed so quickly?" Zhao Donghan was silent upon hearing this. "Young master, please be very cautious. Those people are not ordinary criminals. The stronghold leader is a genuine 8th grade expert. I'm truly worried about you." Luo Hong laughed and said, "If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Then, in his heart, he added, "The worse they are, the better. That way, it'll be more exciting to rack up evil points with them." At this moment, Zhao Donghan's body slightly trembled. He was truly moved by Luo Hong's words. Young master Luo Hong, for the sake of justice, is willing to enter the tiger's den and risk it all. What a noble cause, young master. 2 days later, in Anping, the people were shocked by the news that had recently spread from an unknown source. Young Master Luo Hong, the great benefactor of Anping County, is actually going to become a horse bandit. This completely shattered their worldviews, because this was completely contrary to their beliefs. After all, young Master Luo Hong had always been their paragon of justice. But why would such rumors spread? People don't believe in smoke without fire, especially when the storytellers keep promoting it, like it's the absolute truth. The more they heard, the more the townsfolk believed they'd been fooled by a hypocrite. At the Luo residence, the sound of banging and cursing echoed from outside. Luo Hong will die a horrible death. He should be struck by lightning. The maidservants began to protest. Hey, come on, how can they talk like that? Young master is such a good person. Even little Dohua fell silent at the noise, her heart beginning to waver. Later that night, Luo Hong lay on the rooftop, lost in thought. Then he suddenly noticed a figure passing by. He instinctively called out, Little Dohua. Little Dohua paused. Young master, you? Luo Hong waved her over. Since you're already here, come sit with me for a bit. Soon, little Dohua fetched a cloud ladder and clumsily climbed to the rooftop. She sat shoulder to shoulder with Luo Hong. Luo Hong looked at her surprised expression. Didn't think you'd really come up. But little Dohua didn't reply. The height had clearly left her rattled. Luo Hong suddenly burst into laughter. Little Dohua looked at him with quiet resentment. But Luo Hong didn't stop laughing, seeing him like that. Her fear eased a little. She asked curiously, Young master, it's the middle of the night. What are you doing on the roof? Luo Hong looked into the distance. Moon gazing, of course. Little Dohua followed his gaze and smiled. You're right. The moonlight is beautiful tonight. Luo Hong asked. Little Dohua, did you know there's a celestial maiden on the moon? I never went to school. I don't know much. A maiden on the moon? Luo Hong nodded. That's right. The moon is cold and desolate. Other than the moon palace, there's nothing there. And inside the moon palace, there's only one immortal maiden. When we gaze at the moon, she might be looking down at us too. Little Dohua sighed. She must be really lonely then. Luo Hong replied. Yeah, very lonely. But as he said that, it was unclear if he was talking about the maiden or himself, because his spirit was detached from this world. He had no companions here, no sense of belonging. He was just an outsider. Suddenly, little Dohua burst into a giggle. Luo Hong looked at her, confused. She awkwardly rubbed her nose and said, Why does it feel like you're using the maiden as an excuse to talk about yourself? But how could you be lonely, young master? There are so many people in the residence with you, and the people of Anping all admire you. Luo Hong laughed and scolded. You sneaky little thing. Act all shy, but sharp as a whip. By the way, I still owe you for that bowl of tofu pudding, don't I? Little Dohua lit up. You still remember, young master? You dined and dashed on our first meeting, even if it was just 2 coins. Luo Hong chuckled. Yeah, then looked at her seriously. Imagine that. Me, the young master of Luo, owing 2 coins for tofu pudding. And you even saw me in that sorry state. How could I ever forget? Little Dohua stuck out her tongue playfully. I totally forgot about it. Luo Hong didn't reply, then finally smiled again. But seriously, your tofu pudding is really good. Tastes like home. Little Dohua's face instantly turned bright red. She clearly misunderstood what Luo Hong meant by tastes like home. Luo Hong spoke gently. I'm hungry. Go make me another bowl of tofu pudding. Little Dohua didn't want to, but Luo Hong nudged her along. Left with no choice, she shakily climbed back down the cloud ladder. After she left, Luo Hong continued lying on the rooftop, quietly basking in the moonlight alone. All his homesick thoughts, he entrusted them to the moon goddess. This man kept dreaming of becoming, but ended up doing good deeds instead. Trying to be bad, he only did good. After countless rounds of self-reflection, he finally decided to join the bandits, to blend in with their kind, to realize his dream of becoming a true supervillain. The next morning at the Luo residence gates, Zhao Donghan handed a sword to Luo Hong. Here is the sword you asked for, young master. Luo Hong took it and said, Very good, let's head to Black Cloud Strong. And so the two set off. Along the way, Luo Hong had many thoughts. Heading to Black Cloud Stronghold, he didn't know when, or if, he'd return. Even making it back was uncertain. But old Zhao looked unusually calm. Out of curiosity, Luo Hong asked, Old Zhao, I'm basically becoming a murderous bandit now. Aren't you gonna react? Zhao Donghan said sincerely, It's fine. Whatever you do, young master. I believe it's all for justice. Luo Hong was speechless. What is wrong with this guy? I'm going to be a bandit, not some saint. Then Zhao Donghan said, The road to Black Cloud Mountain is just ahead. Luo Hong looked at what was supposedly a road and froze. This is a road? You've got to be kidding me. The only path up was a narrow trail 1 person wide. Cliffs on both sides. One wrong step meant falling to your death. No wonder it was easy to defend, hard to attack. No matter how many attackers came, they'd have to go up one at a time. Still, Luo Hong wasn't backing down. He and Zhao Donghan rode slowly up the path. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed. Luo Hong looked around, startled. Zhao Donghan pointed him in the right direction. The sound came from across that mountain. Then a voice called out, Is that young master Luo Hong? The two looked at each other. Then Luo Hong shouted back, It is I. And who might you be, sir? The man laughed. I am the third in command of Black Cloud Stronghold. I've come by order of our boss to welcome young Master Luo into the stronghold. Luo Hong scoffed. Then I must thank you all for your generous welcome. The third in command said. Hold off on the thanks, young master. I've got a little welcome gift prepared just for you. If you're going to thank me, do it after you accept it. He leapt into the air and punched a boulder. With a loud boom, the rock flew at them. Zhao Donghan sneered. Unleashing his full 8th grade aura, he tapped his foot against the saddle and launched himself toward the boulder. With a shout, he smashed it to pieces midair. Shards rained down everywhere. Zhao Donghan stared at the third in command. A 9th grade fighter, huh? Luo Hong growled angrily. Some welcome gift. Do you not want me joining, or what? The man smirked coldly. Your bodyguard was quite bold last time he came here. Naturally, we wanted to repay that visit. Then he unleashed a flurry of 3 kicks. With 3 dull thuds, 3 more giant rocks shot toward Luo Hong and the others. Zhao Donghan knew something was wrong. He couldn't handle so many flying stones at once. He instinctively tried to retreat, but it was too late. Luo Hong's horse was struck hard. Fortunately, Luo Hong reacted quickly. He jumped off the horse. Otherwise, his fate could have been the same as the horse, being struck by the boulder and falling off the cliff. Luo Hong gritted his teeth and cursed. This bastard wants to force us off the cliff. The third leader sneered. Next time, it'll be you falling. Luo Hong said quickly. Let's rush over now. He immediately used the ghostly shadow technique and rushed forward. But as they ran, they realized something was wrong. A row of archers had appeared ahead without them noticing. They began shooting at the 2 of them. Zhao Donghan's expression grew serious. These damn bastards. His figure flashed, and he ran ahead of Luo Hong, using his body to block the incoming arrows. Luo Hong was slightly surprised. Old Zhao, what's this? Zhao Donghan said in a deep voice. If this is all you've got, then it won't stop us. The third leader said. Did I say it would be that simple? Luo Hong noticed the arrows on the ground. They were tied with explosives. The next moment, flames erupted from them. Zhao Donghan was shocked, but it was already too late. With a loud explosion, the 2 of them were blasted out of the narrow path. Zhao Donghan helplessly said, I didn't expect these bastards to use such a vile tactic. Young master, are you hurt? Luo Hong was about to say something, but they heard the third leader's almost manic laughter. I'll send you on your final journey. Immediately, 3 giant stones were launched at them. Luo Hong's face darkened. Am I really going to die before accomplishing anything? Luck is also part of strength. But have you ever seen instinct become part of strength? At the moment of life and death, Luo Hong's instincts kicked in. He grabbed Zhao Donghan's hand. The evil shadow step also activated automatically. You want me dead? Keep dreaming. He stepped on the incoming giant stone. Using it as leverage, he flew toward the narrow path. The third leader was startled. He never expected this. Zhao Donghan's expression relaxed at this moment. Young master, your movement technique is so unique. The second and third giant stones followed. Luo Hong smiled when he saw it. He just stepped on the stones and flew into the air. But the horse bandits on the cliff couldn't let him succeed so easily. They all pulled their bows to the fullest. They aimed at the 2 flying toward them. Luo Hong grimaced in pain. Damn, these explosive arrows again. At this moment, Zhao Donghan behind him was anxious. Young master doesn't have the tough body of a martial cultivator. He'll be blown to bits. He tried to pull Luo Hong back. Young master, use my body as a springboard. You should be able to fly over. But at this moment, Zhao Donghan noticed that Luo Hong had gone into a daze. His mouth was open, eyes filled with fear. Luo Hong's feeling was also strange. Because this scene of arrows raining down, it felt strangely familiar. At this moment, his sword suddenly hummed. Then it flew out automatically. The hilt landed steadily in Luo Hong's palm. He instinctively swept behind him. The first wave of arrows were all deflected. He then sheathed the sword. Focused, he was carried forward by the sword. The arrows coming at him grew closer. Luo Hong suddenly opened his eyes wide. The sword chi decision was activated in midair. His sword technique was so fast it was invisible. The incoming arrows were all swept away. Countless sword energies surrounded him. At this moment, Luo Hong displayed the full might of a sword cultivator. Finally, the arrows were all swept behind them. And at that moment, they exploded with a loud boom. The third leader stood dumbfounded. The 2 of them landed steadily at the edge of the cliff. The third in command stepped back in fear. Because their expressions were so dark, it was as if water could drip from them. After a long silence, Luo Hong finally mocked. So sorry. We didn't die. Must have been a real disappointment for you. The third in command said nothing. Still in shock, it seemed. But more than that, he realized he was in big trouble. Luo Hong said, now I should be able to thank you properly, no? Isn't that right, third in command? The surrounding bandits drew their bows once again. Boss, we've got so many men here. What's there to be afraid of? The 2 exchanged a look. Then Luo Hong suddenly activated Shadow Step. In an instant, his sword was at the third in command's throat. Luo Hong said coldly, now how should I thank you? The third in command almost pissed himself. Just half an inch more, and his throat would have been slashed. He hurriedly yelled, stand down, all of you, then turned back and forced a smile at Luo Hong. There's no need for thanks. You're our guest, after all. No formalities needed. Luo Hong's face remained cold. Cut the crap. I came up the mountain to join you guys. And this is how you treat me? Doesn't add up, does it? The third in command stared in fear, afraid to speak. worried that one wrong word could cost his life. But still, he forced a smile and said, "Of course we know you're sincere, young master. But our boss sent me here. Just to test your strength, nothing more." There was no harm intended. Luo Hong just stared at him in silence. The third in command began to sweat, only managing a few nervous chuckles. Then Luo Hong snorted coldly and put his sword away. "I'm in a hurry to reach the stronghold. I won't argue with you." Third in command, was it? "Once I'm in, we'll have plenty of time. Old Zhao." He walked past the stunned bandits without another word. The third in command gestured to one of his men, telling him to report back immediately. After that, he muttered coldly, "Let's see if you make it in." Soon the bandit returned with a report. "Boss, Luo Hong has passed through one-line sky." The chief frowned. "He actually made it? Must have relied on that iron-bone bodyguard." The bandit quickly replied, "No, boss. Luo Hong used some strange footwork, and he seems to know a powerful sword technique." The chief was even more surprised. A sword technique? Could that kid be a sword cultivator? He paused to think, then waved his hand and said, "Let him be. We'll see what he's really made of when he stands before me." After all, he still has to get past second brother first. The two passed through one-line sky and went deeper into Black Cloud Mountain. Zhao Donghan said, "Young master, you're a natural sword genius. In just a few days, you've mastered the sword chi manual to this degree?" Luo Hong chuckled. "Oh, you really think so?" Zhao Donghan nodded, then asked with some doubt, "Isn't it true?" Luo Hong showed his hand, veins bulging. "Ever since I used the sword chi, some of my meridians have felt like they were being sliced open. So, I might not be cut out for sword cultivation after all." Zhao Donghan smiled. "You're too modest, young master. Didn't you just take down that third in command without breaking a sweat?" Luo Hong's expression turned serious at those words. "Don't let your guard down just yet. Did you see how they acted just now? Did they look like they only wanted to block us? Who knows what tricks are still waiting for us ahead?" Just then, a flock of crows suddenly flew out of nowhere. Luo Hong looked up. The unease in his heart grew even stronger. He glanced at Zhao Donghan and said, "Old Zhao, don't you think there've been a bit too many crows since just now?" Zhao Donghan didn't respond. He simply looked around warily. The second in command hiding in the shadows finally appeared. With a wicked grin, he stared at Luo Hong and the others. Clearly, all the strange phenomena around were his doing. He took out a flute. A sharp and eerie sound echoed from it. This man was a Taoist cultivator. The crows around were startled by the flute. Their eyes all turned blood red. Luo Hong looked up at the sky in shock. One of the crows was diving straight at him, but the next instant, it was decapitated. Luo Hong sheathed his sword, exhaled a deep breath, and said, "See, what did I say?" Zhao Donghan rubbed his cheek. "Even the beasts of Black Cloud Mountain are this aggressive now." The two continued walking forward. The number of crows around them increased. One crow suddenly screeched. Countless crows echoed its cry and charged at the two of them. Luo Hong was stunned. Have these crows gone mad? The second in command cackled in the shadows. All these crows were raised by him. Once they received the order, the only thought in their heads is to attack. Luo Hong gritted his teeth and said, "This is probably another one of Haisai's schemes." Zhao Donghan also sensed something was wrong. "I have to find a way to block them for the young master." With that thought, he stopped walking. "Young master, keep going forward. Don't worry about me." With that, he unleashed the full force of his martial grade 8 aura and punched through a large tree by the road. Grabbing it with both hands, he glared at the incoming crows, then hurled the tree at them. The crows, seeing this, had their eyes flare even redder. They all sped up at once and rammed straight into the flying tree, splitting it in two. Zhao Donghan's scalp tingled. Are these really crows? He turned and ran, quickly catching up to Luo Hong. But at that moment, the second in command played the flute again. Luo Hong had to stop. They were surrounded by crows. The two fought for a full 15 minutes. Zhao Donghan was frustrated. Though these crows couldn't hurt him, they showed absolutely no fear. The more Luo Hong fought, the angrier he got. If they couldn't clear out this flock soon, he might just die of exhaustion. But suddenly, he remembered something. The villain's booklet. He recalled the scene at the mass grave. Just as he was distracted for a moment, a crow knocked the sword out of his hand. Zhao Donghan panicked. "Young master, watch out." A swarm of crows dove at Luo Hong. But Luo Hong remained calm. He reached into his robe and pulled out that tattered booklet, then tossed it into the air. The crows immediately scattered in fear, as if they saw something terrifying. Their faces were filled with horror. The killing intent in their minds completely vanished. The booklet shone with golden light, instantly sweeping away the flock. Then groups of crows dropped from the sky, each of them foaming at the mouth. Zhao Donghan was frozen on the spot. This was far beyond his understanding. Luo Hong looked at the booklet in his hand and grinned proudly. Even starving wolves fear this thing, let alone you little birds. Then he turned to Zhao Donghan and said firmly, "Don't just stand there. Move it. They'll wake up any second now." Zhao Donghan still didn't budge. Instead, he stared at the booklet in Luo Hong's hand and asked, "Young master, what kind of magical artifact is that little book of yours?" Luo Hong instantly panicked. He honestly didn't know how to explain it. After all, it involved his greatest secret. But right then, Luo Hong froze in place. Because on the cover of the villain's booklet were the words, "Classic of Confucianism." Zhao Donghan noticed it too. He exclaimed excitedly, "So it's a Confucian cultivator's treasure." Just now, It must have been the righteous aura from that sage's book that suppressed the crows. Luo Hong quickly nodded. Yes. But now's not the time to talk about it. Let's go first. After the two left, the second-in-command hiding in the shadows finally stepped out cautiously. He never imagined that Luo Hong would be carrying such a powerful treasure. It really matched his title as a paragon of justice. Even the connection between him and the crows had been forcibly severed by Luo Hong. Thinking this, he rushed back to the stronghold. He had to report to the chief immediately. Modern life is long and winding. People have tasted all kinds of pancakes. But have you ever seen someone sell dreams to bandits? Luo Hong is that eccentric man. He actually tried to convince bandits to broaden their horizons. Inside the stronghold, the second-in-command reported everything that had happened in full detail. The chief raised a brow. Second brother, are you serious? The second-in-command coughed twice and replied, no doubt about it. That Luo Hong really did break my crow formation. They should be nearing the bridge by now. I'd already used a spirit-banishing technique to corner them. But who would have thought Luo Hong came prepared, carrying a Confucian cultivator's treasure? He broke my formation just like that. The chief turned to the third-in-command and said, third brother, didn't you say Luo Hong was a sword cultivator? The third-in-command hesitated, unsure what to say at that moment. The chief sneered coldly. Well, that brat. Looks like we really underestimated him this time. He gripped his long blade tightly. Second, third, and all brothers, grab your weapons, follow me out, and let's go meet this young master Luo Hong and let's see how many heads and arms he really has. Back in the forest, Luo Hong and Zhao Donghan continued deeper in. Zhao Donghan pointed ahead and said, young master, we're almost there. Once we cross that suspension bridge, we'll reach Black Cloud Stronghold's main gate. Luo Hong smiled. We've finally made it, Zhao Donghan added. Ever since we started climbing, Black Cloud Stronghold has done everything to stop us. Who knows what kind of tricks that chief of theirs will pull next? Luo Hong scoffed coldly. Whatever tricks he's got, I'll deal with them all. It's just a bunch of crows flocking together. But then he realized something was off. He was about to join them, after all. Saying that out loud, didn't that mean he was insulting himself too? Just then, a figure appeared on the far side. It was the chief of Black Cloud Stronghold. Luo Hong looked at him curiously. Behind the chief, all the bandits were gathering in succession. The chief called out boldly, you must be the renowned young master Luo Hong, here to join Black Cloud Stronghold. We came out especially to welcome you. Luo Hong looked at him indifferently. So that means, you're the chief of Black Cloud Stronghold? May I have your name? The chief laughed heartily. No need for all that formal talk. I go by one name and one name only. Dishan. Speaking of which, young Master Luo, what took you so long to get here? Was the mountain too high, or the road too rough? The bandits all laughed at his words, some even letting out mocking jeers. Luo Hong chuckled. Boss D, you flatter me. I just had some bad luck. Ran into a few blind dogs on the way up, that's all. Dishan laughed heartily once again. Well said. I didn't expect you to actually have some skills. The temple in our Black Cloud village is small. I'm afraid it can't accommodate such a big Buddha like you. Luo Hong didn't respond to this. Instead, he stepped onto the suspension bridge. Dishan watched as the two approached step by step. He neither stayed silent, nor tried to stop them. He just watched as they walked toward him. When Luo Hong reached him, he finally spoke. D, the leader, you've really let me down. Dishan looked at him with displeasure. What? What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Luo Hong rubbed his nose and said regretfully, oh really? Then let me say it again. Dishan, you've truly disappointed me. The leader of the mountain village felt furious. The anger surged to his head, almost making him lose his sanity. The third leader shouted, Kid, you're quite bold. Dare to speak like that. Do you really think this is your home? The seductive woman beside Dishan gave Luo Hong a meaningful look. At this moment, Zhao Donghan secretly became excited. Well done, young master. You can't lose the momentum. Dishan, trying to control his anger, said, Luo, young master, from your words, it seems you don't think much of us. What's the matter? Should I have the position of the leader instead of you? At this point, Luo Hong laughed. Not at all, old D. I'm here to join the group, so I have to show some sense of ownership. I'll offer some suggestions for the development of the village. Dishan twitched his mouth at hearing this. So what you mean is, I misunderstood you, young master Luo? Then why don't you offer us some advice? Luo Hong spoke in a gentle tone. All right, then I'll. But before he could finish, he felt a chill on his neck. Dishan had directly placed his dog knife on Luo Hong's shoulder. The bandits around them started to jeer. Zhao Donghan's expression froze. He was about to rush over when he saw Luo Hong raise his hand, signaling him it was fine. Dishan said in a low voice. Dishan spoke in a deep voice. If you can say something real today, we can still deal with each other. But if it's just empty talk, then I'll cut you down. Hearing that, Luo Hong held up 2 fingers. Simple, just 2 words. What is the Jianghu? Jianghu isn't about killing and fighting. It's about social dealings and human nature. Luo Hong looked around at the crowd. I'm sure you all know what my Luo family does. The Luo family is the wealthiest in Anping County, and your Black Cloud stronghold. To be blunt, he even showed his pinky finger as he spoke. Dishan growled angrily. I kill and rob. Even government troops get wiped out by me. And now you're calling me a joke? Luo Hong sighed. Looks like it's not just your mindset. You clearly don't understand how the underworld works. Dishan blinked. The underworld? What's that? Luo Hong let out a long sigh. gazing toward the sky at a 45-degree angle. It's a force on a whole other level. Dishan scoffed. So it's just bigger, right? More men, stronger fighters? Luo Hong gave him a helpless look. You really are hopeless. He spoke slowly and calmly. Jianghu isn't about killing and fighting. Jianghu is about human connections and social dealings. Dishan was taken aback. It seemed like the words struck a chord with him, but also somehow didn't. But it felt like a punch struck the heart of the martial world. Zhao Donghan was astonished too. He didn't expect that such a young man could have such profound insight into the world. Luo Hong continued speaking. Don't be fooled by your large numbers. You may look like a mighty force, but the Imperial Army is 1,000 times stronger. Life and death are at the whim of the court. You are now in complete opposition to the court. Bandits hold no value to those in power, so you must evolve into a gang. The first step is to align with the powerful, become the claws and teeth of authority. Upon hearing this, Dishan drew his blade at Luo Hong. You want us to be dogs for those corrupt officials? Keep dreaming. The third boss shouted angrily. Big brother, this brat's here to con us. Kill him. The seductive woman gave them a cold glance. Bunch of fools. She turned back to Luo Hong. A smirk tugged at her lips. I bet you taste pretty good. Luo Hong moved his large blade to the side. I haven't finished talking yet. Hear me out before you act. No need to rush. A gang refers to an organization like yours engaging in organized crime, but it has upper, middle, and lower tiers. Frankly speaking, you're at the bottom. You're only living well now, because the authorities haven't truly tried to wipe you out. If the court one day decided to crush you, it would take no more than a snap. But if you had someone in power, as your backer within the court, you'd have no worries about survival. You could even gain endless riches. That's why the lower tier fears the powerful, and the middle tier clings to them. Dishan pointed his finger and asked, if there are 3 tiers, what's the last one? Luo Hong pointed to the sky. The top tier. It means becoming the powerful. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Dishan. A man must dare to dream and fight. Do you want to be stuck in the mountains forever? He spread his arms and shouted. Why shouldn't a man wield a sword and reclaim 50 states of the frontier? Are lords and nobles born special? Answer me, Dishan. Do you want to succeed? Dishan almost blurted it out instinctively upon hearing that. I do. Seeing this, Luo Hong patted his shoulder. Good. You've got spirit. Dishan, you need a dream. Look at your brothers. All of them in tattered clothes, faces pale and thin. They are your brothers. They are your family. Can you bear to watch them live like this? Can you face them? They risk their lives to follow you. And you don't feel a sense of duty to them? They're not asking for much. Even just a set of clothes. Or a pair of shoes. He suddenly slapped Dishan across the face. But you? Do you have that ability? Today you're a bandit. But that doesn't mean you'll always be one. Now that I'm here, hope has arrived. I'll help you lead your men out of poverty. Our goal is to reach the top of the underworld. At this moment, Dishan's skin erupted with goosebumps. Even though he didn't fully understand, his blood felt like it was on fire. Luo Hong then pointed in a direction. Take a look. Dishan turned toward the voice. Luo Hong asked, what do you see? Dishan replied instinctively. Just mountains. Luo Hong glared at him. Dishan quickly corrected himself. No. Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck his mind. He hesitantly said, vision. I see a grand vision. Hengrick nodded in satisfaction. So now you understand why I want to join Black Cloud Stronghold, right? Using the financial power of the Luo family to clear the way, and with your martial strength to remove obstacles, he added in his mind. At that time, my evil value will surge uncontrollably. No need to think about right or wrong. Becoming a villain in the darkness is just as it should be, as long as it gives me endless power, allowing me to rise above all. If you want to join the stronghold, you need to swear an oath of loyalty. But what if the person you're swearing it to is a family member? Could you go through with it? Hengrick had smoothly convinced Dishan, but Dishan was clearly not foolish. He quickly realized. His body instinctively took 2 steps back. He stared at Hengrick with a face full of fear. What's going on? This kid just now. Hengrick seemed to notice his unease. He turned and glanced at him, asking, what's wrong with you? Dishan didn't answer, but the fear on his face didn't fade in the slightest. In fact, it became more serious. It was as if he saw the kind of evil he himself feared in this young man. Hengrick said in a deep voice, so now, the big boss of Black Cloud Stronghold. Can I join? Dishan hesitated. Should I agree? But this guy is dangerous. He thought for a moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Yes, you can. But there's one more rule. Newcomers must swear the oath. Hengrick sneered. What's that? Dishan said. That's right. It's the oath of loyalty. That's the rule for joining the bandit group. Swearing it means severing ties with the past. From then on, it's a path of murder and arson. Hengrick nodded. No problem. I accept the oath. Boss, draw the line for me. Dishan's expression grew more serious. Although this kid's words had made me a bit tempted, I still felt something was off. Hengrick isn't lacking in money or strength. So why would he want to join Black Cloud Stronghold? Seeing that he hadn't answered, Hengrick waved his hand in front of his eyes. But Dishan seemed to ignore him completely. He was still lost in his thoughts. It must be. This Hengrick kid is plotting to take my stronghold. Good thing I'm clever. Otherwise, an ordinary person would fall for his tricks. At this moment, Hengrick spoke. Boss, I'm waiting for you to state the conditions. Dishan snapped out of it immediately. Right? The oath's content. He stroked his beard and started to think. I need to come up with an impossible condition for him to fulfill. Just as Hengrick began to grow impatient, Dishan's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he pointed at Zhao Donghan. This lackey of yours. It's him. What does that have to do with me? Hengrick said in an unhappy tone. What do you want me to do? Dishan's expression turned serious. It's simple. We just need you to kill him. Zhao Donghan exploded with anger. This damn dog. Hengrick's face showed no expression, but anyone could tell he was very displeased. What did you say? You want me to kill my own subordinate? Dishan spoke with a cold expression. That's right. To join. We're your boss. This oath is to test your resolve. We don't like him. Deal with him. And we'll let you join. Zhao Donghan's expression darkened. He was considering whether to directly kill this bastard right now. At this moment, Hengrick spoke. How do I know you're not messing with me? Like the guy who came up the mountain earlier. At this moment, Dishan wasn't afraid anymore. Luo Hong, you were the one who asked to join us. If you can't offer a pledge of loyalty. Luo Hong was already cursing Dishan's ancestors in his heart. He thought that with his current identity, these bandits would be overjoyed to have him. But no, that wouldn't do. If he couldn't join Black Cloud Fortress, his follow-up plans wouldn't work. His fingers cracked with tension. It was as if he were making a decision that betrayed his ancestors. Dishan sneered. If you can't do it, then go down the mountain. You won't miss dinner. Luo Hong turned to Zhao Donghan. Do you remember what you said before we came up the mountain? Old Zhao, I'm sorry. Zhao Donghan was confused. What did I say? What was it? But suddenly, Luo Hong grabbed his sword hilt and slashed down hard onto him. That strike was Luo Hong severing all his worldly emotions in this world. Dishan was shocked. He never thought Luo Hong would really go through with it. Luo Hong's face was emotionless. No one could tell what he was thinking. No one knew why he did it. He tapped the ground with his toe. His whole body flew up and kicked Zhao Donghan off the cliff. But even after going that far, Luo Hong didn't stop. He picked up his sword and aimed at the falling Zhao Donghan and threw it toward him. Right as all the bandits were still watching, the blade pierced Zhao Donghan's chest, and only then did he slowly disappear. Luo Hong just watched for a long time. Then he turned and asked, Boss D, are you satisfied now? Dishan was about to lose it. Is this kid really that ruthless? But the words were already out. All the men behind him were watching. He couldn't take them back. He gritted his teeth and said, Fine, nothing more needs to be said. From now on, we eat from the same pot. The third boss was a bit annoyed. You're really letting that brat join? The second boss said. Who dares question Big Brother's decision? Besides, he didn't break any rules. So many brothers saw what he did. The seductive woman licked her lips. She seemed even more intrigued by Luo Hong. Luo Hong had killed Zhao Donghan, who wasn't just like family. He was family. All just to join a group of mountain bandits. Dishan never imagined this guy's heart could be that black. Left with no choice, he could only invite him into the fortress. Just then, Luo Hong stopped Dishan's outstretched hand. Boss, after joining, what rank do I hold? Dishan paused to think upon hearing that. Well then, since Brother Luo is willing to lower himself to join us, he held up 4 fingers. From now on, you're the 4th boss. How about it? In this entire fortress, only 3 people outrank you. Luo Hong looked at the other 2, confused. Is our rank based on seniority? Dishan asked back. Do you have another idea, brother? The 3rd boss grumbled. Be glad we didn't make you the gatekeeper. Freshly joined and already whining? No manners. Luo Hong grinned wide. He activated his shadow step technique. In an instant, he was in front of the 3rd boss. The 3rd boss instinctively stepped back, but his body couldn't react fast enough. He had to lean back to dodge Luo Hong's palm strike. But Luo Hong followed up with a shoulder slam to his chest. The 3rd boss's body rebounded like a spring. With a bang, he hit the ground and bounced up. A mouthful of blood spurted out at just the right time. Just as he tried to cry for help, Luo Hong grabbed him by the neck. There was no emotion on his face, as if he were unleashing all the rage from earlier onto him. The 3rd boss was choking. His pupils began to bulge and turn white. But Luo Hong clearly had no intention of letting him go. You asked me to kill a loved one, Dishan, then you'd better be ready to lose one too. At that moment, Dishan drew his blade and rushed forward. Just as the blade was about to strike Luo Hong, his shadow step made him vanish on the spot. Dishan's blade could only come to a stop in front of the 3rd boss. Dishan shouted angrily, Luo Hong, are you looking down on us that much? Luo Hong dusted himself off, then waved his hand and said, Not at all, not at all. I was just bonding with 3rd brother. As the saying goes, no fight, no friendship. I meant no harm. But the 3rd boss didn't see it that way. He had clearly felt a killing intent earlier. Terrified, he said, Big brother, this man must not stay. Dishan didn't respond. A moment later, he spoke. Men, prepare a feast in the hall. Welcome the 4th boss, with honor. From now on, Black Cloud Fortress has gained another fierce general. The 3rd boss snapped. Big brother, why? The 2nd boss said nothing. But all the darkness in his heart was aimed at Luo Hong. The seductive woman smiled even wider. Luo Hong cupped his hands. Many thanks, chief. Inside Black Cloud Fortress's main hall, a huge spread of meat was soon brought in. But the feast, which should have been lively, was instead filled with eerie silence. Luo Hong thought to himself. That time when old Zhao returned with the message, word spread across Omping Town that I'd turned bandit. I bet it was these guys stirring the pot. Then they kept blocking me ever since I arrived today. Even forced me to prove myself at the fortress gate. Now they put out a whole banquet claiming to celebrate me. If this isn't a trap, I'll eat my hat. Dishan narrowed his eyes at Luo Hong. This smooth-talking brat might look decent, but he's definitely not simple. He might be even more ruthless than I am. If I let him stay on this mountain, he might just steal everything from me one day. Then wouldn't I become the damn fool? So I absolutely can't let him join. But this brat is ruthless for real. He even killed his own guard. Now that he's offered his loyalty, I've got no reason to kick him out. Damn it. Can't keep him. But can't kick him either. What am I supposed to do with him? At that moment, the seductive woman said, Young Master Luo has come a long way. How about it? Come enjoy the feast with everyone. Dishan shot her a resentful look. Feast my ass. Can't you see I'm not in the mood? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Damn, I really am a pig-brained idiot. No reason to act. Then I'll give him a reason. Right here at the bank. No need to drive him away. That might let a tiger might as well go all in. Kill this little bastard tonight, once and for all. With that, he picked up a wine jar. Smiling, he poured himself a bowl. The lady is right. What are you all standing around for? You think you're statues? He raised the large bowl high. To celebrate brother Luo Hong becoming the fourth boss today. Everyone, drink like your lives depend on it. The 1,000 men were dumbfounded. What's he trying to pull? Dishan shouted loudly. Anyone who doesn't drink till they drop tonight is disrespecting the fourth boss. Everyone had no choice but to force themselves to cheer along. Dishan watched them drink in silence. His face turned cold. He pulled the seductive woman into his arms. Blushing, she asked shyly, My lord, are you suddenly in the mood? Dishan whispered a few words in her ear. Her expression immediately changed. After he finished speaking, she asked, You understand now? The seductive woman chuckled charmingly. She didn't reply, but her smile said it all. Crossing worlds, and still running into a setup? And one setup wasn't enough. A whole gang of bandits staged a honey trap for Luo Hong. With this much creativity, being bandits is beneath them. The seductive woman filled her bowl with wine and walked toward Luo Hong. Young Master Luo, allow me to toast you as well. Luo Hong looked at her, puzzled. He had no idea what she was up to. Even the bandits were a little confused, though some seemed to understand. Dishan watched with a gloomy face, saying nothing. The seductive woman said, What's wrong, young master? You won't drink with me? She batted her alluring eyes at Luo Hong, posing as if offering herself to him. Luo Hong was stunned. Are all the women in this world this forward? Just then, Dishan slammed the table. Fourth boss, even your sister-in-law is toasting you. You better drink. Luo Hong sighed. Then I suppose I'll respectfully accept. The seductive woman gave a sly smile. As they clinked bowls, she slipped a pill into Luo Hong's bowl. Then she drank it all down in one go. Luo Hong, not wanting to be outdone, picked up the bowl and chugged it too. Seeing this, Dishan smirked at the corner of his mouth. Luo Hong flipped the bowl over. Well, satisfied. But then, a massive pressure pressed down on him. A wave of suffocating bliss rushed into Luo Hong's mind. All the bandits were both jealous and furious. That Luo Hong deserves to die, facing a pair of massive assets. Luo Hong had no idea what she was doing. Just then, Dishan crushed the bowl in his hand and stood up. The seductive woman finally pulled away from Luo Hong. She shyly said, You're awful, young. How dare you take advantage of me? Luo Hong was speechless. There's fake accusations in this world too. Dishan slammed the table again. The seductive woman flung herself into Luo Hong's arms. Take your hands off her. You dare touch my woman? You must have a death wish. Luo Hong pushed the woman away in disgust. Are you insane? She threw herself at me. You saw it. The third boss also joined in, furious. I told you this brat was no good from the start. Big brother, give the order. Let's chop him up right now. Luo Hong listened to their insults. At first, he was just annoyed. But this wasn't just a setup. It was a damn honey trap. You guys are wasted as mountain bandits. Just then, Dishan waved his hand. Everyone shut up. Luo Hong said nothing. He just quietly watched them perform. Dishan stared at Luo Hong coldly. You saw it yourself. It's not that we don't want you as fourth boss, but your actions made it hard for the brothers to accept you. I'm a man of my word. Since I promised to let you join, I won't kick you out, let alone kill you. However, forget about being fourth boss for now. You'll start with the basics. Cleaning duty. He pointed to the mess on the ground. There's trash on the floor anyway. Hurry up and clean it. The brothers are waiting to feast. Luo Hong, this is our last show of mercy. You'd better appreciate it. Luo Hong's face darkened. He didn't start cleaning. He didn't say a word. Instead, he suddenly laughed. His shadow step activated instantly. He was in front of Dishan in a flash. Dishan grinned darkly. He'd been waiting for Luo Hong to lash out in shame. He threw a punch straight at Luo Hong's face. But just as he was about to succeed, Henrik disappeared. He mysteriously appeared behind him. Dishan threw another punch at Henrik's face, but again, it hit nothing. Even his big sword had been taken by Henrik. The third boss shouted angrily, Henrik, how dare you strike? But the reply came as Henrik rode the big sword, flying past their faces, and then it You bunch of fools, teaming up to act in front of me, huh? Do you think I'm an idiot? Dishan laughed wildly. Henrik, I, the king, will tell you clearly. Today, even if the king of heaven comes, he can't save you. Henrik looked at him like he was an idiot. Dishan never treated me like one of his own. Perhaps it's because of my righteous reputation that he doesn't trust me. Then I can no longer hope to cooperate with him. But if we fight, I can't handle so many of them on my own. Not to mention Dishan, a level 8 expert. I need to find a way to delay. That is my only chance of survival. With that thought, he sighed. Boss D, I already told you earlier. I came to join you with sincerity. I have already sworn the oath. If you still don't trust me, how about we make a deal? Killing me now won't benefit you at all. Deshaun laughed. You dare to talk about a deal with us? What deal? Hengrick smiled. Let me go. And then, but before he could finish, a wave of dizziness hit his head. His grip on the big sword also became unstable. He was horrified to realize he had been drugged. These bastards. They put poison in my drink. But it was too late to regret now. The figures before him became blurry. His eyelids grew heavier. With a thud, he collapsed onto the table, unconscious. Did he drink too much? Deshaun laughed. It's sleep-inducing drugs. Then he embraced the beautiful woman in his arms. Thanks to my beauty, I must reward you later. After speaking, he looked at Hengrick and snorted coldly. This kid is too shady. If we fought head-on, who knows what other tricks he might pull. Using sleep-inducing drugs is the easiest way. After saying that, he looked at the third boss. Take him down and lock him in The third boss was confused. Why not just kill him now? Deshaun replied impatiently. You brainless fool. The Luo family is one of the richest in Omping County. It would be foolish not to extort them. The goal is to achieve it in the most secure and cost-effective way. That's the survival strategy for our bandits. How does that sound, young Master Luo Hong? As the sky gradually darkened, until the moon hung high in the sky, a large number of bandits in the stronghold hall had passed out drunk, each one lying on the ground, fast asleep. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Hengrick slowly woke up. His first feeling was an intense headache. After a moment, he realized something was wrong, because it was pitch black all around, and there was a faint stench of decay in the air. He instinctively looked to the side, and let out a curse without thinking. He stared at the dried-up bones on the ground, and a chill crept up his spine. Suddenly, he noticed something. This was a dungeon. He remembered everything. It was Deshaun and those bastards who drugged the wine. Passed out from reading comics too much? They probably have their eyes on the Luo family's fortune. Want to use me as a hostage. Make a big score, then kill me off. What a bunch of short-sighted bumpkins. I have to find a way out of here. Thinking that, Luo Hong took a few steps back, then gathered strength and kicked the cell door hard. But the cell door was fine. Instead, Luo Hong's foot throbbed in pain. This shadow step technique may be unpredictable, but honestly, the power was a bit lacking. No sword in hand, so no way to unleash sword aura. The more Luo Hong thought about it, the more pissed off he got. He just flopped down in defeat. No way out for now anyway. There's definitely something wrong with this world. All I wanted was to become a bandit. And now this villain plan's He pulled out the booklet and snuck a peek at it. What surprised Luo Hong was, his evil points had turned positive. Plus 11. Even. Luo Hong covered his face and sobbed. No more Zhao Donghan with his wild imagination. No more suddenly upright Officer Luo Feng. Maybe now my life will finally get on track. Damn it. Why do I feel like crying? Whatever. It's been one hell of a ride. Luo Hong looked at his freshly written journal. Great Xia calendar, June 15th. Sunny. Today's definitely a day worth remembering. Because since morning, all of Omping's streets and alleys have been talking about me joining the black. Now in everyone's eyes, I'm already a flashy, high-class villain. I don't know who leaked the news. Journal event. Evil plus 20L. Congrats. Must be a good guy. Congrats. This journal entry. Evil plus 20L. Congrats. Evil points. Plus 20. Great Xia calendar, June 17th. Cloudy with chance of rain. I finally joined Black Cloud Fortress, a gang of bandits who rob, and kill, and commit every evil deed. Now I'm just a rookie bandit, but honestly, this place feels way better than the manor. Everyone here is talented, and they talk nice too. I really like it here. Journal event. Evil plus 20. After reading the journal, Luo Hong suddenly understood. So that's how it is. The rumors Deshaun spread earlier ended up giving me a terrible reputation among the people, and this booklet raises my evil points just from infamy alone. Not only that, seems like the booklet is a bit delayed in response to. I need to spend these points before it realizes I've fallen out with Deshaun. Might as well use them now. Right now, if I redeem fast enough, maybe the booklet's deduction won't catch up. I might even get a surprise. That could help me escape this place. Wishful thinking. But when Luo Hong opened the reward pool, he was dumbfounded. Grand prize, Eternal Demon Body. Cost 1 million evil points to redeem. First prize, Undying Evil Soul. Cost 100,000 evil points. Second prize, Complete Tier Heaven Evil Arts. Dark Knight Doctrine. Consolation. Already redeemed. Requires 10,000 evil. Third prize, Tier Evil Spell. Thousand Hand, Evil Buddha. Requires 1,000 evil points. Even the last consolation prize was marked as already redeemed. Luo Hong was completely messed up by these bandits. June 17th. Joined Black Cloud Fortress. Reward pool updates every 5 days. After redeeming last time, tomorrow will be the 5th day. Luo Hong exited the booklet space, full of grievance, and chose to lie down again. Utterly frustrated, he thought maybe he could at least get another consolation prize. Now he can only hope for better luck tomorrow, assuming they even let him live until then. Just then, footsteps approached. Luo Hong turned in terror. A man in black appeared, holding a sword, glaring at him like a vicious wolf. Do you like venomous women? No matter how seductive they look, they'll never hide the poison inside. Under the full moon's light, Deshaun was sound asleep after a night with the blood spirit concubine, but the beauty beside him was wide awake. After dressing herself, she began to chant quietly. Rest easy, my lord. I love you so much, I'll make sure to deal with you last. With a sinister look, she walked out. She arrived at the stronghold's main hall. The bandits were already dead drunk. They had no idea danger was approaching. One bandit was chatting with the 7 fairies in his dream, when he suddenly felt himself floating. His breathing also became difficult. Instinctively, he opened his eyes, only to hear a wet squelch. Blood Spirit Lady had ripped out his heart. The searing pain jolted him awake. But it was already too late. Blood Spirit Lady opened her mouth and began draining his essence. The bandit's body dried up at a visible speed. In the end, only a skin-wrapped skeleton remained. Blood Spirit Lady licked her bloody lips, looking unsatisfied. Just then, a voice rang out. Did you all hear? The Dolly Temple dogs seem to have noticed our movements lately. Blood Spirit Lady snapped. This is all your fault for making a mess. And you still have the nerve to talk? The scholar gave an awkward laugh. Come on, don't be mad. Spirit Lady, Blood Spirit Lady said. Amping County is thousands of miles from the capital. As long as we disguised ourselves as scattered rogue cultivators, they wouldn't suspect us being part of the demonic sect. The brute laughed. But massacring villages feels so damn good. Once I start killing, I just can't stop. Only after wiping out every witness do I feel satisfied. Blood Spirit Lady sighed. In any case, Dolly Temple has now raised the alert around Amping County. If you want to die, that's your business. But I'm still stuck in the 9th rank, gathering fiend realm. If we really run into those temple dogs, I won't stand a chance. So from now on, I plan to lay low for a while. After all, I was just chosen by the demonic sect. I've got a bright future ahead of me. I don't plan on dying in vain. Just then, a bandit was woken up by their conversation. Damn it. Can't even sleep in peace. Blood Spirit Lady moved with a step, instantly appearing behind the man. 2 sharp slashes. Blood splattered everywhere. The scene turned into a living hell. One bandit had already woken up earlier and witnessed the whole thing. He shouted in terror. Wake the hell up, all of you. Something terrible's happening. But before he could finish, Blood Spirit Lady crushed his heart. At that moment, the other bandits began waking up. All of them were terrified, speechless by the sight. Blood Spirit Lady gave a wicked smile. Stop struggling. Everyone in this stronghold, including Deshawn, won't live through tonight. At that, the scholar asked, Blood Spirit Lady, you broke through to rank 8? How did that happen? Haven't we been laying low all this time? How did you level up instead? Blood Spirit Lady chuckled darkly. You probably don't know. There's a bandit gang near Amping County. The brute was confused. Bandits? So what? The scholar asked. What do they have to do with your breakthrough? Blood Spirit Lady nodded. That bandit gang has really grown in strength. They even have a rank 8 guarding them. The local authorities can't do a thing to them. More importantly, they don't just rob. They're just as ruthless when killing. They're not much different from us. Truly, a group of talented individuals. The brute was furious. Bullshit. They don't deserve to be compared to me in killing. The scholar snapped impatiently. You idiot. Is that what you meant? He turned to Blood Spirit Lady. You joined them, didn't you? Then just played along in secret? Blood Spirit Lady nodded again. That's right. I observed them for a long time. Turns out they're the perfect cover for me. First off, even if they've made some noise, in the eyes of the court of justice, they're still nothing. So the authorities are far less wary of them compared to true cults. Second, their bloodlust is very real. Every few days they go out on a raid. They won't stop until dozens are dead. So all I need to do is trail behind them, secretly pick a few corpses, and absorb their blood essence. That's enough. The two suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Blood Spirit Concubine continued. What's interesting is, ever since I joined these bandits, thanks to regular blood absorption, my demonic energy has grown faster than when I was alone. Before long, I reached the threshold of grade 8. The big guy cursed in shock. Seriously? That's a thing. Blood Spirit, are you guys still recruiting? I want to join too. The scholar asked. Ling Ji, in the fortress, no one noticed you've reached grade 8. Blood Spirit chuckled. That leader only sees me as his precious darling. He's too busy doting on me to doubt anything, let alone suspect me. The scholar was pissed, but that anger reeked of jealousy. I'm gonna go skin that bastard alive. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Luo Hong finally got a clear look at the man in front of him, and let out a heavy sigh of relief. Oh, it's you. Scared the hell out of me. I thought Deshawn and his crew lost patience, and decided to kill first, ask later. Too bad they won't get the chance now. At that moment, Zhao Donghan dropped to his knees with a thud. Luo Hong was thrown off again. Now what the hell is this? Zhao Donghan spoke in a heavy tone. I deserve death 10,000 times over. I was foolish. I actually doubted you, young master. Please forgive me. Luo Hong lit up at that. Oh, never mind. This young master is nothing if not magnanimous. You showing up to rescue me was already a surprise. Zhao Donghan perked up and said, What do you mean, young master? Weren't you the one who told me to come save you? Luo Hong suddenly felt a bad premonition. This guy's imagination is running wild again. Zhao Donghan gritted his teeth. To think, these bastards dared lock you up in a place like this. They deserve death tenfold. Young master, step back. He drew his sword as he spoke, and slashed hard at the cell door. The iron door shattered with a crash. Zhao Donghan handed his sword to Luo Hong. Young master, we shouldn't stay here. Let's get out of here first. Luo Hong snorted coldly. He took the sword and said firmly, Since you're here, Lao Zhao, this can't end just like that. Back at the hall of the mountain stronghold, it had turned into a sea of blood, but one lone survivor remained. He walked step by step, leaving bloody footprints behind, muttering under his breath, Must report to the boss, quickly. But their boss was still in dreamland, battling the Duke of Zhou's daughter for 300 rounds. Suddenly, the bedroom door was slammed open. Dishan was furious and ready to shout, but when he saw the bloody figure in the doorway, his anger instantly turned to fear. He rushed forward and caught the dying bandit. What happened? Who did this to you? Was it Luo Hong? Did he break free? Speak. The bandit groaned in pain. Boss, go to the main hall. And then he breathed his last. Dishan growled through clenched teeth. Unforgivable. That damned Luo Hong. Just you wait. I'm sending you straight to hell. Back to Luo Hong's side. He and Zhao Donghan had just left the dungeon. And speaking of which, you usually seem so honest. How did you get so clever this time? You realized I was actually asking you to come assist me. Zhao Donghan chuckled. Young master, you flatter me. If it weren't for how subtly you hinted it, my pig brain might not have caught on at all. Luo Hong put on a testing expression now, and asked deliberately, what hint did I give you? Zhao Donghan smiled knowingly. When you knocked me off that cliff, I really thought you were turning evil for real. But when your sword flew toward me, I started doubting that thought. Because I didn't get what you were doing. You knew I was immune to blades, but then I remembered the question you asked me on the way up the mountain. You said you were about to become a murderous bandit, and asked why I had no reaction. Back then I said, no matter what you do, I believe you're acting in the name of justice, for the sake of justice. So with that, I stabbed your sword into the cliff wall to save myself. Luckily, that's what kept me alive. Otherwise, even with my iron bone realm, falling from that height would have turned me into a pancake. And when you gave me the sword, that was your cue for me to assist you, right? You must have been afraid of alerting them. So you decided to infiltrate first and gain their trust. Throwing your own weapon off the cliff in front of Dishan was not only to help me survive, but also to lower Dishan's suspicion. Once their guard was down, we could attack from inside and outside in one sweep. Young master, your strategy was brilliant. But I wondered, since your goal was to eliminate these villains for justice, and you clearly hinted that to me already, why did you still choose this? You must know. There's no way you could do this alone, especially after throwing away your sword. You couldn't even use sword chi anymore. So I thought, when should I come in to assist you? In the end, I figured, I'll wait until midnight. By then, you'd probably have it under control. Sure enough, just as I expected. When I sneaked in earlier, aside from a few scattered guards, I made it through without a hitch. And once I reached the main hall, I saw all the bandits drunk unconscious. That must have been your doing too, right? Luo Hong was speechless. I knew this guy would overthink it, but I didn't expect this much overthinking. Still, Luo Hong reconsidered. The bandits probably drank until nightfall. That's why they were all passed out now. Well, that saves me the trouble. Might as well send them all off together. While chatting, the two arrived outside the main hall. Zhao Donghan proudly gestured. Young master, take a look. These guys are sleeping like pigs. But in the next second, both their expressions changed. The entire hall had turned into a slaughterhouse. Blood was everywhere. Bodies lay scattered on the ground. Luo Hong asked. Didn't you say they were all sleeping? Why are they all dead now? Zhao Donghan was stunned. I have no idea. They were all fine just now. Luo Hong stepped up to examine a corpse. They just died recently. The bodies are still warm. Each one had their heart torn out. Zhao Donghan said in horror. Young master, some of them looked dried up. Were they drained of all their blood? Who the hell did this? Just then, footsteps echoed. Luo Hong and Zhao both heard it. They immediately tensed up. Dishan burst in with two lieutenants. Even Dishan was stunned by the scene. He spotted Luo Hong among the dead and living, and became even more convinced of his suspicion. Dishan roared with bloodshot eyes. It really was you, you damn brat. Even the third boss was too shocked to speak. The third boss was also so stunned by the scene that he couldn't speak for a long time, because what he saw now was far more terrifying than any raid he'd been on. After a long while, the gang leader examined the bodies underground. Big bro, other than the few guarding outside, everyone else seems to be here. Dishan clenched his silver teeth tightly, forcing himself not to lose control. Zhao Donghan, seeing their expressions. Young master, could they be misunderstanding something? But what he got in return was Dishan's furious roar. This is all you're doing, right? Luo Hong, you've got some nerve. Hearing that, both of them instantly turned pale. Looks like their guess was right. Luo Hong raised his hand, trying to explain something, only to realize his hand was still dripping with blood. He had just been examining corpses after all. Now he just looked guiltier. But no matter how he tried to explain, Dishan clearly wasn't listening anymore, because he trusted his own eyes more than anything. Even your supposedly dead guard is standing here. What more do you have to say? You alone. No way you could have killed all my brothers. I'll tear you to pieces right now. With that, he stepped forward, charging at them like a raging bull. Zhao Donghan went all out to meet the charge. The moment they clashed, terrifying force tore through the surroundings. The shockwave swept toward the onlookers. Luo Hong's face darkened. So this is what a fight between grade 8 looks like. The two clashed locked in a standoff for half a minute, until Zhao Donghan was slightly overpowered, and was sent flying by Dishan. Luo Hong asked with concern, Lao Zhao, are you okay? Zhao Donghan rubbed his sore arm. I'm fine. Thanks for your concern, young master. Then he looked up, only to see Luo Hong running away for dear life. Didn't he just say it'd be a fair fight between Ironbone ranks? Now he's already dipped? The second boss helped Dishan up and said, leave Luo Hong to me and third brother. You deal with the bodyguard in peace. But Dishan refused. He's just as tough as I am. If we fight, who knows how long it'll last. And Luo Hong's full of tricks. I'm worried you two might fall for one. The two bosses looked confused. Then what's your plan, big bro? Only to see Deshawn start running too. I'll leave the guard to you two. Keep him busy as long as you can. I'm going to rip Luo Hong apart. Third boss. Second brother. Why don't you take care of the guard? In response, second boss smacked him on the head. Can you have some dignity? Luo Hong hid behind a chair, peeking out now and then to scan the surroundings, seeing if anyone was chasing him. His inner monologue was already in full rant mode. You brainless brute. Deshawn was instantly enraged. Luo Hong, you brat. Go to hell. Seeing his rage, Luo Hong felt a bit relieved. As expected, he's just a musclehead with no brains. In terms of strength, he might beat me, but in terms of agility, even 10 Deshans are no match for me. To Luo Hong. Deshan's swings looked like a snail crawling. Hurting him was simply impossible. Luo Hong stepped on Deshan's broadsword and taunted mockingly, though he was mocking him. Luo Hong knew Deshan's strength could easily crush him. He only had speed on his side. Now he had to make Deshan lose his mind, drain his stamina, and then find a chance to break his defense. The two exchanged blows for about 15 minutes. Deshan was truly getting pissed. What are you, a monkey? Always jumping around? Do you dare take one strike from me? Luo Hong lifted a finger and waved it lightly, speaking mockingly as he sighed. Xiaodi, how brain-dead must you be to say that? Deshan's teeth ground loudly in rage. He was just about to curse back, but Luo Hong pointed at his own head and said, I thought you were just slow in movement, but turns out your brain's even slower. Deshan couldn't hold back anymore. He started cursing nonstop. Luo Hong was overjoyed. Perfect. Keep it up. Then he continued. Xiaodi, do you know why I killed your men? Deshan gritted his teeth. You admit it? Luo Hong spread his arms and laughed wildly. If you had let me join you, I could have shown you what real evil looks like. But now, you've thrown away that one chance. I had no choice but to kill them, because under your leadership, they weren't even worthy of being villains. Deshan froze for a second, then burst out laughing madly. But there wasn't a trace of emotion in his laugh. Clearly, he had lost it. A person who's lost their mind shows many openings, but their power also becomes terrifying. Deshan slashed at Luo Hong without holding back. This furious strike was beyond his usual level. Unfortunately, no matter how strong he was, he could never match Luo Hong's speed. The mountain cracked apart under Deshan's strike. The move clearly drained him a lot. He glared viciously at Luo Hong standing on the cliff. Too bad he missed that strike. I'd like to see how long you can keep running. He reached for his blade, but suddenly realized it was stuck. He couldn't pull it out right away. Seeing this, Luo Hong drew his sword. He had been waiting for this opening. Now's the time. He unleashed the sword chi art. Deshan shielded his head with both arms. Luo Hong's sword felt like a tickle on his body. Deshan chuckled coldly. Too bad, Luo Hong. Your swordplay is fierce and brutal, but still can't hurt me. Luo Hong was shocked. His prized sword chi art couldn't even break his defense? This won't do. He finally got this chance. He couldn't waste it. Suddenly, something shot out from his sword. Luo Hong felt the surge. It was the same force from when he first awakened his meridians. Clenching his sword tightly, he fused that mysterious power and unleashed a slash. Deshan sensed something was wrong. He panicked instantly, but he was too close. He took the full hit. His body was blown away in an instant, crashing hard into the hall's main doors. Dust filled the air, covering Deshan's figure. It was a while before the dust settled. Deshan knelt on one knee, but behind him was a deep sword gash. Blood was seeping from his face. It was clear that strike had really hurt him. Luo Hong advanced step by step. Deshan's eyes widened. He sensed a terrifying aura, and the source was Luo Hong. Deshan's killing intent vanished instantly, replaced by sheer terror. Inside the Hall of Brotherhood, Zhao Donghan was constantly dodging. If he slowed down even a little, he risked getting caught in the blasts. So all he could do was rely on his not-so-fast speed and his tough body to endure the shockwaves. At that moment, the second boss shouted angrily, Hey third, you trying to bring the whole hall down or what? The third boss snapped back. Why do you still care about that now? That guy, even poisoned, is still a genuine grade 8 cultivator. If we don't use outside help, both of us are dead meat. The second boss fell silent at that, but the flames in the hall weren't staying quiet. They roared and spread out all at once. The second boss sighed. Fine, since the hall's already like this old man might as well lend a hand. He took the flute from his robe and played it. A chilling sound spread across the entire black cloud mountain. Meanwhile outside, Luo Hong was still facing off against Deshan. Suddenly, he heard a flute playing. Calling those crows again? Huh? As soon as he spoke, a black cloud surged in the sky. Thousands of crows glared with blood-red eyes, as if awaiting a command to tear apart everything they saw. Deshan started laughing too. Oh Luo Hong, last time second bro used this spirit crow formation, you only got out thanks to that Confucian's artifact. This time, your guy won't be so lucky. Luo Hong's expression grew grim. He knew Deshan was trying to mess with his mind, but the words weren't wrong. Old Zhao was poisoned. There were explosions just now in the building. Now the crows were here. Could old Zhao really hang on? Zhao Dong'an was barely hanging on, because those two were just shameless. The third boss was also getting frustrated. Second bro, are you serious? If you keep this up, the whole building's done for. Second boss didn't answer, just gave a cold snort. He didn't care one bit. Go, tear that guard down to bones. With that command, The crow swarm went wild. They all dove at Zhao Donghan like maniacs, as if it was either his death or theirs. Compared to the chaos inside the hall, the main battlefield was much quieter, though at some point, a figure had hidden up high, secretly watching the fight unfold. Dishan glanced at the coldly glowing sword in Luo Hong's hand. He started feeling a bit uneasy. For some reason, his hand was trembling. Was he actually afraid of this brat? But what he didn't know was Luo Hong felt the same. His arm had gone numb. What the hell is this sword aura technique? Why does it feel like the veins in his arm were being sliced open? Sure, slashing out sword aura looked cool, and it seemed powerful. But damn, it hurt like hell. Damn it, what the hell have I been training all day? Just then, Dishan tried to sneak away, but Luo Hong caught him. Luo Hong asked, annoyed, what are you doing? Dishan froze for a moment. Yeah, what am I doing, damn it? But the more he thought about it, the more terrified his face became. Was he actually afraid? Afraid of facing this 9th grade weakling, Luo Hong? Just then, a voice came from Luo Hong's chest, but only he could hear it. Detected. The villain is New function Black Eats Black unlocked. Luo Hong was overjoyed. The booklet had a new function, but what the hell is Black Eats Black? Dishan also heard Luo Hong mumbling, and started feeling uneasy again. Did he just say Black Eats Black? At that moment, the booklet replied in a voice only Luo Hong could hear. What can destroy darkness is not only light, but an even deeper darkness. When even villains start fearing you, it means you become the greater evil. Luo Hong instantly understood. Unbelievable. Dishan's actually scared of me? The booklet's voice rang out again. Eliminating villains who fear you does not count as executing justice. You will gain sin points. The more fear the villain has for you, the more sin points you'll earn by eliminating them. Hearing that, Luo Hong nearly grinned ear to ear. So that's how it is. He slowly walked toward Dishan. Dishan's body began to tremble slightly. He saw Luo Hong muttering to himself, and couldn't figure out what he was doing. Was this bastard not bluffing? Was he really trying to black eat black? But I'm an 8th grade martial cultivator. What makes him think he can devour me? And why am I even afraid? Luo Hong said in a deep voice. If you can't figure it out, don't bother. With that pig brain of yours, it's normal you don't understand. After all, humans fear the darkness, precisely because they can't see through it. Dishan was truly scared. He bolted toward his broadsword in desperation. Right now, it was the only thing that could bring him comfort. Unfortunately, Luo Hong was faster. In a flash, he appeared in front of him. Dishan threw a punch with gritted teeth, but unsurprisingly, it hit nothing. Luo Hong had appeared behind him. He raised his longsword high, ready to strike. Faced with a life-or-death crisis, Dishan forcibly lifted his body, shielding his head with both arms to block the attack. But by the time he did that, Luo Hong was already behind him again. This time, he couldn't dodge. His back was pierced by a burst of sword chi. A searing pain tore through his back. But Dishan could do nothing about it. He had no choice but to take it. His body crashed to the ground. Luo Hong frowned. His arm still ached badly. It felt like something inside had been forced open. Dishan seemed to notice Luo Hong's condition. He chuckled coldly. I've heard 9th grade sword cultivators are called the Sword Chi Realm. Though they can release sword chi now, their meridians are still fragile, since they've just opened them up. So they can at most unleash 2 or 3 sword chi attacks. And while your sword technique is brutally fierce, the stronger the sword chi, the heavier the toll on your body, right? Luo Hong looked at his sword, confused. Is that true? Dishan grinned wickedly. That means your body probably can't release any more sword chi. Am I right? Luo Hong looked a bit speechless, then shrugged innocently. How terrible. You actually figured it out. Dishan growled. You damn brat. You were bluffing after all. Cur. Go to hell. Luo Hong's eyes turned sharp as Dishan charged at him. He generously sent out another sword chi. No double clicks 666 needed. Dishan was instantly sent flying. Then he crashed down like a pile of dog crap. Clutching his throbbing head, he cursed through clenched teeth. You actually managed to pull off another one? That one lasted long enough, damn. Hearing that, Luo Hong flopped onto the ground. He groaned nonstop. Nope, I'm done. Totally wiped out this time. I got nothing left. Dishan yelled. Quit messing with me, damn it. Lying there, Luo Hong chuckled. I already told you, didn't I? Believe it or not, up to you. I'm just gonna lie here and rest. Dishan froze at that. He wanted to gamble, but didn't dare. For a while, he just stood there, weighing his options. Luo Hong kept mocking him. If you're gonna keep standing there like a tree, I might as well fall asleep. That pissed Dishan off big time. There was no need to weigh anything now. Screw it. I'm going all in tonight. If you've got the guts, keep swinging. Let's see how many times you've got left. With that, he charged at Luo Hong. Seeing him actually rush forward, Luo Hong was overjoyed. Inside the hall, feathers were flying everywhere. Clearly, a fierce battle had just taken place. The third boss said, that's enough, right, second bro? Looks like this guy's about done. The second boss scoffed. Even if the Ironbone realm claims to be impervious to blades, normal weapons can't hurt him. But our spirit crows on Black Cloud Mountain aren't just for show. Each one was raised on cultivator flesh and blood. Their killing power far exceeds ordinary blades. And with your blood-rending poison gas, it's a bane to cultivators. Once the poison gets in, the more they circulate their energy, the faster the poison multiplies. and if he doesn't circulate his energy to protect himself, then there's no way he can resist the crows. In the end, it's still a dead end. What's laughable is, Luo Hong actually thought he was clever. He snuck into our camp first, then went through all that trouble to sneak his guard in too, hoping to use him to defeat Big Bro and take over. But he never imagined his helper wouldn't even make it to Big Bro and would already be dead and gone. And the reason for his failure? Just one. He never realized that if Black Cloud Camp didn't have ways to survive, how could we last this long with just one grade 8? As he spoke, he burst into mad laughter. After a moment, the third boss said, "Second bro, go take a look." From the sound of things just now, Luo Hong's probably been torn apart by Big Bro. The second boss glanced back at Zhao Donghan, buried in a sea of crows, and sighed with pity. Too bad Luo Hong can't see this. To see just how miserable his most loyal guard died, the third boss chuckled in agreement. Then the two of them started heading out. But just then, a blinding light burst out from the hall. They turned around in shock. Both had looks of utter disbelief. Wait, he's still alive. The crow swarm slowly parted. Someone stepped out from within. The third boss was stunned. What's with that aura? He's grade 8 too. But why does his aura feel way stronger than Big Bro's? Could he have broken through to peak grade 8? The second boss snapped. Can't you see the blood energy rising off him? That's not Ironbone Realm anymore. That's the Bloodburst Realm, grade 7. The third boss was too stunned to speak. You gotta be kidding me. Grade 7 Bloodburst Realm? Was he hiding his strength this whole time? The second boss said seriously, "Stay calm. If that's really the case, then why the hell was he getting beaten like a dog earlier? From what I see, this brat either used some cultivation technique to temporarily boost his power, or took some kind of elixir. But even so, he's already been poisoned with blood split venom. Doing this will only worsen the poison. It's nothing but killing the chicken for its eggs. I'll stall him for now. Then we'll regroup with the boss." With that, he ordered the crows to attack again. Zhao Donghan snorted coldly, releasing the full might of the sheer pressure alone made even the emotionless crow flock freeze up. But that wasn't all. With a powerful roar from Zhao Donghan, all the crows were blasted away. The second in command cursed. How can a 7th grade be this terrifying? Then came Zhao Donghan's chilling voice. I, Zhao Donghan, as the personal guard of young Master Luo Hong. No, as the commander of the Luo family guards under the Great Xia Empire, swear this. If anything happens to my young master today, I'll flatten your Black Cloud Mountain. He stomped forward. The floor cracked beneath his foot. In an instant, Zhao Donghan was right before the two. The second in command couldn't believe his ears, let alone what was happening before his eyes. But deep down, he knew their Black Cloud stronghold had pissed off someone they should never have messed with. Back to Luo Hong. In just a brief moment, the ground was littered with sword slashes, but compared to the wounds on Dishan, they were barely anything. Dishan sneered in pain. You little bastard. Come on, keep slashing if you dare. Luo Hong stabbed his sword deep into the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. Relax. I haven't even started for real yet. The two stood locked in a tense standoff. After that intense battle, they were both running on fumes. Dishan mocked. Luo Hong, stop pretending. Your biggest backup, that 8th grade bodyguard, he's either poisoned to death, or already rotted into bones. And you alone. No way you can take the 3 of us. Luo Hong replied calmly. Old D, you really shouldn't underestimate old Zhao. Dishan frowned. What do you mean? Then, in a flash, 2 bodies slammed in front of him. The second and third bosses of Black Cloud Stronghold. Dishan stared at them in disbelief. Their chests were sunken in. Clearly, both were dead. Dishan trembled all over. Whether from fury or terror, you didn't even know. Luo Hong had just snapped back to reality. He spoke instinctively. Old Zhao, you're here. Dishan immediately sensed danger. Zhao Donghan was already behind him. Zhao gathered all his chi into his arm and unleashed a devastating punch. Dishan, blood rushing to his head, gritted his teeth and punched back. But 8th grade was still a tier below. The moment their fists collided, Dishan's right arm exploded. Clutching his shattered limb, he backed away fast. But Zhao gave him no chance to escape. He instantly followed with another punch. Dishan's eyes widened. He knew he couldn't dodge this one. Just as he thought he'd join his fallen brothers, Zhao Donghan's fist stopped, less than a finger's length from his chin. Both froze for a second, unsure why Zhao held back. But Zhao Donghan's jaw clenched tightly. His body began to tremble. Then suddenly he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Luo Hong cried out in disbelief, hoping he was seeing wrong. But reality said otherwise. Zhao Donghan's face turned ghostly pale. The poison had spread throughout his entire body. So close. He was just one step away from killing Dishan. And then, he collapsed helplessly. It was unclear whether he was dead or alive. Seeing this, Dishan suddenly laughed. His smile grew wider, growing more and more maniacal. You really are one loyal dog. With that, he kicked him hard. Zhao Donghan's body flew like a sandbag. But Dishan still wasn't satisfied. You've clearly been poisoned, and you still dare forcefully raise your cultivation. If you're so eager to die, then let me send you on your way. But just then, a flash of cold light streaked past, and Luo Hong pierced straight through Dishan's chest. He'd let his guard down. He actually forgot Luo Hong still had strength left to counterattack. He turned back and glared at Luo Hong, full of hatred. Luo Hong sneered. Let me be the one to send you off. Dishan felt truly awful in that moment. That feeling of life slipping away was all too real. He roared in agony, eyes bulging, and, ignoring the damage to his body, twisted around and punched Luo Hong. Luo Hong was blasted away like a cannonball, slamming hard into the mountainside. He clutched his splitting skull. He never expected Dishan to go this insane. Dishan sealed his own heart meridian. Luo Hong, you brat. I'm not that easy to kill, and even if I die, I'll make sure I avenge my brothers before I go. Luo Hong glared coldly at him. That guy had taken a ton of damage. He was running on fumes. He shouldn't last much longer. Though to be fair, Luo Hong wasn't much better off. His Dantian's energy and the sword aura in his meridians were nearly depleted. All he could do now was drag it out, then wait for the right chance to finish him off. With that in mind, Luo Hong grinned darkly. Dishan glared at him in fury. What the hell are you laughing at? Luo Hong replied. I'm just laughing that you still think you're avenging your brothers. Have you lost your mind? If it weren't for your dumb decisions, they wouldn't have died for nothing. Dishan growled through clenched teeth. What did you say? Luo Hong chuckled. I clearly offered you a straight and prosperous path earlier. If you'd just chosen differently, you wouldn't be stuck as some lowly bandit. You could have led them to better lives. But too bad. The saddest thing about people is knowing what's right, but still choosing the wrong thing anyway. Dishan froze when he heard that. He turned his head with difficulty and saw the corpses of second and third bro and the fallen men they once led. Was all of this really his doing? Or rather, was it all because of one bad choice? Dishan clenched his jaw tight. No, it's not my fault. It's all that bastard's fault. Every single bit of it. It's all because of him. If that damn bastard hadn't gotten interested and decided to join Black Cloud Camp, none of this would have happened today. Dishan growled. The lower class fears the powerful. The middle class clings to the powerful. And the upper class is the powerful. You said that, didn't you? Well, I ain't afraid of any bullshit authority. Nor do I suck up to them. With that, he threw a punch toward Luo Hong. But no matter how many punches he threw, not a single one landed on Luo Hong. No matter how fierce the force behind them, even if they could shatter mountains. Against Luo Hong's bizarre footwork, it was all in vain. Just then, Dishan noticed his great saber. He grabbed the hilt with one hand, and with all his strength, he actually managed to slowly pull it out. But the cost was worsening his injuries, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Luo Hong was stunned, but he couldn't stop him in time. Dishan said in a deep voice, Listen up, Luo Hong. I'd rather be a bandit killing and looting for life than become one of those damn nobles who chew people up and spit out bones. That's my choice. With that, he hurled his broadsword at Luo Hong. Luo Hong's shadow step was instantly triggered. Seeing the blade closing in, Luo Hong knew this was his final chance. He stepped onto the flying blade, using the tip of his foot to redirect its arc in midair. With another push, he sent the broadsword right back at Dishan. Dishan, already at his limit, managed to react mentally, but his body refused to obey. He could only watch as the sword plunged into his own body, pinning him to the cliffside. Luo Hong could barely stand either. Just then, the booklet's voice sounded. Target villain confirmed dead. Eliminating target has earned you 50 sin points. Luo Hong's eyes lit up. 50 sin points. Double that, and it's a clean 100. Guess this whole ordeal wasn't for nothing. With that thought, he dashed forward, ready to claim those sin points. Dishan was gasping hard, his gaze growing more and more lifeless. But what could he do? All that was left was to die. Just then, a beam of light shot in, blocking the space between them. Luo Hong blinked. What the hell is this? Shuling Ji appeared between them out of nowhere. No idea what she wanted at this point. Dishan gasped in surprise. Beauty, you're still alive? Luo Hong recognized her face and frowned. It was that woman, the one who'd molested him earlier. Dishan went on. Didn't think you were a cultivator too. Why didn't you ever tell me? But whatever. Hurry up and kill Luo Hong for me. You saw it. This bastard slaughtered all our brothers. He must die today, no matter what. Take revenge for the gang. Shuling Ji smiled sweetly. Don't worry, my king. I'll handle Luo Hong for you. But, Dishan grew impatient. But what? But what? Hurry up. I want to see him die with my own eyes. But her reply was death by the hands he trusted most. She ripped his heart out. Dishan stared at Shuling Ji in disbelief. Even at death's door, he couldn't understand why she did this. He'd never wronged her. He loved her to the core, for God's sake. But now it was too late to ask why. What a pity. He had no time left to find out. Luo Hong stared in shock at the scene. That move, he'd seen it before. His expression shifted from dazed to horrified, with a hint of deep regret. He shouted Dishan's name in anguish. Shuling Ji looked puzzled. Was this kid out of his mind? Then Luo Hong erupted. You damned woman. Who the hell told you to kill him? I had a full 100 sin points lined up, and you ruined it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Where the hell did this crazy woman even come from? Dishan was mine to kill, and she just went and snatched it from me. Luo Hong pounded the ground in frustrated rage. Shuling Ji just stood there watching him throw a tantrum for a while. Then she smiled and said, I've long heard that young Master Luo is noble and upright. Now that I've seen it for myself, you really do live up to the name. Luo Hong glared at her with venom from head to toe. This damn woman, still saying that crap right now. Righteous heart. How about acting human for once? Shuling Ji continued. Whether you despise me for stealing your moment, or just wanted to defeat Dishan with honor, and carry out justice with your own hands. But none of that matters now. As she spoke, She reached into Dishan's chest and drew out the last of his blood essence, then absorbed it into herself. Once she finished, the blood spirit concubine let out a crazed laugh. Because you're about to die here too, and I'll live on in your place. Luo Hong felt her aura. That's demonic energy? All of Black Cloud Mountain was ablaze. In a forest not far away, the Dali Temple envoy, Feng Zheng, said, "This just got serious. Demonic energy. Who would have thought a cultist would show up here?" I was just relieved seeing Luo Hong's guard faking death, thinking we wouldn't need to act. Never expected a big fish to appear last minute. If we keep hiding now, Luo Hong's really in danger. Envoy Ziwei replied. Calm down. No wonder Lord Luo Foam always scolds you. When will you fix that hot temper of yours? Don't you think something's off here? Why would a demonic cultivator suddenly appear in the camp? Or has he been hiding here all along? If he's been hiding, why choose tonight to reveal himself? On the exact day Luo Hong entered the camp, Feng Zheng said. So you're saying, this demonic cultivator's target is Luo Hong. Righteous and evil never mix. Isn't it normal for him to attack Luo Hong? Ziwei slapped her forehead in frustration. He schemed for so long hiding here, just to throw it all away fighting Luo Hong. Use your brain, will you? Even if that were the case, what's his escape plan after revealing himself? Luo Hong obviously won't let him go, and even those bandits won't side with a cultist. Besides, Luo Hong's guard and the Black Cloud Chief are both grade 8 cultivators. This cultist's aura might be strong, but it's definitely not stronger than grade 8. What guts does he have to face 2 grade 8s at once? Not to mention, we even sensed a grade 7 aura earlier. Did you forget? Whichever side it's from, now that he's revealed himself, you sure we can? Feng Zheng suddenly looked troubled. Then what do we do now? Waiting here doesn't help either. Before we came, the Lord clearly ordered us to make sure nothing happens to Luo Hong. Ziwei shot him an annoyed look. What would you do without me, huh? Comrade Feng Zheng. As she spoke, she pulled something from her robe. A flying sword message talisman. I brought it just in case before we left, though I hate to admit it. But at this point, we can only call Lord Luo Feng here personally. Feng Zheng looked at the sword. Let's hope he makes it in time. While Luo Hong's still breathing, he placed his hand over Ziwei's, and together they activated their energy. The sword began to hum and tremble, and then shot down the mountain like a bolt of lightning. Back inside the camp, Luo Hong stared hard at the woman before him. He couldn't believe it. This woman was a cultist? Didn't that deadbeat Luo Feng say the bandits had no ties to cultists? Now this woman not only wants to kill him, but even said she'd live on in his place? Everything was getting so confusing. Wait a sec. Dishan's corpse. It was already shriveled like a dry husk. Did this woman suck all his blood out? The more he thought, the clearer it became. So that's it. The massacre in the hall earlier. That was you too, wasn't it? The blood spirit concubine admitted it freely. Took you long enough to figure it out. But so what? You're going to die anyway. Luo Hong cursed inwardly. Shit. Dishan already drained me dry. If this woman really goes for the kill, I won't stand a chance. At that moment, the blood spirit concubine said, honestly, I actually kind of admire you. Back on the bridge, even though I knew you were bluffing Dishan and the others, just being able to say those things already showed you're different from that group of losers. It's just a shame if you'd had more time to grow, you'd definitely become someone formidable. Luo Hong was speechless. Being acknowledged by a demonic cultivator actually made him a little proud. Shuling Ji continued. Too bad you won't live to see that day. She was about to strike. Luo Hong quickly shouted. Wait, I don't know what grudge you have with Black Cloud Stronghold, but since you killed them, that means you're their enemy. Well, I'm their enemy too. So an enemy of my enemy is a friend, right? Besides, maybe you don't know this, but I'm actually a demonic cultivator too. A super evil villain, in fact. So we're on the same side, right? Aren't we? Demonic cultivators are suppressed by all the empires anyway, so we have to stick together. But no matter how fancy Luo Hong's words were, to Shuling Ji, he was a gentleman radiating pure righteous energy. She giggled softly. Luo Hong asked, confused. What are you laughing at? Shuling Ji replied bitterly. I just think what you said was really beneath your level. You, Luo Hong, calling yourself a demonic cultivator? Let me ask you this. 4 days ago, on June 13th, the Dali Temple envoy suddenly arrived in Anping County and dragged the so-called Paragon of Justice, aka you, into custody. They charged you with conspiring with dark forces, but that very night, they released you. The Dali Temple dogs are notorious for killing the innocent just to be safe. You're the first they've ever let go. Then 2 days later, we suddenly received news that young Master Luo was joining us bandits. Looking at all this together, you still dare claim to be a demonic cultivator? Even if you said it, I wouldn't believe it. Luo Hong was on the verge. He really did come here to be a bandit. Damn that Dali Temple. They ended up ruining all of my plans with their interference. Shuling Ji continued. Maybe you did come here to turn bandit. Maybe even to take over and replace the boss. But that's not the full truth. Because the root of it all starts with your dealings with the Dali Temple, and anyone involved with them can only mean dark forces. Luo Hong was stunned. Does she seriously think I was sent here to take her out? This coincidence is way too ridiculous, Shuling Ji said. So basically, you came to Black Cloud Stronghold because you accepted a secret mission from Dali Temple that night. You're here undercover to investigate dark sects, aren't you? Luo Hong completely broke down. She actually guessed it right. Shuling Ji saw him go silent. Enough. No need to keep acting. I don't know when I got exposed. But Dali Temple sending you was their biggest mistake. So-called symbol of justice. Go to hell. Luo Hong nearly collapsed. What the hell is even happening here? Is everyone in this world just built to jump to conclusions? And what's most despairing isn't her strength. It's her overpowered imagination. Is there no normal person in this world? Since arriving in this world, I finally get how it works here. This is a world where everyone is a headcanon monster. Doesn't matter if they're good or evil, noble or peasant. They'll all interpret your actions in the best light possible. Even when you say straight to their face, I'm a demonic cultivator, they still spin it into something else. No wonder the villain manual said, from today onward, strive to... And I used to think being a villain was easy. But now I get it. In this world, being a villain is hell-level difficulty. Forget it. Since it's come to this, I'll just go with the flow. Luo Hong glanced up at the sky. The moon was almost at its peak. Time to gamble. With that thought, Luo Hong suddenly smiled. Blood Spirit Concubine frown. You're laughing. Have you finally accepted your fate? Luo Hong sighed. That's right. I've accepted it. I really was sent by the Dali Temple to investigate cultists in Black Cloud Camp. You were absolutely right. Lately, villages around Anping County have been getting massacred. The Dali Temple believes it's the work of cultists, but we hadn't found any solid leads. So we turned our focus to Black Cloud Mountain. We suspected they were working with cultists, joining forces in the attacks. Blood Spirit Concubine said regretfully. So you were just suspecting. Luo Hong nodded. Exactly. I didn't think the intel was reliable either. I wasn't planning to come, but I had no choice. After all, I'm the model of justice. So you get it now, right? Killing me does you no good. They weren't even sure there were cultists here. But if I die, what was once uncertain will become a confirmed case. On the other hand, I could go back and cover for you. Say there were no cultists here at all. Erase the suspicion completely. As for Deshawn and the bandits you killed, I'll take the blame for all of it. With that, we both get what we want. Isn't that the best outcome possible? Hearing this, the Blood Spirit Concubine hesitated. She started weighing the deal in her mind. Luo Hong saw her wavering, and was secretly thrilled. He pressed again. What do you say? But Blood Spirit Concubine shook her head. If I were just an ordinary cultist, I probably would have said yes. Luo Hong's heart skipped a beat. A terrible feeling swept over him. What do you mean by that? Blood Spirit gave no answer. She simply walked slowly toward him. Luo Hong was startled. Calm down. Think carefully. If I die, the Dali Temple won't let this go. Maybe you've never fought them before, but you have no idea how terrifying they are. Take Luo Feng, the one sent this time. His cultivation is unfathomable, even if you're at grade 8 now. To him, killing you would be like squashing an ant. Unfortunately, despite all Luo Hong said, the Blood Spirit Concubine still showed no intent to stop. Her blood-red eyes glared at him, and without a hint of hesitation, she lunged. She grabbed Luo Hong by the neck. He didn't even see her move, and was instantly trapped. Still, Luo Hong refused to give up. He managed to squeeze out. What are you doing? I'm the only one who can save you. Don't you get it yet? The Blood Spirit Concubine gave a chilling grin. You're not wrong. You really are my only way out. And like I said earlier, it's not so you can cover for me. It's so I can fully replace you and live on. With that, her hand moved toward his heart. But in that critical moment, Luo Hong's shadow step activated on its own. He kicked away her clawed hand and leapt backward in one motion. But the Blood Spirit Concubine was faster. In the blink of an eye, she was behind him. A cold glint slashed out. Thankfully, Luo Hong dodged just in time and kept his head. Only his hair crown was knocked off. The Blood Spirit Concubine saw she'd missed. A bit surprising, I must admit. Your movement technique is quite something. I've seen you use it so many times, yet I still can't figure out the pattern. But for such a powerful technique, I assume it drains your true energy heavily? Tell me, Luo Hong, how many more times can you use it? Luo Hong smiled bitterly. That was really the last time. No matter how much stamina I have, I'm not some freak who takes no damage. Blood Spirit Lady didn't hold. She directly cast the Blood Spirit Rebirth Curse. Countless ghosts and lunged straight at Luo Hong. Luo Hong had no way to dodge. He could only shield his head. Maybe the protagonist aura kicked in. He was only sent flying, but didn't die from the attack. Blood Spirit Lady giggled. Looks like you really can't use that technique anymore. Well then, she said as her hand began to melt, forming chains that shot toward Luo Hong. Luo Hong was tightly bound. What the hell is all this crap? Cut it out already. Blood Spirit Lady said. Don't be so hasty. I quite like the pretty little body of yours. I'd hate to damage it. Luo Hong snapped angrily. Then what are you trying to do? And what was all that cryptic stuff earlier? Live on for me. What are you really up to? Blood Spirit Lady thought for a moment and said, well, at this point, I suppose I can tell you. She lifted Luo Hong's chin. The evil cultivation technique I practice is called Blood Spirit Rebirth. It refines demonic energy by consuming human blood essence. While it's incredibly destructive, more importantly, it allows me to possess another's body and reincarnate into a new life. Luo Hong's brain buzzed. Possession? This damn woman, huh? So all that talk was just her way of saying, she wants to take over my body? Blood Spirit Lady laughed. That's why I said, sending you here was the Dolly Court's biggest mistake, even if I escaped this place. There's no guarantee I could evade them forever, but if I drain this entire mountain village, then report back as you. Credit for wiping out the bandits and evil cult would go to Luo Hong. With that kind of achievement under your name, they'd never believe that I'm the evil one they've been hunting, and from then on, I can live without fear, killing from the shadows with ease. It's killing two birds with one stone. So you see, the Dolly Court sending you was a tremendous gift for me. Luo Hong frowned deeply. Quite the scheme you've cooked up. I must say, you're a passable villain. Blood Spirit Lady narrowed her eyes. Even now, you're still so calm? Luo Hong chuckled. But don't get ahead of yourself. This Luo Hong's life might carry a burden too heavy for you. Blood Spirit Lady was startled by his words, but quickly masked her reaction. Still talking tough? Fine, then. Let's see for ourselves, just what your life really tastes like. She prepared to possess Luo Hong. Luo Hong panicked. But how could he resist? His consciousness began to fade. Blood Spirit Lady whispered, stop resisting. Give your body completely to me. Just as Luo Hong was about to black out, he clenched his eyes shut and roared, snapping himself awake. You damn woman. You stole my prey. Ruined my sin points. And now you want to steal my body too? Blood Spirit Lady sneered coldly. But your consciousness is surprisingly tough. Luo Hong gritted his teeth. You're pushing it too far. I, Luo Hong, am destined to become a supreme villain. The man who'll make the whole world bow. My life. Do you think you're worthy of it? As his words fell, countless waves of negative energy surged from Luo Hong's body. At this moment, Luo Hong looked more terrifying than a vengeful ghost. Blood Spirit Concubine was utterly shaken. What is this thing? Am I hallucinating? But what's with this evil aura so tangible it feels real? Even I feel like trembling. Just then, Luo Hong heard a strangely familiar voice. Detected. Enemy villain has developed fear of you. Villain devour condition fulfilled. Luo Hong now noticed Blood Spirit Concubine trembling all over. Was she scared of me? So it really is all about aura in a fight. But then her face twisted with desperation, and she pounced on Luo Hong again. A rare opportunity handed down from the heavens. I have to seize it. My future. Luo Hong, just accept your fate already. Luo Hong was truly furious now. This crazy woman has lost it. At that moment, the book's voice rang again. Warning. If the enemy villain succeeds in seizing your body, you will lose ownership of the villain manual. Please stop the enemy villain immediately. Luo Hong roared. You useless piece of trash. You've got time to nag, but can't you freaking help me? But the book remained completely silent. Blood Spirit Concubine. How rare. So even the great young master Luo Hong has a face like this? You're just a mere grade 9. And always putting on that calm, composed act. Go on, keep pretending. Or have you finally given up? Luo Hong didn't even have the strength to reply. His consciousness was fading. But just as he was about to pass out, the book in his arms finally reacted. And in that very instant, Luo Hong's mind cleared up. That familiar voice rang out in his head once more. Special notice. Enemy villain Blood Spirit Concubine has slain villain Dishan and inherited all of Dishan's sins. Luo Hong was speechless. What kind of abstract logic is this? Why bring that up now? But the voice continued. If you eliminate villain Blood Spirit Concubine, you will receive the combined sin value of both. Luo Hong perked up. In other words, I won't lose Dishan's sin value after all. And with the villain devour bonus, that's a huge payout of sin value. But damn it, what's the point now? I'm getting my ass handed to me here. The book's voice continued. New feature. Special notice 2. New feature. Prematurely activated for designated target. He is the protagonist of your diary. You are the villain in his fate. Mark him as a designated target. Any villainous actions related to him will earn double the sin value. Luo Hong completely lost his composure. His body began to tremble slightly. Along with it, the sword stuck in Dishan's body, let out a sharp whooshing sound. Luo Hong's sword flew toward him on its own. Blood Spirit Concubine was startled and quickly rolled off Luo Hong. At that moment, the sword landed squarely in Luo Hong's hand. Blood Spirit Concubine was truly shocked. This brat still has sword chi, but more surprising than that is that he can interrupt my rebirth ritual over and over again. Even if he practices both sword and scholar arts, he's still just a grade 9. He's still just a grade 9 in the end. But considering your loyalty and bravery, you've earned a minor success this time. And the toxins in your body, I've already helped purge them. Though the bloodburst pill helped you in briefly, it also accelerated the spread of the poison. Think more carefully next time. Still, for the young master to kill Dishan Dao alone, while seriously injured. It was truly surprising. The young master's talent is exceptional. Just his initial sword aura burst already surpasses most peak grade level 9s, even among sword cultivators. Perhaps that's why you were able to survive and kill that evil cultivator. With that, he pulled out another bloodburst pill. Take this one. If you ever face danger like that again, take it immediately. Jiadong unbowed. Understood, sir. However, now that the young master's identity has spread via Dali Temple, the future will surely be far more dangerous. I fear I may not always be able to protect him in dire situations. What should we do then? Chun Xiantian shook his head. No need to worry. A spark appeared in his hand when the young master was born. Master Luo took a thread of his life force. He then entrusted him to me. This is that life force. I embedded a piece of my life essence into the young master's heart meridian. If he ever faces mortal danger, it can block a full force strike from any rank below first grade, and I'll immediately arrive thereafter. To reduce his enemy to ashes, Zhao Donghan was visibly relieved, so there was a backup plan in place. I was overthinking it. Qin Xiantian said calmly, better safe than sorry. The young master should have gained new insights from this battle. His cultivation will likely improve. Besides, I sense that Opping County is about to change. With that, he waved his hand, signaling that Zhao Donghan could leave. He then stood alone at the edge of the pavilion, gazing at the gloomy sky, clouds thick as sorrow, reflecting his own troubled heart. After a long silence, Chun Xiantian sighed. Master, at Yushi outside the city, his heart gave no reaction at all. To sever such a delicate bond. Could it be you people? I was too careless. I thought the young master's identity was still safe, surrounded by guards. Just a routine trip to collect rent. There should have been no danger. Have I grown complacent? After so many years in quiet Onping, as he dwelled on it, his aura turned violent. The entire pavilion was reduced to ashes in an instant. No, absolutely not. Even if you want the young master dead, you'll have to get past my sword first. I will see him through storms and lightning. To the day he truly inherits the Luo bloodline. Soon, Luo Hong arrived for the meeting at the pavilion, but seeing the destruction all around, he looked at Qin Xiantian with a bitter face and asked, so this is why you leveled the place? Qin Xiantian coughed awkwardly. Young master is about to come of age. It's time for a renovation anyway. Luo Hong pouted. Fine, whatever. We're rich anyway. But, are you sure it's not because something's bothering you? Chun Xiantian replied. The young master is coming of age. How could I not be delighted? And, the moment you arrived, you assumed I did this, eh? Not Zhao Donghan. You little rascal. When did you realize I had cultivation? Luo Hong scratched his head and laughed. I was just guessing. It's all about aura. You've lived with us for years, and the way you speak and act goes way beyond a butler. Like that time the Dali Temple came to arrest me. That's the Dali Temple, the top law enforcement force of the Great Xia Empire. And us? We're just a small noble house in Opping County. But when you heard the words Dali Court, you didn't react at all. That kind of composure isn't something an ordinary housekeeper would have. Then, at the crisis in the county office, Luo Feng, they were all stunned by an invisible pressure. I vaguely sensed someone had arrived. Just a gut feeling. And the first image that came to mind was you. Later, when I returned from the office, after something so major, having walked through death's door, you, as the housekeeper, should have shown some concern. Chun Xiantian originally had a smug look on his face, but hearing this, his expression instantly changed. Are you trying to provoke me? Luo Hong quickly waved his hand. I wouldn't dare. Then he continued, when I saw you still didn't show up, that confirmed my suspicions. You knew I would be fine. You were confident that even in the hands of the Dali court, I would return safely. This proves you knew that even those officials famed across the land wouldn't dare touch me, because you've already had a word with them. Qin Xiantian nodded with satisfaction. Well-reasoned and thorough. Is that all? Luo Hong continued. Then there's the Sword Chi Manual. To be honest, when Zhao Donghan showed up with that treasured scroll, I immediately knew it was your doing. There's no way he came up with that. And most importantly, after going through Black Cloud's stronghold together, I found out Zhao Donghan is an 8th rank Ironbone cultivator. With that strength, serving as my bodyguard, obeying my every word. If I'm not mistaken now, our estate's guards surely include more than one 8th rank like him. Could any ordinary couple in Opping manage that? Qin Xiantian fell silent for a while, then chuckled. You really are something. Luo Hong grinned and played along. I'm alright I guess. But Chun Xiantian immediately changed his tone. You reaching this stage is only natural. But I'm curious, why did you decide to stop hiding today? Luo Hong solemnly cupped his fist, and then slowly bowed to Chun Xiantian. Qin Xiantian asked in confusion, what's the meaning of this? Luo Hong said, Uncle Chun, this bow is to thank you for years of protection. I vaguely understand. My identity isn't simple. You don't say it, and I won't ask. When the time's right, you'll tell me. But I want to make it clear. I'm no clueless young master. I'm confident I can face the road ahead. Chun Xiantian lovingly patted his head. After hearing those words from you today, I truly feel comforted. Unknowingly, you've really grown up. From your aura, I'd say you've reached 8th rank. Yes? Luo Hong nodded. Yes. I woke up today and felt a surge of power, and realized I'd broken through to 8th rank. Qin Xiantian said, seems this battle gave you some insight into life and death. To cultivate at 8th rank is to strengthen one's foundation. You should now focus on family harmony and solidifying your cultivation. Luo Hong said, I'll keep your teachings in mind, Uncle Chen. Yet a question still lingered. Uncle Chun, ever since you saw me emit pure yang qi, you seem sure I'm a righteous cultivator. Qin Xiantian replied, also, the sword qi technique I taught you, you mustn't slack in practicing it. As he spoke, his body rose into midair. Remember, there are countless paths to cultivation, but only those with clear intent can master it. Luo Hong's eyes widened in awe. Feeling the boundless sword chi radiating from Chun Shantian recited, rising clouds unsheeted, shaking the heavens, cold glint of a blade seeking immortals. This is the supreme path of unyielding courage, the path of a noble man, the way of great destruction. Luo Hong was utterly stunned. The great path of annihilation. Luo Hong was completely stunned. His mouth hung wide open, frozen in shock. As Luo Hong stood dazed, the giggles of the maid snapped him out of it. He glanced around searchingly, asking, "Where's Uncle Chen?" The maid shook her head. "You're the only one here spacing out, young master." Luo Hong snapped. "You saw my embarrassing face. I'm selling the lot of you." The maids immediately burst into tears. "Please no, young master. We didn't mean to." As Luo Hong sensed his sin points rising, he was gleeful inside. So even scaring them raises sin points? Perfect. There are tons of servants here. If I scare one a day. But Luo Hong quickly shot down the idea. "No. Uncle Chun just said we need family harmony. He's my golden goose now. Better not cross him." Just then, one maid timidly asked, "Young master, you're not seriously going to sell us, are you?" Though they spoke softly, Luo Hong still heard them clearly. He waved them off. "Forget it. This young master won't sell you two anymore." The maids fled instantly. Luo Hong sighed. But then he remembered something strange. "Wait. When I slapped little Dohua earlier, I didn't get any sin points." Back in the study, Luo Hong slumped back into his chair, fully relaxed. He let out a satisfied sigh now and then. Nothing beats lounging at home. He looked over the newly generated diary in the book. It was rather amusing. Daxia calendar, June 19th. Clear skies, sunny day. I awoke from sleep. My injuries were mostly healed. Briefly questioned the meaning of life. Entered the book space and found some loot. And broke through to rank 8. It somewhat soothed my broken heart. Had a long, heartfelt talk with Uncle Chin. I moved him to tears. That old bird showed off like a pro. I was genuinely impressed. Swore I'd become someone like him. Back in the courtyard, I diligently trained swordsmanship for half an hour. Then the maid suggested I bathe and change clothes. Heeding Uncle Chin's words, I resolved to unite the family with everyone. I played joyful games for an hour. That night, I told my dear sister Luo Xiao a ghost story and fell into a peaceful sleep. Daxia calendar, June 19th. Clear skies, sunny day. Zhao Li trained sword energy in the courtyard. Judging by Uncle Chen's vibes, he might be a sword cultivator. Naturally, I tried to play to his interests. Had lunch with family at noon. My sister still seemed absorbed in last night's tale. In the afternoon, Zhao Li bathed. I love bathing. Told my sister another story at night. Daxia calendar, June 21st. Sunny turning to cloudy. With the cultural meet drawing close, I added Hu Jishui's name to the list of marked targets. Then entered Heaven and Earth Evil Sect and dug up parts of his plan. Now I'm more confident in finishing him off. Luo Hong stretched deeply. Easy days won't last much longer. Another bloody storm is on the way. He stepped into the courtyard, sword in hand, feeling the sword intense surge. It was like every bone was breaking. However, I've noticed something strange recently. Normally, after each full cycle of sword energy, it should be stored in the sword and released accordingly. But every time I use the sword chi art, a portion of sword energy lingers in the meridians. As that residue builds up, the pain becomes unbearable. Sustained combat becomes impossible. I could only wait for the residual sword energy to naturally dissipate through my meridians. But last night, when I cultivated the evil core using baleful energy, as the energy flowed into my meridians, I was surprised to discover that the baleful energy could actually wrap around the residual sword energy in my meridians, gathering and compressing it continuously. Eventually, as the energy circulated, the sword energy still wrapped, entered into the evil core. I couldn't help but think of a bold idea. What if I wrapped all my sword energy with baleful energy and infused it into the evil core? Luo Hong is a man of action. He channeled all his sword energy, letting it surge into his meridians. But a sharp pain came rushing in, nearly making Luo Hong faint from the agony. All that sword energy packed into the meridians. It hurt like hell. Next came the baleful energy, to wrap the violently flowing sword energy in his meridians. But wrapping this much sword energy took way more baleful energy. Even so, Luo Hong pulled it off. As an 8th rank, he had enough baleful energy to spare. Now he just had to inject it all into the evil core. Luo Hong guided the baleful energy, continuously charging it into the evil core. Once everything was done, Luo Hong was a bit disappointed. There didn't seem to be much change in the core, but he could clearly sense the presence of sword energy inside it. This way, no sword energy would linger in his body, and he wouldn't suffer from post-technique pain anymore. What's even better, the sword energy now hides within the evil core. Even without using sword chi slash, he could store it within his body, like stockpiling power in advance, saving himself the trouble of channeling. Even if it's just one strike, one less time preparing is still, when needed, he could unleash it instantly, just like a hidden weapon, a deadly surprise attack. Luo Hong looked at the smashed rockery in front of him, and nodded in satisfaction. The results weren't bad at all. If only he could store a few more strikes. 2 days later, at Luo Manor, after a few days of training, Luo Hong's cultivation had improved significantly, but so had his appetite. Luo Hong was devouring food at the table, muttering delicious nonstop. Luo Xiao couldn't take it anymore, and muttered, Starving ghost. May you choke and die in your next life. But no matter how softly he spoke, Luo Hong heard. Luo Hong glared at him viciously. Luo Xiaoxiao immediately fled to avoid a beating. After the meal, Luo Hong turned to Chun Xiantian and said, Uncle Chun, I'm heading out today. Chun Xiantian nodded. Feel free, young master. You're about to come of age. No need to ask about everything. After all, you're the rightful master of Luo Manor. Luo Hong was delighted to hear that. Seems like that heart-to-heart talk last time really made Uncle Chun see him differently. Mission accomplished. Now he'd have more freedom in his actions. With that, he called out, Zhao Donghan. Zhao Donghan immediately poked his head in from outside. Luo Hong said, Go prepare the carriage. I'm heading out today. Once Zhao Donghan finished preparations, the two headed out together. As they left, Zhao Donghan asked curiously, Where are we going, young master? Luo Hong replied calmly, To Qinghua Tower. Zhao Donghan freaked out. You're going to a brothel? Luo Hong quickly covered his mouth. Are you trying to die? Don't shout so loud. It's Qinghua Tower, not a brothel, Zhao Donghan exclaimed. Young master, I'm not stupid. Qinghua Tower is a brothel. Just a fancier name. If Uncle Chin finds out you went there, he'll break my leg for letting you go. Luo Hong looked at him in disbelief. How could you look at me like that? Then he pulled out an invitation and waved it in front of his face. If Steward Chin finds out you went to a brothel, he'll probably break my leg when you get back. Luo Hong looked at him in surprise. How could you look at your young master like that? As he spoke, he waved an invitation in front of his face. Take a look for yourself. Zhao Donghan accepted the invitation. He unfolded it curiously. At that moment, Luo Hong said wistfully, As you can see, this is an invitation to a literary gathering. It was originally meant for Jiasadeo. But what does that guy know about literature? After some heartfelt negotiation, he was deeply moved by my literary aura. He passed the invitation to someone more worthy. So this isn't just a visit to a brothel. This is a spiritual collision of literary souls. I won't allow you to tarnish it. Zhao Donghan was completely bamboozled. But what could he say? He was just a brute. He couldn't even read a word to fill a basket. Outside the Luo residence, a carriage was already waiting. The door to Luo mansion slowly opened. A handsome figure emerged. With a crisp snap, Luo Hong opened his folding fan and stepped out wearing sunglasses. His posture full of swagger, he stretched and admired the fine weather, then lazily climbed into the carriage. Just then, he noticed something. A crowd of poorly dressed folks had gathered behind the carriage. When they saw Luo Hong, they started murmuring among themselves. That's really young Master Luo. He's even more handsome in person. They all hurried toward Luo Hong. Young Master Luo, we're villagers from nearby. Your name is well known in our village. The Luo family. We're here to thank you. They held out a chicken toward him. Luo Hong was puzzled until he saw the big hen right in front of his face. An old granny spoke. Young Master Luo, you wiped out the Black Cloud gang. Now we can enter town now, without fear of getting robbed. We waited at your gate for days. Finally, we get to see you. Please take this chicken now, as a small token from our village. Hope you won't mind. Luo Hong froze, then composed himself. He raised his fan and lightly swatted the chicken away from his face. This young master doesn't like chicken. Tell the villagers to stop bringing gifts to Luo Manor. With that, he drove off in a hurry. The villagers stood there, stunned, even after the carriage vanished into the distance. The old granny murmured, that young master, is he really in the carriage? Zhao Donghan asked. Young master, didn't you just praise little Douwa's braised chicken leg this morning? Luo Hong sighed. So now you're too clever, huh? Still, he said, Old Zhao, what kind of person do you think I am? Zhao Donghan answered proudly. A good man with a just heart. Everyone in the manor, and even in Amping County they all think the same. Luo Hong pressed. You really think I'm a good man? Zhao Donghan replied. Of course. You're generous, righteous, always standing up for the weak. If that's not a good man, what is? From the first day I followed you, I knew you had a noble heart. You're the kind of person I admire most. Even if your actions have become more unpredictable lately, and your styles change dramatically, you still uphold the path of chivalry. As long as you follow that path, Zhao Donghan will protect you to the death. Luo Hong listened to Zhao Donghan's heartfelt words. He couldn't deny being moved, but he still teased. Then what if one day I become a villain? Zhao Donghan shook his head firmly. Young master, you never will. I believe in you. Saying that, he cracked the whip hard. The carriage immediately sped up. Perhaps Zhao Donghan's heart wasn't as calm as he seemed. The Qinghua Pavilion, also known as the Red House, was Aping's largest and most luxurious brothel. Scholars and nobles flocked here every day. Its popularity came from one key reason. The reason this place is so popular. Naturally, it's all thanks to the girls inside. Each one is the cream of the crop. At this moment, a guard said, Gentlemen, today Master Hu has booked the Qinghua Pavilion for another literary gathering. Guests may enter with an invitation. Without one, I'm afraid we can't serve you today. Jiasadeo grabbed his waistband with both hands and said apologetically, Madam Wang, I lost my invitation. Could you please let me in? The guard shook his head. That's not allowed, young Master Jia. No invitation, no entry. I can't go against Master Hu's rules, can I? Jiasadeo pleaded. Just let me in. Master Hu will surely recognize me. I'm not lying. He personally delivered the invitation to my door. The guard was growing impatient. Invitation or not? Look at the state you're in. You don't deserve to enter Qinghua Pavilion. Calling you young Master Jia was being polite. Even your father was dealt with by the Court of Justice. And you still think you're a lord of Anping County. Get lost before I call someone to break your legs. Just then, a gentle voice sounded. Let him in. The guard and Jia Sadeo turned curiously toward the voice. They saw Luo Hong slowly stepping out of a carriage. Luo Hong said, young Master Jia is an old acquaintance of mine. Madam Wang, could you grant me this favor? When the guard saw it was Luo Hong, he immediately smiled and walked up. Why, if it isn't young Master Luo? Your first visit, I presume? Also here for Master Hu's literary gathering? Zhao Dong'an took out the invitation and waved it. Of course. Our young master is here to collide. Luo Hong nearly choked on his own breath. Look at you, so uncultured. The guard smiled like a flower. That's wonderful. Our humble place is truly honored today. He gestured with a respectful hand. Master Hu is getting changed. He'll be down shortly. Luo Hong flicked open his folding fan with a snap and strode in proudly. Jia Sadeo covered his face with one hand, hoping Luo Hong wouldn't notice him. Unfortunately, Luo Hong had no intention of letting him off easy. Luo Hong said to the guard, find young Master Jia's seat, food and drink on me. With that, he walked in without looking back. Jia Sadeo was furious. Everything today was thanks to Luo Hong, but he still couldn't do anything to him. Luo Hong and the others were quickly led inside. The room was filled with fragrant incense. Strings softly vibrated. A gentle melody accompanied by a sweet voice, like an Oriole's song, so pleasant to the ear. Yet all of it was completely ignored by the scholars present. They only cared for the beauties in their arms, igniting a fire within them. Luo Hong sighed to himself. Master Hu really went all out. The host said, young Master Luo, what kind of seat do you prefer? I'll find one for you. Very soon, Luo Hong sat in a discreet corner. He half covered his face with a folding fan, quietly observing the surroundings. It was a great spot, peace in the chaos, with a wide view. He tossed out a piece of gold. This is a reward from me. The guard eagerly reached to take it, but just as he was about to grab it, Luo Hong's fan landed on the gold. Then came his calm voice. Just remember, I don't want anyone bothering me. Understood. The guard put the gold away and bowed. Understood, understood. Luo Hong paid him no more mind, and began observing the area carefully. Hu Jishui, oh Hu Jishui, I've already arrived. When will your grand performance begin? Inside the private room, a young attendant cautiously knocked on the door a few times. Master Hu, all the guests have arrived. At this moment, Hu Jishui was enjoying the service of the beautiful courtesans. Upon hearing this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Got it, I'll change clothes and be right there. Make sure you all take good care of the guests. At that moment, strange sounds echoed from the inner chamber. One of the courtesans heard the noise and looked over curiously. Just then, Hu Jishui suddenly said inexplicably, he's hungry. The courtesan froze, then seemed to realize something. I must say, I'm a little curious. Is it your pet? Hu Jishui grinned. If you're interested, I can take you to have a look. How about it? Hu Jishui led the courtesan deeper inside. She said nervously, Master, you're making me feel a little uneasy. Hu Jishui ignored her, coaxing her. Go ahead, just a bit further in. The courtesan hesitated and asked, Master, it's too dark inside. I can't see anything at all. But suddenly, something unknown bit down on the courtesan's head and dragged her entire body inside. The other two women were terrified, just as they opened their mouths to scream. A tentacle pierced straight through one of their throats. The last woman, seeing this, let out a heart-wrenching scream and fled desperately. As she ran toward the door, she cried out for help over and over, praying she'd make it to the door in time to escape. But sadly, it was already too late. With a sickening splat, her entire body was sliced in two. At that moment, Hu Jishui muttered to himself, if I kill everyone here tonight, I can finally complete your awakening. The monster inside gave no reply. It simply dragged the corpses on the floor back inside. Afterward, Hu Jishui exited the private room. He stood on the second-floor balcony, looking down at the crowd below. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for attending this literary gathering hosted by me, Hu. I, Old Hu, promise. Today's event will be unforgettable for all of you. Everyone below listened to Hu Jishui's words, without sensing anything wrong. Only Luo Hong remained fully alert. Hu Jishui's solemn voice rang out once more. The auspicious hour has arrived. Let the literary gathering officially begin. As soon as he finished speaking, sheets of black cloth fell down, covering every window and door of the Qinghua Pavilion. Finally, someone noticed something was wrong. What's going on? Why are they covering the windows with black cloth? Someone tried to ease the mood. Master Hu, this is quite the creative. Must be for a private performance, right? Zhao Dong'an said, young master, something's wrong. Why go through all this fuss? Luo Hong calmly replied, just wait and see. It'll be clear soon. By now, all the light had been blocked out, leaving only the bright red lanterns inside Qinghua Pavilion glowing. But this blood-red glow looked especially sinister. Luo Hong asked, anything unusual? Zhao Donghan replied, the black cloth smells heavily. It might also be blocking off space. Luo Hong tapped his chin. Hu Jishui probably did this to avoid drawing attention. So when the slaughter begins, no one on the street will notice. Still, this setup is perfect for me to make a move to. Old Hu, today is your destined disaster. At that moment, Hu Jishui slowly walked down the stairs, greeted by the cheerful gazes of the crowd, and stepped onto the center stage. Only now, the once friendly Master Hu wore a twisted, grim expression. Quite a few of Anping County's scholars have gathered today. This literary gathering I've arranged is to borrow a bit of the scholarly aura from you all. A confused scholar asked, Master Hu, you seem a bit different today. Also, is this scholarly aura something one can just borrow? Lao Bao chuckled. Master Hu probably just wants to see the scholar's talents. There's gotta be a prize, right? Hu Jishui sneered. Then he grabbed Lao Bao's face. With one hand, he lifted him into the air. Wang Mama, you're old and fat. He won't like the taste. So you'll be the prize. As he spoke, he increased the pressure in his hand. Lao Bao's pupils instantly filled with blood. With a loud pop, Lao Bao's entire head was crushed. Blood splattered onto the front row audience. Everyone's face turned blank in an instant. Someone touched their own face, and seeing the fresh, warm blood on their hand, they completely broke down. The rest ran for their lives like madmen, cursing their parents for not giving them more legs. But just when they thought they could escape, the black cloth covering the windows suddenly lit up. Strange symbols shimmered across them. The moment the runes lit up, they realized something was wrong. Their bodies were releasing blood that drifted toward the cloth. They immediately retreated back into the hall. Someone shouted, "Stay away from the black cloth. It's sucking our blood." Luo Hong watched the scene, clicking his tongue twice in admiration. Not bad. Old Hu, the atmosphere of despair is well crafted. You've nailed that villain vibe to perfection. At this moment, Zhao Donghan spoke nervously. Young master, I didn't expect Hu Jishui to be an evil cultivator. What do we do now? Luo Hong replied calmly. Wait to die, I guess. Old Zhao, you'll protect me, right? Zhao Donghan's fingers creaked in Luo Hong's grip. He replied solemnly. Of course, I'm your second life. Though he said, his heart was already in turmoil. He had underestimated the situation, thinking it was just an ordinary gathering. If only he brought more guards. And this Hu Jishui, what a monster. Can I really handle him? Just then, Luo Hong chuckled. Relax, old Zhao. I was just messing with you. Neither of us will be dying today. Zhao Donghan turned to look at Luo Hong in surprise. How could he stay so calm in a situation like this? Unless, cold sweat streamed down Zhao Donghan's face. He asked nervously, young master, you knew Hu Jishui was an evil cultivator all along, didn't you? Luo Hong gave him a deep, meaningful look, clearly confirming it without a word. Zhao Donghan's blood boiled instantly. Of course, this whole thing was the young master's plan. He came here specifically for Hu Jishui. He must have gotten intel from the Dali Temple, and seeing how composed the young master is, maybe the Dali Temple's agents are lying in wait nearby. Besides, the young master's cultivation has skyrocketed. He's no longer the same. In that case, there's really nothing to worry about. Thinking this, Zhao Donghan slowly let out a breath. Luo Hong noticed his expression, and asked with concern, Old Zhao, are you alright? Zhao Donghan didn't answer. Instead, he sat down, calmly poured himself a full cup of wine, drank it in one gulp, and said, Young master, I'm completely at ease now. Luo Hong was speechless. Well, that's something. Just then, Hu Jishui slowly walked down from the stage. The scholars scrambled back in fear. Some braver ones begged for mercy. Please spare us. Master Hu, we beg you. We really don't want to die. Hu Jishui chuckled. You seem like a cultured man. But really, who doesn't die? If we all die eventually, why not? Before he could finish, he suddenly noticed something. Luo Hong, sitting calmly in the corner. The moment he saw Luo Hong, he clearly recognized him. Luo Hong gave him a casual wave and smile. Hu Jishui roared. What are you doing here? Luo Hong slammed his fan shut and shouted. Hu Jishui, I knew you were scum. I just didn't have the proof before. That's why I've risked everything this time to infiltrate and expose you. To collect evidence of your crimes. And rid Anping County of evil. With Luo Hong's righteous speech, his image in Zhao Donghan's heart rose even higher. The commoners looked to him like they were seeing the light. A light of justice. Jia Sadeo, meanwhile, felt a storm of emotions. He hesitated, unsure whether to believe Luo Hong's nonsense. After all, when Luo Hong bribed his father, he didn't have such a righteous face. Hu Jishui sneered in fury. Luo Hong, oh Luo Hong, you really are a righteous hero, aren't you? Originally, I planned to finish this and then wipe out your whole family. But I never imagined you'd walk right into my trap. The battle at Black Cloud Stronghold. You really haven't learned your place. Luo Hong laughed. Well, what can I say? I'm the symbol of justice in Anping County. As long as the Luo family stands in Anping, evil shall never be allowed to thrive here. I will never coexist with evil. Zhao Donghan was fired up with passion. Shouting recklessly, young master, how brave. The guests and scholars around were moved to tears, and began shouting along with him. Luo Hong was overjoyed. I want fame, I want power too. Hu Jishui, you're destined to be my stepping stone. Seeing him so arrogant, Hu Jishui's fury only grew stronger. Without hesitation, he charged at Luo Hong. Boom. The entire Qinghua pavilion shook violently. Luo Hong's shadow clone activated in an instant, teleporting far to the side to dodge the attack. Both men's faces darkened. Today's opponent, he's clearly at the peak of chi refinement. They couldn't afford to take him lightly. Hu Jishui's face twisted with rage. Luo Hong, you deserve to die. Today I'll help Ling Ji get revenge. Outside the city gates of Anping County, a group from the Court of Justice was waiting for someone. At that moment, Fang Zheng said, "Lord Luo, forgive my boldness, but who exactly are we here to receive?" Luo Feng replied calmly, "Who it is, I haven't been informed either, but it must be someone important from Jinzhou." Ziwei asked in confusion, "My lord, why would Jinzhou suddenly send someone?" Luo Feng explained, "The moment I learned young Master Luo was in Anping, I immediately sent a flying report to Jinzhou. This is the kind of intel those big shots can't afford to ignore. The winds of change are coming. We small people can only go with the tide. It's the only way to survive. But don't worry, I'll protect you both." The two bowed in unison. "Thank you, Commander." Luo Feng chuckled. "Commander, I've been promoted to Vice Chief of the Left Court of Justice, a proper fourth-rank position." Upon hearing that, they immediately corrected themselves. "Greetings, Vice Chief." Luo Feng waved them off. "Enough, they've arrived. Get ready to welcome them properly." A carriage slowly approached from the distance. Luo Feng stepped forward and bowed. "This humble official, Vice Chief of the Left Court of Justice, Luo Feng, greets you, sir. The journey must have been long. Guest rooms and meals await." As his flattery ended, the masked carriage driver calmly said, "Much appreciated, Lord Luo. This is a private visit by my lord. Strictly personal. No need to alert the Anping officials. Please lead the way, my lord." Luo Feng glanced at the masked man, and his heart jumped. That was a Jew. The group entered Anping swiftly. Excitement stirred deeper in Luo Feng's heart. If this man is a Jew's master, then he must be. I never expected it to be him. Could this be the prince's direct will, or the will of the true dragon atop the dynasty? Meanwhile, the Qinghua pavilion looked calm on the outside, but inside chaos reigned. Zhao Donghan, as the tank, was holding the front line against Hu Jishui head-on. Luo Hong relied on his footwork to flank from behind like a sneaky ambusher. But no matter what, Hu Jishui was still a peak 7th rank. In both reaction and toughness, he outclassed the two of them. Hu Jishui dodged Luo Hong's strike with slight surprise. "So you're already a cultivator?" Luo Hong didn't answer. Instead, he slashed him solidly with his sword. Hu Jishui cursed under his breath and struck toward Luo Hong's back with his palm. Luo Hong's sidestep was fast. He flipped back agilely and then launched a counterattack, clashing directly with Hu Jishui. Unfortunately, Luo Hong was still too weak. He was sent flying instantly from the impact. Feeling the numb pain in his hand, he muttered, "As expected of a 7th rank, this bone's a tough one to chew." Hu Jishui reached into his robes, feeling the constant reaction from the token since coming downstairs. "Looks like Ling Ji is already here. Perfect. I'll kill Luo Hong to please her." Luo Hong thought to himself. That token started reacting right after Hu Jishui showed up too. He must have noticed as well. "Now it's time for the show I've prepared." Just then, Hu Jishui shouted, "Ling Ji, I know you're here. Watch how I take revenge for you." Zhao Donghan muttered in shock. "Ling Ji, I didn't expect them to know each other. An 8th rank and a 7th rank. Fighting two evil cultivators at once. That's dangerous." Luo Hong shouted angrily on purpose. "Ling Ji, so you were hiding in the shadows." He glanced around as he spoke, as if he was truly searching for Ling Ji. Zhao Donghan frowned. Seems even the young master didn't expect this. The situation's not looking good. Hu Jishui laughed maniacally. "Luo Hong, but you didn't expect this. Ling Ji and I are close friends. You dared ambush him at Black Cloud Stronghold? To hurt him is to hurt. No, even worse than hurting me. So I'll break your arms and legs, and hand you over to Ling Ji to do as she pleases." He then cast the spell Blood Curse. No fragrance. A strange skull lunged toward Luo Hong. Luo Hong's shadow step activated instantly. Boom. The Qinghua tower trembled again. Luo Hong's figure slowly landed on the 2nd floor platform. Then with a loud snap, he opened his folding fan. Hu Jishui clenched his teeth, glaring at the smug Luo Hong. Just as he was about to start cursing, he saw Luo Hong raise a single finger. Hu Jishui's expression froze. He had no idea what Luo Hong was doing, but he'd soon find out. Luo Hong crooked his finger toward him, like he was teasing a dog. Veins bulged on Hu Jishui's forehead. His rage was written all over his face. He charged at Luo Hong directly, fueled by fury. His speed nearly caught up to Luo. Their clash happened in the blink of an eye. Too fast for the naked eye. All that could be seen were bursts of flying sparks. Zhao Donghan swallowed hard and swore to himself, "This time, I won't drag the young master down again." He reached for his waist, pulled out the bloodburst pill, and swallowed it. In that moment, endless power surged through his body. The aura of an 8th rank cultivator climbed to the 7th rank. Hu Jishui was a 7th rank evil cultivator. For a noble house in a county town to have such a trump card, Luo Hong was thrilled. "Old Zhao, oh old Zhao, I'm counting on you to drain his blood." Zhao Donghan's aura kept rising, almost reaching the peak of the 7th rank. He now had the strength to face. He roared, "Hu Jishui, your opponent is me." Luo Hong tactfully backed away a few steps. Zhao Donghan lunged forward at that moment. The blood energy of a true 7th rank fighter blasted straight toward Hu Jishui's head. Hu Jishui gritted his teeth and punched back. His whole body was sent flying. He smashed through beam after beam along the way. Zhao Donghan followed up instantly with another punch. At that moment, the vine around Hu Jishui's hand slowly unraveled, revealing his true face. He sneered, "We may both be 7th rank, but your strength is nothing compared to mine. Now I'll show you exactly what I mean. He launched a direct attack. Zhao Donghan clasped his hands together, forming a shield before his chest to block the strike. But even the residual energy devastated the surroundings beyond recognition. Luo Hong, watching from the second floor, decided the time had come. Old Six should be starting his ambush now. He summoned the blood spirit rooster. Be sure to play your part well in this little show. Then Luo Hong suddenly shouted from the second floor, drawing the attention of the two fighting below. They both looked up. Luo Hong shouted again. So you were hiding up here? Still not fully healed, huh? No wonder you didn't dare show your face. But too bad. I found you anyway. A figure shot down from the second floor, slamming hard into the ground below. As the dust settled, Luo Hong stood tall in the debris. He sneered, Blood Spirit Rooster. You can't beat me. All of you will die here today. The Blood Spirit Rooster didn't respond. It just glared venomously at Luo Hong. Hu Jishui shouted, Ling Ji, don't be afraid. I'm here. Luo Hong, if you even scratch him, I'll slaughter your entire Luo clan. The Blood Spirit Rooster said nothing. Only more killing aura leaked from its body. Seeing this, Hu Jishui grew even more anxious. Ling Ji must truly be injured. He can't suppress the aura anymore. I have to take them out quickly. Luo Hong laughed maniacally. Just you? Wipe out my clan. His eyes turned cold, devoid of emotion, as he glanced at Hu. You? Worthy? Hu Jishui, you're nothing. A flash of crimson filled Hu Jishui's eyes. He gave up on Zhao Donghan and charged straight for Luo Hong. But Zhao Donghan wasn't dead yet. If you want to touch the young master, you'll go through me first. The blood spirit rooster shot forward suddenly. Luo Hong said, Old Zhao, hold him off. I'll take care of the rooster first. With that, he dashed after it. Hu Jishui tried instinctively to stop him, but Zhao Donghan was too relentless. He threw his sword at Hu Jishui, then followed up with both hands. Luckily Zhao Donghan was experienced. In just a moment, he unleashed over 100 sword strikes. Hu Jishui no longer held back. His aura turned violent. While Zhao Donghan struggled to keep up, Hu Jishui summoned two skulls. Here's a snack. As they flew closer, danger alarms rang loudly in Zhao's mind. He made a snap decision and struck them aside, then gathered power in both hands. With two loud bangs, he blasted the skulls apart. But clearly, it took a massive toll on him. Hu Jishui sneered, going head-to-head with me? You're still not ready. He waved his hand. His flying sword returned to his grip. Then he charged toward Zhao Donghan, just as he was about to strike. Luo Hong's voice came from upstairs again. Blood Spirit Rooster, I've got you. Now die? Hu Jishui's body froze. But that pause was all it took. Zhao Donghan seized the moment, pouring all his strength into a punch that landed square on Hu's chest. Hu Jishui spat a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. But it wasn't over yet. Zhao Donghan rained fists down on him like a storm. Panting, Zhao Donghan muttered. Even a bronze-skinned, iron-boned fighter, without proper rest, a breakthrough could be deadly. In a life-and-death battle, there's no room for distraction. Hu Jishui's expression grew increasingly twisted. Not only was he... How could he possibly endure this? Luo Hong, watching from the second floor, couldn't help but click his tongue. Ling Ji, Hu Jishui truly loves you with all his heart. Unfortunately, with you distracting him, plus old Zhao risking his life, not even gods could hold up. If Hu Jishui still has a trump card, now would be the time to use it. After that, I'll take care of the finale. Hu Jishui stood up shakily, getting close to a martial... If it were anyone else, I'd probably be dead by now. But you were a step too late. The time has come. Now you'll witness the climax of this literary gathering. The blood-skinned demon fetus. The second floor chamber trembled. Then the blood-skinned demon fetus burst forth. Zhao Donghan frowned deeply, a bad premonition rising in his chest. Hu Jishui shouted, watch closely. Luo Hong stared intensely at the monstrous being. The blood-skinned demon fetus began to tremble. Tentacles started emerging from it. In an instant, they lunged toward the guests who were still watching. The tentacles wrapped around their heads, slowly hoisting them into the air. The guests were still alive, each staring in despair, as their lives reached the end. The blood-skinned demon fetus opened its mouth, waiting for the food to be delivered. Hu Jishui's body floated into the air, slowly approaching the demon fetus. Several tentacles pierced into his back. Hu Jishui said, this is my life-bound treasure, no matter how severely I'm injured. As long as I have enough flesh and blood to feed it, I cannot die. As the guests were drained dry, Hu Jishui's body was restored. That meant everything Zhao Donghan and Luo Hong did before was in vain. Hu Jishui recovered instantly. Despair. From now on, I'll make you tremble, he roared with fury, as energy from the talismans poured into him. Hu Jishui's aura skyrocketed, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Luo Hong's face darkened. He no longer had the mood to watch. Hu Jishui's killing intent is rising. Old Zhao won't be able to hold him off anymore. I need to redeem that item now. He lost 200 sin points. If this book restrains evil cultivators, its items must be powerful too. Hu Jishui's aura continued to surge wildly. Zhao Donghan gritted his teeth. The pill's effect won't last long. I must land a devastating blow to buy the young master time. With that thought, he summoned all his energy and blood. With a loud boom, he launched himself forward. Hu Jishui laughed. Then let me show you my true strength. Just then, Zhao Donghan's punch landed with a bang, nearly shattering Hu Zhishui's body. Zhao Donghan was shocked. Why didn't he defend? Hu Zhishui's body tumbled backward, falling right into the demon fetus's maw. The blood-skinned demon fetus swallowed him whole. Zhao Donghan was even more confused. He had definitely hit him. But then, the demon fetus began writhing, and a head emerged from within, followed by limbs. Luo Hong. But why is the blood-skinned demon fetus starting to squirm now? A head slowly emerged from within, followed gradually by the limbs. Luo Hong. A startled cry. What kind of monster is this? At that moment, Hu Zhishui's eerie laughter echoed from the lake. Did you see that? I have merged with the demon fetus. All of you will die here. With that, he clapped his hands forward. Zhao Donghan was shaken to his core, as if his soul was slapped. But that wasn't all. Hu Zhishui clapped again. Zhao Donghan was slammed straight into the ground. He sneered. How is the strength of my cleansing strike? As he spoke, he prepared to finish Zhao Donghan off. Seeing this, Luo Hong stepped forward and shot toward Zhao Donghan. On the way, he saw Hu Zhishui's sword tossed aside. Luo Hong reached out toward it. The sword seemed to resonate with him and flew directly into his hand. At the instant the fist was about to fall, Luo Hong finally arrived. He raised the sword high and slashed at Hu Zhishui's arm. The heaven-sundering slash was unleashed in a flash. Hu Zhishui's entire arm was severed. Hu Zhishui let out a painful howl. Luo Hong ignored him. He played with the sword in his hand. He smirked. What a fine blade. Luo Hong, what did you do to Lingji? Answer me. What did you do to her? Hu Zhishui's rage was bordering on madness. The moment Luo Hong appeared, he realized things had gone terribly wrong. Luo Hong calmly said, Didn't expect you to be sentimental. I distracted you on purpose earlier. I never actually chased after Lingji. Wen Yin sighed in relief. That's how it should be. There's no way you could have killed her. But even so, you're still unforgivable. Luo Hong twirled the sword, finding the grip surprisingly satisfying. Only then did he speak. I've recently gained some insight into swordsmanship. He pointed the sword at Hu Zhishui. This blade shall serve as my new weapon. Consider it your offering to me. And soon, I'll grant you a swift end. Hu Zhishui paused. You're a sword cultivator? I once dreamed of treading that path. But alas, just then, more guests were drained dry. Hu Zhishui's severed arm began to squirm slowly. In moments, a new one had regrown. When good grows by a foot, evil grows by 10. That's what I learned after becoming a demonic cultivator. Back then, I was imprisoned by righteous sects, and even Wui's sect wouldn't take me in. I was like a stray dog, abandoned by the world. I heard a village was plagued by evil. I went, ready to die purging demons. Who would have thought? That's where I found a divine brothel. Blood-soaked demon fetus. I thought I was going to die, but it didn't kill me. Instead, sensing the resentment in my heart, it fused with me. The so-called righteous world. Strict, hypocritical, heartless. You people drove me to this path. Luo Hong, you're no different from the rest of them. All that crap about Lord Luo Hong, paragon of justice, it's bullshit. I'll slaughter every last one of you. People are forced into this. If they weren't driven to the brink, who would willingly commit such atrocities? But after hearing Hu Zhishui's speech, Luo Hong suddenly laughed. There was intimacy in that laughter. Hu Zhishui roared. What the hell are you laughing at? Luo Hong shook his head. Hu Zhishui, oh Hu Zhishui, he said. A violent aura burst from Luo Hong's body. Even Hu Zhishui looked terrified. Then came Luo Hong's calm, clear voice. You really know nothing about who I truly am. Hu Zhishui was stunned. Is this man really a paragon of justice? Then why does he seem more demonic than a demon? Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang from the booklet. Target locked. Hu Zhishui marked. Enemy fear detected. Hostile mode activated. Black Scarlet Core engaged. A vast murderous aura surged from Luo Hong. In a flash, he appeared behind Hu Zhishui. Just as Luo Hong appeared, Hu Zhishui's head was forcefully twisted around, stuck out his long tongue to meet Luo Hong's blade. But the result was no surprise. His tongue was sliced into 3 pieces. The fury of the lake water is no match for me. Luo Hong shouted. Cut the crap. Do you dare take a palm from me? Hu Zhishui's massive body turned around and threw a punch at Luo Hong. Luo Hong was delighted to see this. He took the 13 Ghost Gate needles he got from the toilet out of his palm. With a bang, he struck Hu Zhishui's fist directly. Hu Zhishui suddenly sensed something wrong. His arm was showing strange signs. He looked at his palm. Exactly 13 holes. Hu Zhishui roared furiously. Luo Hong, you actually used a case item? Luo Hong asked in surprise. Did I hear that right? Old Hu, aren't you a demonic cultivator? Saying that, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Hu Zhishui got ruthless and tore off his own arm right then and there. Didn't expect you'd also train in dark techniques. To think people in Ping'an County saw you as a model of justice. Who would have thought? Luo Hong stayed calm. In being a villain, I still have a long way to go. Though cutting off your own arm looked cool. That poison, I'm afraid. Hu Zhishui sneered. What's there to fear? With these blood bands below, I can still hold on. Kill you and the antidote will be mine. As he spoke, his body began to squirm. Countless human heads began to condense. Each one opened its bloody maw and lunged toward Luo Hong. Luo Hong laughed. Come out, Xiao Di. Di Shan appeared from thin air like a demon. He charged straight into the incoming heads. He let out a roar. Before the flying heads could do much, he had already cleaved them in half, but there were just too many of them. The ones that slipped through bit down immediately. 1, then 2, soon more and more. Dishan's body couldn't hold out and exploded. Hu Jishui's relentless voice rang again. Your dark arts can even summon puppets, but they still get torn apart. Luo Hong gave no reply. He simply gave a meaningful smile. Then Dishan appeared once more, and his aura was even stronger than before. He launched a barrage of hidden weapons. Hu Jishui was caught off guard and was riddled full of holes. Dishan charged again. Hu Jishui quickly absorbed the blood bands. Several more people were drained dry. His body recovered in an instant. As Dishan closed in, several nearly solidified skulls pierced right through his body. At that moment, Luo Hong appeared beneath Hu Jishui. The sound of something ripping through flesh followed. Hu Jishui screamed in pain and nearly blacked out. He spread his arms, and a surge of murderous aura erupted. The seals on the doors and windows also flew over at that moment. Luo Hong asked curiously, what are these paper charms for? With a loud shout from Hu Jishui, black cloth began wrapping around Luo Hong. Luo Hong swung his sword wildly, but found he couldn't cut through the black cloth. He was quickly entangled by it. The cloth wrapped tighter and tighter, until he was slammed hard to the ground. Luo Hong sounded frustrated inside. Looks like I'm really trapped this time. Hu Jishui grinned viciously. Luo Hong, don't underestimate this thing. As he spoke, he detonated the corpses below. A surge of blood energy rushed toward the cloth. A formation took shape at the same time. I'll use all the puppet traps, and this flesh and blood Shura field to refine you. But Luo Hong, trapped inside, stayed unusually calm. Hu Jishui didn't know that, and kept smiling smugly. With Luo Hong's 7th grade demonic aura, and the blood sea's power, it's enough to refine you. You're strong, but also reckless. For you stepped into the place I prepared to ascend. I can sense the demonic aura on you. It's pure, unlike anything I've encountered before. But no matter what kind of fortune you've had, to learn such a technique, in the end, it will become my stepping stone. Refining you will push my cultivation to peak 6th. Luo Hong, you must be feeling hopeless now. But is Luo Hong really hopeless? He sat cross-legged in the center of the formation, marveling at how amazing this place was. This Shura field is perfect for a demonic cultivator. Such an endless stream of blood demonic energy. It's like mining a gold vein, just in time to recover from the massive cost of undead shadow. Old Who must think I'm out of tricks now. Just sitting here hopelessly waiting to die. I'm afraid I won't let him have his way. At that moment, Old Who seemed to sense something too. The demonic aura is flowing in so fast. Luo Hong must have lost all resistance. I'll refine you to death. Luo Hong, this is the price for harming my beloved spirit chicken. Luo Hong continued absorbing the demonic aura. He could gradually feel the aura pouring into his evil core, causing a stone-like shell to form around it. The demonic aura, is it becoming even purer? It seems a transformation is imminent. Just then, the book's voice rang out. The next realm is condensing the aura into a core. Only then are you a true demonic cultivator, with your true essence formed. Luo Hong, this will be your place of ascension. I'll guard you on your path forward. As time passed, Hu Jishui seemed to grow impatient. He wanted to absorb Luo Hong's aura and flesh, right away. He raised both hands above his head, and gathered a mass of demonic aura at his palms, then blasted it toward the Shura field. Luo Hong, become my stepping stone to ascension. Hu Jishui let out a roar. Violent demonic energy instantly engulfed the black cloth, and countless tendrils shot out. They latched on tightly like suction cups. Then something was suddenly pulled out. Luo Hong wasn't injured. The demonic aura. What now? Book. That proud voice echoed again. With me here. Don't be afraid. As it spoke, arms stretched out from its mouth, blocking the tendrils. One hand rested atop Luo Hong's head. Suddenly, the tendrils outside could no longer absorb anything. But then, something even stranger happened. Hu Jishui panicked. What's going on? Why is my own demonic aura being absorbed? He tried to retract the tendrils, but they felt like they were glued in place. Hu Jishui's eyes filled with horror. Luo Hong, how are you doing this? What are you exactly? No, stop this right now. But the only response was his demonic aura being drawn out even harder. Even the flesh and blood on the ground wasn't spared. It all merged into the black cloth. Hu Jishui immediately severed his arm. Only then did he realize, just an 8th grade breakthrough. Why is it? Luo Hong's demonic aura core slowly solidified, condensing into a pearl, a grand evil saint, a 7th grade slaughter cultivator. The book chuckled. Luo Hong, you've taken another step forward. At that moment, outside Qinghua Tower, the skies changed dramatically. Heaven and earth lost color. The black cloth also began to unravel. The moment Luo Hong emerged, his stone-like demonic aura seemed to gain its freedom and wildly surged outward. Hu Jishui was scared out of his wits. Heavenly demon, I'm going to die here. He turned and ran. But could he outrun Luo Hong? Luo Hong's emotionless voice rang out. Hu Jishui, let me grant you one last wish. As he spoke, he brought out the blood-drip chicken. Hu Jishui froze in place. He stared longingly at the source of his beloved. Suddenly, that familiar silhouette leapt into his arms on its own, and Hu Jishui lost all sense of reason. His body trembled slightly. He hoped it wasn't a dream, but also hoped that it was. This was something he had never dared to imagine. Yet today both the best and the worst thing had happened. In this moment, Life or death seemed meaningless. With trembling hands, he tightly embraced that graceful figure. All he wished now was for time to slow down. But in the end, it was nothing but a dream. As Shui Lingji's figure faded, Hu Jishui let out a slow sigh. He turned to look at Luo Hong. The fear in his eyes had vanished. Calmly, he asked, Luo Hong, Lingji died at Heiyun Fort, didn't she? Luo Hong nodded. He made no attempt to deny it. He didn't deny that he had killed Shui Lingji. He spoke slowly. Without her, I never would have known your plan. Now I get to enjoy the spoils of your scheme. Using your bloodbath to ascend to stage 7. It's all thanks to your infatuation with Lingji that I, the Oriole, claimed the prize. After a long silence, Hu Jishui gritted his teeth and said, You killed Lingji. Then I must be as good as dead too. If I can't escape, then I'll fight to the death. But suddenly, his whole body shuddered. Hu Jishui's body split open. As the rupture widened, he actually fell out of the Matai bottle. Luo Hong froze in place. He asked in confusion, Weren't you about to go all out? So why'd you fall out? Hu Jishui panted heavily a few times, then turned back to glare at the Matai. You don't want to die with me? Fine. The victor lives and the loser dies. Nothing more to say. With that, he lunged at Luo Hong. Luo Hong's mind was racing at that moment. Since you were once a sword cultivator, let me show you a technique I developed myself. I had stored several sword energies in the Shaxian. I once thought, if I could merge them into a single slash, but at the time, I lacked the means. Now my strength allows it. Just as Hu Jishui's hand was about to touch Luo Hong, a burst of sword energy exploded out. Hu Jishui's arm was severed on the spot. He clutched the stump, screaming in agony. Luo Hong then drew forth all the hidden sword energy within him. It gradually condensed into a single blade of energy. Its force was boundless and vast. With a hum, a brilliant arc sliced cleanly through Hu Jishui. At that moment, Hu Jishui felt death approaching. In a pleading tone, he said, Luo Hong, turn me into a puppet too. I want to be with Lingji for it. Luo Hong fell silent, but in the end, he nodded. Hu Jishui had no regrets left. He no longer suppressed the wild sword energy inside him. The result, his body was instantly destroyed by the sword energy, as well as the entire Qinghua Pavilion. The collapse of Qinghua Pavilion shook the skies. The Dali patrolmen, hearing the sound, immediately raised their guard. Luo Feng said in confusion, that sound came from the east side of the city. Was there anything special today? Ziwei replied, the east side? I think some merchant named Hu was hosting a literary gathering at Qinghua Pavilion. Luo Feng's brows tightened. Our mission today is to receive that official. We can't go check it out ourselves. Just then, a voice came from inside the carriage. Lord Luo, there's an emergency in the city. The Dali court should go investigate immediately. No need to worry about me, the elder Luo Feng replied. He was just about to say more, but the voice spoke again. It's fine. You may go. I was planning to visit an old friend in the Luo household anyway. There's no need for your service now. Luo Feng immediately understood. So it was about the Luo family. Perfect excuse to stay out of this mess. Thinking that, he cupped his hands. Understood, sir. Ziwei, Fangzheng, come with me to investigate. Once they left, the voice inside the carriage said, Let's go, Biju. Half of Qinghua Tower has already collapsed. Hu Jishui lies lifeless on the floor. Looks like he's dead. Better deal with this quickly. The Dali court will probably arrive soon. Luo Hong shot the demon fetus a glare. Don't run. I've got my eyes on you. The demon fetus slowly turned its head and lunged at Luo Hong as if charging to its death. Luo Hong calmly tossed out the book. A massive palm emerged instantly from the book's mouth. A giant mouth sat in the center of the palm, drooling and aiming right at Maotai. Maotai instantly chickened out. It froze completely in place. Then the large hand grabbed it and dragged it into the book's space. Maotai tried to struggle a bit, but against a wall hacker, all struggle was meaningless. The book licked its lips, as if to say, pretty tasty. Luo Hong looked disgusted. Get away from me. The book muttered, annoyed. That thing's a real delicacy. I'll need some time to tame it. Luo Hong ignored the book and turned his attention to Hu Jishui. Since I promised to carry out old Hu's last wish, I have to follow through. Too bad I can only summon two undead right now. Sorry, Dishan, but you'll have to sit this one out. That's what you get for being single dog. Luo Hong placed his palm on Hu Jishui's face. Slowly, a fused form of Hu Jishui appeared. Now they're truly together at last. Luo Hong looked at his creation now and felt quite satisfied. He then went awake Xiao Donghan. After a moment, Xiao Donghan slowly opened his eyes, but his gaze was full of confusion. Luo Hong waved a hand in front of him. Time to wake up. Let's go home for dinner. I'm starving. Xiao Donghan instantly snapped to. He jumped up in a flash. Luo Hong said calmly, relax. I've handled everything. Xiao Donghan looked around at the wreckage. Looks like it wasn't an easy win, young master. It's all my fault for not being able to protect you. Luo Hong flicked him on the forehead. Get a grip. Since when did I need you to protect me? It's the big bro's job to protect the little bro, right? Xiao Donghan felt a warm stir in his heart, but just as he was moved, the main doors of Qinghua Tower were slammed open with a loud bang. The Dali court squad entered. The moment Luo Feng walked in, his eyes instantly locked onto Luo Hong. Luo Hong bowed respectfully. Commoner Luo Hong greets Lord Luo. Didn't expect the Dali court to arrive so swiftly. Luo Feng ignored the flattery. He looked down at Hu Jishui's body, and finally asked in confusion, all of this was done by you, young master Luo? Luo Hong nodded. Yes, Lord Luo. This Hujishui was a dark cultivator, the Heaven-Earth evil sect. He used the pretense of a cultural gathering to murder scholars and refine his dark arts. I happened to be among the invited guests and uncovered his scheme. Luo Feng glanced at Feng Zheng. Seal off the area and investigate this man. Check if he's on our wanted list. Then he turned back and gave Luo Hong a respectful nod. Brother Luo, your cultivation has improved again. Leave this place to me. You should return home. There's a very important guest waiting at your residence today. Luo Hong blinked, suddenly unsure what he meant. Outside the Luo estate's gate, a carriage slowly came to a stop. A Jew lifted the curtain and tied it up. Master, he said, we've arrived at the Luo estate. The person inside stayed silent for a moment. The prayer beads in his hand spun faster. We're uninvited guests. We'll wait right here. As his words fell, the surroundings suddenly fell eerily quiet. Only the rustle of leaves in the wind remained. The wind picked up stronger and stronger. The door to the Luo estate creaked open. A Jew's heart suddenly skipped a beat. And at that moment, a slash of sword energy shot out from within the Luo estate. The target charged straight toward the prayer beads spinning in his hand suddenly froze. The sword aura was also withdrawn at the last moment. Chun Xiantian slowly stepped out of the Luo residence. The man in the carriage placed one hand on a Jew's head. His aged face also emerged from the carriage. Didn't expect it after all these years. Your sword aura has grown even more domineering. This old man was Wen Yangxing, Vice Dean of Sixianyuan. Chun Xiantian sneered. Old dogwan, after all these years, you've become even more like a lapdog. You dare come to my Luo family city. Wen Yangxing slowly walked toward the carriage. He stopped in front of Chun Xiantian. Still as sharp-tongued as ever, I see. Old bastard. Do you plan to keep wasting time here with me? Chun Xiantian snorted coldly, then turned and walked back into the Luo residence. Meanwhile, Luo Hong was acting as the coachman, steering the carriage home. Zhao Donhan, sitting inside, was clearly uncomfortable. Young master, isn't this a bit improper? Luo Hong turned and glared at him. Lie down and behave yourself. Zhao Donhan chuckled. I didn't expect that in just 10 days, young master's cultivation has become this strong. That was a peak stage 7 demonic cultivator. You must be a once-in-a-century prodigy. Luo Hong rolled his eyes. Quit buttering me up. Though as he said that, he smirked. I'm just a tiny bit stronger than the average person. Luo Hong thought to himself. According to the system's rules this time, he should have earned a lot of sin points. He needed to save up for a major breakthrough. Using the identities of Xuelingji and Hu Jishui, he could start targeting the Heaven and Earth demonic sect. The Heaven and Earth demonic sect, to normal people, was terrifying beyond compare, but to him, it was just a sea of sin, a hunting ground for Luo Hong. With that thought, Luo Hong snapped his whip with excitement. His mood suddenly became great. At the Luo residence's lotus pond, Wen Yangxing sighed deeply. The emperor plans to make a tiger woman his consort. Chun Xiantian tilted his head and glanced at him, his eyes full of doubt. Wen Yangxing sighed again. The current court, among the 6 ministries, those scheming officials, all support the emperor's decision. Their number covers half the city, and the other half are scholars and renowned literati of the court. They oppose the consort, led by the Prince of Northern Defense. Chun Xiantian remained silent, quietly listening. Wen Yangxing smacked his lips. I deeply admire the Prince of Northern Defense. His 3 sons, one died gloriously on the battlefield, the second became a saintly poet, and the third, General Luo, dominates the Northern Front, intimidating the borderlands. A truly loyal and heroic family, a pillar of the nation, yet now, dragged into this political mess because of a consort. Such injustice. Chun Xiantian calmly asked, and the Crown Prince's stance. Wen Yangxing looked at him, surprised. Chun Xiantian said, what? You're the Crown Prince's confidant, and you don't know? Wen Yangxing stroked his beard. The Crown Prince, when he heard about it, he only said, in this world, since when do sons get to tell their fathers whom to marry? Chun Xiantian nearly burst out laughing. Sounds just like something the Crown Prince would say. Wen Yangxing wasn't as restrained. He laughed out loud. After a moment, he composed himself and said seriously, Xianta. The Crown Prince also said, he hopes to bring General Luo's 2 children to study in the capital. That's why I've come, to take them with me. As he finished speaking, the weather around the pavilion suddenly changed. Wen Yangxing quickly raised his hand. What are you getting worked up for? Chun Xuantian's face darkened. He said, who's getting worked up? The capital is a land of dragons and tigers. You want to drag Luo Ye's descendants into that blood-soaked battlefield. But my young master isn't some lamb to the slaughter. A sharpened sword emerges through grinding. At the end of the month, once young master comes of age, he'll head to the capital. And so what if he charges ahead? Very soon, Chun Xiantian sent him out. Just as he was leaving, when Tianxing suddenly recalled something. When I first arrived in the city, I heard a loud commotion in the west side. Sounded like a fight. General Luo's son is hiding in Anping County. Once that word gets out, countless experts will flock here. I'm afraid young Master Luo's coming-of-age ceremony won't be peaceful. Let's just hope that when I return to the capital, I'm not bringing back 2 corpses. Chun Xiantian waved him off, impatiently telling him to be on his way. When Tianxing turned and left with a huff. You arrogant Qin brute. Farewell. just as he was about to climb into the carriage, when Tianqing added, after Luo Hong's coming of age, he'll follow me to the capital. No backing out. With that, he ordered, a Jew, let's go. A Jew snapped the reins, but not before glancing back at Chen Xiantian. Chen Xiantian wore the same disinterested expression as always. A Jew didn't hesitate any longer, and lashed the horse hard. The carriage sped off at full gallop. Just then, Luo Hong's carriage arrived. The two sides passed right by each other, but this brief encounter, their fates were now deeply intertwined. When Tianqing peeked out of the carriage, and happened to spot Zhao Donghan picking his nose in the wind, he felt confused. Is that young man Luo Hong? He looks a bit silly. Soon after, Luo Hong's carriage came to a stop. Chen Xiantian looked over curiously. Luo Hong greeted him warmly. Zhao Donghan poked his head out as well, looking exactly like someone who'd just been caught red-handed. As expected, Chen Xuantian's expression darkened. What disgraceful behavior! How improper! Out! Both of you two naughty kids. They followed behind like scolded children. Chen Xiantian glared again. You're both grounded for the next few days. They nodded immediately. Luo Hong even put on a well-behaved face. Meanwhile, when Tianqing's carriage rumbled down the street, at that moment, a Jew spoke. Master, let me fight Chen Xiantian. With the dragon painting sword, I want to slay dragons. When Tianqing replied, the continents, the chefs, and the border islands, plus the heaven-earth evil sect. The whole world wants the lives of the Luo siblings. Once they die, General Luo will go berserk, and the world will descend into chaos. That's when I'll add fuel to the fire. Your moment will come then. Since the fall of Black Cloud Stronghold, more and more outsiders have been entering the city. The guards at the gate are under heavy strain. Just then, a burly man appeared. A trembling guard stepped forward to block him, but the man calmly handed over an official token. The guard blinked, hesitating whether to accept it. Then another burly man spoke. Apologies, officer. My younger brother's always been a big fellow. If he startled you, here's a small token of apology. Please enjoy a drink on us. The guard, seeing his attitude, immediately regained his confidence. He accepted the token and waved them through, signaling that they could enter. Once they were inside, one of the guards whispered, Omping County, huh? I can feel it. Aside from our crew, there are others here hunting Luo Hong too. Only if we take Luo Hong's head, will the strength of us two brothers be proven. A husband from Omping County saw them, and ran off in terror. Panting, he shouted, Master, bad news. Something terrible's happened. He was so panicked, he didn't even knock, and burst straight into the study. The head of Omping's Zhao family, Zhao Hu, shouted, what sort of behavior is this? Barging in like that. Haven't you been taught to greet respectfully in times of trouble? Now calmly tell me what happened. The man did as told immediately, and took a deep breath. He tried to keep his tone calm. So it's like this. Our business, Qinghua Pavilion, was demolished by Luo Hong. As soon as he said that, an inkstone somehow landed right on his forehead. Zhao Hu cursed in anger, spouting a few foul words, then shouted furiously. And you waited until now to tell me? Servants. A crowd of house guards rushed in after hearing the call. Zhao Hu ordered coldly, feed this idiot to the dogs, then prepare my carriage. I'm heading to Qinghua Pavilion. That frightened man was dragged off just like that. His fate clearly wouldn't be a good one. After everyone left, Zhao Hu finally stepped outside. Damn it. They actually dared to mess with me? They must be tired of living. Over at Qinghua Pavilion, a crowd had gathered to watch. Rumor had it that something demonic occurred inside. Everyone inside was dead. I heard Master who was the demonic one. As soon as the man said that, those around him burst into shocked murmurs. Seeing this reaction, he doubled down with a what I say is true look. Of course it's true. My second aunt's daughter's third aunt's lover. Is the coffin guard at the door? They say it's a total bloodbath in there. Master who ate everyone. Just then, a servant girl ran out covering her mouth, like she'd seen something horrifying inside. The crowd launched into a new round of gossip. That's the fifth one. I feel sick already. Looks like it was a massacre. A bald man asked curiously. So what happened in the end? The other man said confidently. Of course, it was the radiance of Onping County. True hero among men. One of Onping's top 10 outstanding youths, Lord Luo Hong. He stood up bravely and wiped out the evil cultivator. He brought peace back to Onping. The crowd teared up hearing this. They all believed it was just as it should be. Just then, a group of house guards rushed in, scattering the crowd. They cleared a path for Zhao Hu to walk through. He snorted, a bunch of useless pets, still unsatisfied. He even spat a mouthful of phlegm. Only then did he stride inside. Inside Qinghua Pavilion, the Dali court officials were examining Hu Jishui's body. Luo Feng asked, what's the verdict? Feng Zheng replied, cause of death, sword energy. Also, he was deeply poisoned. Judging from his internal meridians, he was clearly a demonic cultivator. Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief. A demonic cultivator, good. He thought to himself, could Lord Luo really be my lucky star? Thinking that, he smiled. Newly appointed magistrate, and already such a merit to his name. Congratulations, congratulations. The newly appointed Onping County magistrate, Wang Long, cupped his hands. It's all thanks to you, sir. Since your arrival in Onping, you've wiped out Heian Fort and slain a demonic cultivator. You've done so much for our people. I'll take you as my model and govern with discipline and grace. Suddenly, a commotion arose. The guards were trying to stop Zhao Hu, but clearly failed to do so. Zhao Hu burst in, laughing wildly, then bowed and said, Lord Luo, Lord Wang, Zhao Hu pays his respects to you both. With such esteemed officials here, law and order will surely return to Lamping. Now I finally feel reassured. Luo Feng calmly responded. The Zhao clan heads the 4 great families of Anping. You're their patriarch, Zhao Hu. So much talk about you. And now I finally meet you in person. Jin Cheng's commander Zhao is your uncle, right? Zhao Hu hurriedly replied. Merely a distant relative, my uncle from afar. Luo Feng dusted off his shoulder and casually said, so that's your excuse for barging in on a murder scene without permission? Looks like you don't take my dolly court. The imperial agency that supervises officials seriously at all. Zhao Hu froze at those words. The chilling wings instantly enveloped his entire body. He hurriedly dropped to his knees with a thud. I wouldn't dare. How could someone as lowly as me even think such a thing? But, my lord, this Qinghua pavilion truly is my property. And now Luo Hong has destroyed it like this. Please, my lord, give me justice. Luo Feng glanced around Qinghua pavilion. Indeed, it was an utter ruin, but his tone was filled with sighs. You want me to give you justice? Zhao Hu was stunned. My lord, what do you mean by that? But before he could finish, Luo Feng coldly gave the order. Zhao Hu colluded with Xie Huji Shui, masquerading as Wenhui to slaughter civilians. His crimes are heinous. Guards, arrest him and report it to the imperial court. Zhao Hu was completely stunned. He had merely stepped into the scene of a murder. No need to go this far. He quickly begged for mercy. Lord Luo, I won't dare again. Please spare me this once. Luo Feng looked at him for a while, until Zhao Hu was shivering all over. Then he said in an ice-cold voice, get lost. Zhao Hu acted like he'd been granted amnesty, and fled in a flash. He ran toward the carriage not far away. Along the way, he saw the guests still in a daze. He shouted, didn't you hear him say get lost? Didn't you hear? All of you, get the hell out. Once he reached his carriage, he muttered angrily under his breath, damn it, not a shred of face left for me. But just as he prepared to climb in, he realized the Changduan brothers were already inside. Zhao Hu didn't make a sound. He simply entered calmly. Then Zhao Hu spoke. The Dali Temple men are still in Anping County. What you're doing will drag me down too. I'm only doing some arms trading with Gui Chao. I don't want to be involved in your other matters. Short brother said, Luo family, though not like your 4 great clans, has ruled Anping for 10 days. But in terms of wealth and status, they far surpass you. And Luo Hong. First he wiped out the black cloud you were secretly working with. Now he's trying to use Qinghua Pavilion to frame you for colluding with Xiexio. I heard Lord Zhao has a dozen wives and concubines, a house full of children. You don't seem like some eunuch with no balls. Also Luo Hong must die. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. In Luo Fu's back garden, Luo Hong was sparring with Zhao Donghan. Luo Hong, panting, said, well, what do you think, sir? Sir, I'm not some pushover anymore, am I? Zhao Donghan was also exhausted. Your swordplay has improved these days, young master. You truly are a prodigy. Luo Hong swung his sword. It's because sparring with you has helped me improve. Let's go again, Zhao Dong. Zhao Donghan quickly waved his hand. No more. No more. I'm no longer a match for you, young master. The two collapsed to the ground. Then Zhao Donghan chuckled. Young master, your coming-of-age ceremony is at the end of the month. What do you plan to do afterward? Luo Hong smiled, as if pondering for a moment, then slowly exhaled, staring up at the azure sky. He said, I want to leave Anping County and see the outside world. Old Zhao, have you seen the world outside? Zhao Donghan, hearing this, was filled with fear, but he still nodded. I have. But at that moment, the memories he had sealed away rushed back all at once. His eyes were now bloodshot. Fortunately, Luo Hong interrupted his thoughts. Tell me about the outside world. It must be amazing, right? Zhao Donghan smiled and shook his head. I'm too clumsy with words. I can't describe it. You'll understand once you've been there, young master. The two fell into silence again, but then a delicious aroma wafted over. Luo Hong perked up instantly. It must be Zaidua cooking. He instantly dashed toward the kitchen. Not being eager to eat means something's wrong with your mindset. In the Luo Manor kitchen, Zaidua's cooking was as exquisite as ever. Any ingredient in his hands would become a delicious dish. But just then, a chilling aura appeared. Zaidua stiffened. The dish in his hand slipped. He instinctively tried to catch it, but it was too late. He collapsed to the floor. The kitchen maids were startled. They quickly helped Zaidua up. Enro asked in concern, have you been overworking lately? Should we get a doctor to check on you? She reached to take him away. But Zaidua quickly said, no need, Aunt Wu. I'm just a bit tired. A nap will do the trick. Aunt Wu still looked uneasy. But Zaidua smiled. Really, it's fine. So she didn't insist. She helped Zaidua back to his room. Rest well. Call us if you need anything. Zaidua nodded. Thanks, Aunt Wu. You all can go now. Once they left, Zaidua's expression instantly darkened. Clutching his chest, his mind was racing. That guy really found me. There's no mistaking it. I clearly felt his presence just now. He's close. Is it really impossible to escape these people? Is this the fate they spoke of? No. I must run. Just then, a voice came from outside. Sister Dohua, Aunt Zhang said you're not feeling well. I came to see you. I'm coming in. But when Luo Xiaoxiao entered, she didn't see Zaidua anywhere. She looked around the room, unaware that Zaidua was right behind her. Zaidua thought, if I can get the Luo family and them to clash, I'll have a better chance to escape. He reached out to grab Luo Xiaoxiao, but she seemed to sense something. She turned around suddenly and saw Zaidua retracting his hand. So you were behind me. I heard you were sick. So I brought you something tasty. Xiaoduo was stunned by the child's kindness. So good to him. Could he really go through with it? Inside, two conflicting thoughts clashed within him. In the end, Xiaoduo couldn't bring himself to do it. Luo Xiaoxiao said, "There's chicken soup in here. It's not as tasty as yours, but it's still pretty good." She pulled Xiaoduo toward the table. "Come try it, sister. I brought you dragonwell cakes and lotus root pastries, and chicken soup. They say sick people must drink chicken soup." Xiaoduo fell silent again. Perhaps he was grateful that he hadn't acted earlier. Luo Xiaoxiao said, "Sister Dohua, your complexion really doesn't look good. Should I find a doctor for you?" Xiaoduo waved her off. "No need. I actually feel much better. You brought delicious food. Just seeing you made me feel recovered." Luo Xiaoxiao beamed happily. "See? Food really does cure everything." But then she frowned. "Sister do you think I'm a good kid?" Xiaoduo was taken aback. "Why ask that?" Luo Xiaoxiao pouted. "I feel like everyone in the manor fears me. Even Big Brother. Everyone thinks I'm too mischievous. But because of my status, even when they're angry, they don't scold me. Big Brother won't play with me either. He only read books before. And whenever he saw me, he'd just lecture me. Everyone says that as the young lady of the Luo family, I should learn all sorts of etiquette. But I find all those rules so annoying. So I cause mischief, just so people notice me. But I don't want them to hate me like they do now. Even though my brother doesn't scold me anymore. He keeps telling me scary ghost stories. So many worries. Sister Dohua, you're the best. No matter what I say, you always listen to me so patiently, just like my mother would." As she spoke, Luo Xiaoxiao lowered her head. "Actually, I've never seen my mother, or my father, either. It's always just been me and brother, and Uncle Chin." Seeing her like this, little Dohua felt a sudden pang in her heart. She gently patted Luo Xiaoxiao's head, and said softly, "Let's eat." Soon, the two were lost in the joy of food. The heavy mood from before completely lifted. But, little Dohua wasn't as cheerful as she seemed. She had changed her mind. She had to leave this place fast. She couldn't bring those people to the Luo family. She was not like them. But in a place she couldn't see, a pair of eyes was watching her closely, seeing everything that had just happened. Only then did the figure spread its wings and fly away. Back at the pavilion, Chen Xiantian and Luo Hong were having a meal. Luo Hong sighed. Who would have thought that such a spoiled brat like Xiaoxiao would bring food to little Dohua? Chen Xiantian said, "The end of the month is your coming-of-age ceremony. Any thoughts on how you want it held?" Luo Hong smiled. "I don't really have any. As for ceremonies and rituals, Uncle Chin, you can handle it. I only care about one thing. Once the ceremony is over, will I officially be an adult? And head of the family?" Chen Xiantian nodded. "That's correct." Luo Hong laughed. "Good. So Uncle Chin, can you finally tell me about the Luo family? What it really is? What kind of existence are we?" Chen Xiantian paused. "That question, huh?" He thought for a long time. Finally, he said, "After your ceremony, I'll tell you everything." Outside the city gates, a crow flew farther and farther away. Eventually, it reached a cliffside. There, a figure spread his arms wide. He whistled softly. The crow landed steadily on his arm. It caught into his ear several times, as if reporting something. After a moment, a ruthless glint appeared in the man's eyes. Well, didn't expect to gain something extra from scouting the Luo family." Just then, a cold voice sounded. "What did you and the bird find?" Hearing this, the man shuddered. "Monk King, I think I saw the Saintess." The Monk King asked, "Are you sure?" The man panicked. "How would I dare lie to you, Monk King? She's at the Luo residence. I'm certain I didn't mistake her." The Monk King grinned. "Well then, let's settle both matters at once. Kill Luo Hong. Seize the Saintess." Back at the Zhao residence, Zhao received the other family heads. Jia Ping of the Jiao family, Qian Rong of the Qian family, and Wang Gui of the Wang family. "I invited you all here today for the future of the four great families. Let's discuss something important together," Qian Rong said. "Now I'm curious, what could possibly impact the future of all four families?" Zhao replied flatly, "Luo Hong." The others exchanged confused looks. They didn't understand what Zhao was getting at. Zhao smiled. "To be precise, it's about erasing the Luo family from Anping completely." The others instantly grew unsettled, because they didn't find that joke funny at all. Seeing this, Zhao's eyes flashed with impatience. Zhao Ping wanted to say something, but after seeing Zhao's look, he collapsed into the chair. Clenching his teeth, he said, "This is completely delusional. The Luo family isn't easy to deal with." Zhao didn't care. "You think I don't know that?" In his heart, he thought, "If I had a choice, you think I'd want to mess with the Luo family? But I can't shoulder it all myself. I've got to drag all you bastards in with me." He continued aloud, "Yes, Luo Jia is tough to deal with, but tough or not, we still have to deal with him." Jia Ping looked genuinely puzzled. "Why go this far?" Zhao gritted his teeth. "Why? How much effort did we put into Black Cloud Stronghold? It took us ages to win over Dishan. With the Stronghold as our base, we've been running smuggling operations with both the Zhou and Chu dynasties for years. And what happened? That Luo Hong brat wiped the place out. It all burned to ashes. All our goods completely destroyed in the fire. That was worth millions of silver. And you're just going to let that go?" He pointed at Jiaping. "And don't forget your clan, either. Who do you think got Magistrate Jia removed?" Jiaping let out a slow sigh. The other two clan heads also fell into deep thought, all calculating the risks and rewards. Zhao said, "Luo Hong may look like a righteous hero, but he's wrecking our business left and right. He's smashing our rice bowls. I say he's targeting us 4 great families directly. He's trying to drive us into the ground. We can't just sit and wait to die. We have to unite and crush the Luo family. Jia Ping still hesitated. But even if the 4 of us team up, we may still not be a match for the Luo family. Luo Hong single-handedly destroyed Black Cloud Stronghold, and then killed Hu Jishui in Qinghua Tower. And Hu Jishui was an evil cultivator, too. Qinghua Tower is practically leveled. Clearly, Luo Hong's cultivation isn't something ordinary fighters can handle. Zhao Hu's face darkened. So what you're saying is that you bastards won't work with me? Wang Gui quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Lord Zhao, don't say that. For years, we've always followed your lead. It's just that this time, we truly have no confidence. If we fail, just then, a carefree laugh rang out, interrupting the clan leaders. They all looked over, frowning. Short said, aren't you all looking for a sure thing? Then let me offer you just that. How about it? Zhao Hu saw him step out, and was instantly pleased. Now let's see you try to back out. Qianlong frowned. Who are you? How did you get in? Short replied, are you talking to me? I am a field commander of the great Zhou Empire. This mission is of... I hope all of you will lend me your strength. Qianlong, hearing this, realized the gravity of the situation. He gritted his teeth and asked, what's Luo Hong's connection to the Zhou dynasty? Zhao Ping directly turned to Zhao Hu. Lord Zhao, is what he's saying true? Short waved it off. All right, let me show you something real. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, just as the clan leaders. Amid the puzzled gazes of the clan heads, suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. At that moment, they found themselves surrounded by black-clad men. The 3 clan heads were startled. One of them even dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. You couldn't blame them for being scared. These black-clad men lived on the edge of life and death. Countless lives were taken by their hands. Even the killing aura they unintentionally released was enough to terrify these pampered fools who only knew indulgence. Duan leapt off the table and helped the limp Jia Ping to his feet. The great Zhou's death troops were hardened warriors who survived countless near-deaths. They're more than enough to steady your nerves. Satisfied now, after the men retreated, the 3 clan heads finally calmed down. Zhao Hu, seeing the time was right. So, anyone still have objections? We and Chu are like grasshoppers on the same rope. We've smuggled countless supplies to them all these years. To put it bluntly, when they say jump, we jump. Now they've let us in on their plan. If we don't cooperate, you think those guys earlier are just for show? We help, and we get to split the Luo family. Refuse, and we die right now. Qian Rong clenched his teeth, seemingly making a decision. He declared resolutely, as long as you're willing to marry your daughter to my son, my Qian family will follow you to the bitter end. Zhao Hu was taken aback. That might be a tough one. Sure enough, when Zhao Hu brought it up to his daughter, she immediately burst into tears. Father, how could you be so cruel to marry me to that fool? Zhao Hu was furious. What else could I do? Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. The Qian family is just as powerful as ours. You won't suffer. Their son is an idiot, but you'll have him wrapped around your finger. But Zhao Yu didn't care. She felt her world was collapsing. Besides, what could she do anyway? Zhao Hu asked coldly. Don't tell me you're still thinking about Luo Hong. So annoying. I personally went to propose, and he flat out rejected it. He's not interested in you. Give up already. Zhao Yu glared resentfully at her father. Hong Ji was just being shy. We share a deep connection. He wouldn't let me marry some fool. Zhao Hu snorted coldly. Can't reason with you. Parents, orders, and matchmakers' words. It's not your choice. You'll follow. This concerns our entire family's survival. With that, Zhao Hu stormed off. Zhao Yu stopped crying, her mind in utter chaos. But then suddenly, right, Hong Ji will know what to do. I just need to tell him everything. In the Zhao estate study, Duan asked calmly, is everything settled? Zhao Hu knelt and replied, all taken care of. Duan smiled. Very good. As for when to act, the day before Luo Hong's coming-of-age ceremony will do. Zhao Hu hesitated. They'll definitely be on high alert for that event. Luo Hong might be prepared. Duan scoffed. That's why we strike before it. They'll be too busy setting up for the next day. The estate will be in chaos. Everyone's focus will be on tomorrow. That's the perfect time for us to move. Alright then. Follow our previously discussed plan. Go now. As Zhao Hu left the study, the room fell silent once again. But Shorty's mind was abuzz with excitement. In just a few days, it'll be time for us brothers to shine. Long asked while chewing. Does that mean we won't be poor anymore? Will Mom get to live in a... and have servants taking care of her? Shorty nodded. Of course. I'm a commanding officer now. I'm someone with an official post. As long as we kill Luo Hong, we'll rise to greatness when we return. Long laughed. Then I'll let Mom eat roast chicken every day. Shorty snapped in annoyance. You dummy. Then Long asked, brother, do we really need this many people just to kill Luo Hong? Shorty replied, you call this many? Anping County is at the border of the Xia dynasty. It's right where the 4 nations meet. This time, Zhou, Chu, and Man have formed a temporary alliance. They've all sent assassins into Anping County, all to eliminate Luo Hong. In our 3-nation alliance, red stands for Zhou, purple for Chu, and black for Man. On the day of the operation, we'll tie a strip on our left arm to recognize each other. Long's jaw dropped in shock. Even though he didn't understand much, he still thought it sounded awesome. Shorty said proud. Don't be amazed just yet. In the dense mountains and forests around Anping County, as soon as they learned Luo Hong was hiding in Anping, the Allied armies kept slipping through border forest paths, infiltrating the surrounding mountains. By now, tens of thousands of troops have probably gathered. If the strike inside the city fails, those troops will charge in full force, turning Anping County into a living hell. So Luo Hong won't be able to escape this time. In the forest outside Anping County, tens of thousands of troops had already gathered. Inside one of the tents, a mysterious man said, "The setup in the city is complete. Luo Hong shouldn't be much of a concern, but Qin Xian, although he's fallen off the heavenly rankings, his strength is still not to be underestimated. I'm not sure we can hold him off." Another mysterious man replied, "Don't worry, I'll make my move when needed. This time, we must ensure nothing goes wrong." Back at the Luo residence, the entire household was filled with joy. The maids were carefully preparing for Luo Hong's coming-of-age ceremony, but Dohwa didn't feel as cheerful as she looked. According to her plan, with everyone busy preparing for the ceremony today, this was the perfect chance for her to leave. Thinking that, she quietly snuck out. But just then, Luo Xiaoxiao suddenly appeared, scaring Dohwa out of her wits. "Xiaoxiao, what are you doing here?" Xiaoxiao replied shyly. "Sister Zhao came to play with me. I wanted to introduce you to. Sister Yu is really nice." Dohwa quickly declined. "No need, Xiaoxiao. I'm just a kitchen maid. I'm not fit to meet a noble lady. I still need to go prepare lunch." But Xiaoxiao wouldn't listen at all. She dragged Dohwa away. "Let Wu and the others handle lunch. We're going to have fun." Seeing this, Dohwa had to change her plan. She tossed her bag to the side, and it happened to land on a coat rack. Zhao Yu was waiting in the pavilion. At that moment, Zhao Yu was waiting in the pavilion, but her expression didn't look too good. Before anyone arrived, Xiaoxiao's voice came first. "Sister Yu, we're here. Sorry to keep you waiting." Zhao Yu smiled and said, "It's nothing." Xiaoxiao pointed to Zayadua and said, "This is Sister Dohwa. She's amazing at cooking, and she's really kind to me, just like a real sister. She's my friend too. So, I wanted you two to meet." Zhao Yu said it was an honor, but what she was thinking was, what kind of name is Dohwa? She must be a servant from the Luo residence. Though she looks delicate and gentle, and has some decent looks, with that appearance, she's supposed to be a cook, and so close with the young lady of Luo Manor? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be Luo Hong's secret lover? Was it because of you that Hong Ji turned down my proposal? But a noble lady is still a noble lady. No matter how bitter she felt inside, she always put on a friendly face. "Sweet sister, we must get to know each other well." But little Dohwa clearly wasn't naive. "Why do I feel like this chick is up to no good?" At that moment, Zhao Yu asked, "By the way, Xiaoxiao, where's Hong Ji? I have something to talk to him about." Xiaoxiao replied, "My brother. I'll take you to him." Over at the Luo Manor's training ground, Luo Hong was racing against time to train. Sword Chi formed a protective aura around him. "Ordinary blades can hardly hurt me now. Lately, I've gained deeper insights into swordsmanship. Truly, the sword is the king of all weapons. Tomorrow's coming of, I have a feeling it's going to be a bloody storm. That honored guest Luo Feng mentioned must be the one in that carriage I passed the other day." According to what old Zhao found out, they were personally received by Luo Feng. Must be a big shot from the capital. But what left the biggest impression on me was the coachman. I could feel how strong he was, but Uncle Qin didn't say a word, so I won't overthink it. Taking down Hu Jishui earlier earned me a big chunk of sin points. At this rate, soon, I'll be able to redeem that mask. When the time comes, you better not let me down. Training done. Luo Hong slumped onto the rocking chair, gazing at the clear blue sky, and that demonic fetus the manual devoured. It's been over 10 days, still no idea where the manual stashed it. Can't see it in the space either. Every time I ask, it just says, almost done refining. With Uncle Chun and old Zhao on my side, my strength isn't to be underestimated anymore. He raised his hand toward the sky and made a gun gesture, firing a few shots. Now I just need to get through the ceremony safely, Then many secrets will finally be revealed. As Luo Hong pondered his next move, he heard Luo Xiaoxiao's loud voice. "Hey, stinky brother. I brought Sister Yu to see you." Luo Hong turned in surprise, then pushed Xiaoxiao aside. "Bug, don't get so close to me." Seeing Luo Hong, Zhao Yu's thoughts began to wander. "Hong Ji, you're still so dashing and elegant, like the warm sun in winter." Just then, Luo Hong looked at her. Zhao Yu's heart skipped a beat. He looked at me. As Luo Hong got closer, her heart pounded faster and faster. If I tell him about the marriage to the Qian family, he'll surely stop it. Once we're engaged, the Zhao and Luo families won't have to fight. Thinking this, she shyly said, "Hong Ji." But Luo Hong walked right past her and stood before little Dohwa. Zhao Yu's heart sank to the bottom. She turned her head, full of sorrow. Watching them laugh and chat, her heart was in complete turmoil. Just then, Luo Xiaoxiao grabbed her brother. "Sister, you said she's here to talk to you." Luo Hong tilted his head in confusion, looking at the blushing Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu saw Luo Hong approaching her again, and all her earlier gloom vanished instantly. She even began defending Luo Hong in her heart. "That must have been just a teasing act to lure me in. There's no way Hong Ji has forgotten me. Come on, Hong Ji, I bet you've got lots to say to me, right?" Just as Zhao Yu looked at him expectantly, Luo Hong stopped in front of her and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Zhao Yu froze, like a blade had just pierced her warm heart. She was completely petrified. She couldn't believe what she just heard. Luo Hong waved his hand in front of her. Miss, are you alright? I'm Zhao Wei. Luo Hong looked completely lost. He had no idea who this girl was. Sorry, miss. I really can't remember. Zhao Yu stood frozen in place. Luo Hong, you just stabbed me right in the heart. At that moment, Luo Xiaoxiao said, You idiot. Sister, you used to come play with me all the time. How could you forget that? Sister, you came to you with something important. Take it seriously. Luo Hong asked awkwardly. Miss Yue, what did you want to talk to me about? Zhao Yu seemed to recall her purpose. She started working herself into an emotional state, until tears filled her eyes. Luo Hong grew even more confused. If you've got something to say, then say it. What are you crying for? Sister Yu, what's wrong? Meanwhile, little Dohua just stood there blankly watching. Luo Hong stepped forward and comforted her. Don't cry, miss. Just tell me what's going on. Finally, Zhao Yu spoke. My father wants to marry me off to the Qian family's young master. Luo Hong instantly perked up. A marriage? That sounds like a good thing. Why are you crying? Zhao Yu froze again. This wasn't how she imagined it at all. Luo Xiaoxiao scowled. That Qian family kid's a total idiot. Only then did Luo Hong get it. Yeah, that is kinda tragic. Zhao Yu said. So Hongji, you do pity me, right? But Luo Hong ignored the implication, and asked instead. So you're telling me this because? What exactly do you want? Zhao Yu said. I know Hongji has feelings for me. If you come and propose before they do, I won't have to marry that idiot from the Qian family. That's just absurd. Zhao Yu panicked. Hongji, how could you say something like that? Don't you have feelings for me at all? Luo Hong quickly waved his hand. Hold on. He pulled Luo Xiaoxiao aside and whispered, Did I ever have anything going on with this Zhao Yu? He had a reason for asking. In his memories, she barely registered. He was pretty sure he had no special feelings for her. Luo Xiaoxiao said. What kind of going on? You're dreaming. All I know is, her father once came with a marriage proposal, but I think you turned it down. Back then you were just a bookworm. Didn't know a damn thing? Feeling regret now, aren't you? Luo Hong shoved his useless sister aside. Alright, you can get lost now. Shoo, then turned back to Zhao Yu. Good, no messy ties. Miss Yue. I do sympathize with your situation, but proposing marriage like this is way too sudden. Besides, I'm focused on my career right now, not ready to think about personal matters, so I'm afraid I can't help you. Just as Zhao Yu was about to speak again, Luo Hong suddenly exclaimed, Right, I almost forgot. Uncle Chen still has something for me to do. Please excuse me. Luo Xiaoxiao watched as her brother's figure disappeared, then finally sighed helplessly. Sister Yu, don't be mad. My brother's just a jerk. Zhao Yu clenched her fingers so tightly they cracked. She replied stiffly. It's fine. I could never be angry with Hongji. I just bought a canary. Why don't you two come over and play? In an unassuming private residence, Wen Tianqing sat in a rocking chair, staring at the dark, cloudy sky. At that moment, Luo Feng spoke. Tomorrow is Luo Hong's coming-of-age ceremony. Wen Tianqing replied calmly. Lord Luo, what is it you wish to say? Luo Feng hesitated for a moment. I simply want to complete the task entrusted to me by the Court of Judicial Review, judging by the weather. If there's a heavy downpour tomorrow, this small frame of mine might not hold up, Wen Tianqing said seriously. Being in the bureaucracy is like being caught in a spider's web. Whenever one part moves, it shakes the others too. The closer you are to the center, the more people you affect. This great web over the realm. Whether you move or not isn't up to you. Only when the net stirs will you know which way to turn. Luo Feng looked contemplative. After a long pause, he spoke. I shall take my leave. Wen Tianqing nodded, but said nothing more. After Luo Feng's figure vanished, a Jew finally spoke up. That Luo Feng, Wen Tianqing replied. With the court split into two opposing factions, he simply doesn't know which side to choose. A Jew asked again. Wen Tianqing's eyes deepened. The crown prince wants the Luo family's power, so we must help the crown prince win their favor. There's unrest throughout the city today. All the assassins who snuck in must be ready to act. They're just waiting for the right moment to strike the Luo family like a storm. When that happens, all we need to do is intervene and save them from disaster. Then the Luo family will have no choice but to acknowledge our favor. Just then, a servant came to report. Reporting in, sir. The young lady from the Zhao residence has brought Luo Xiaoxiao into their manor. A Jew said. Keep observing and report again. The man outside acknowledged and left. Wen Tianqing chuckled. Trying to catch the Luo family off guard. Are they? Let's just sit back and watch. Over at the Zhao residence, the canary's chirping was sweet and melodic, putting a big smile on Luo Xiaoxiao's face. Zhao Yu watched the two playing and laughing, then suddenly hardened her heart. Xiaoxiao, don't blame me. And this little wild wench. You must be the one who bewitched Hongji. Since Luo Hong's so heartless toward me, I can't have him. Then no one else can. Love or power. Zhao Yu will get at least one of them. At that moment, Zhao Hu was spying in the shadows, then dropped to his knees. We've already lured someone from the Luo family into the Zhao residence. It won't be long before Luo Hong comes looking for them. Duan nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Let's wait for him to walk into the trap himself. Back at the Luo residence, Chen Xiantian instructed. Tomorrow is the household ceremony. Make sure all preparations today are flawless. No mistakes allowed. Just then, Luo Hong approached. Uncle Chun, how's the setup going? Chun Xiantian replied. No need for concern, young master. Everything is on track. Suddenly, thunder rumbled across the sky. Luo Hong said. Looks like rain today. Chun Xiantian nodded. It's the stormy season. The wind and rain won't be letting up. Luo Hong said quietly. What must come, always will. Only after the storm is the land nourished, and life can truly flourish. Chun Xiantian glanced at Luo Hong in surprise, but said nothing. Luo Hong continued. Tomorrow. I'll be counting on you to have my back, Uncle Chun. Chun Xiantian paused, and felt deeply that the young master had truly grown up. He clasped his fists solemnly, then knelt on one knee and said gravely, for the young master, I would lay down my life without hesitation. At that moment, a maid came running over in a panic. Young master. The young miss has been at the Zhao residence for half the day. It's almost dinner time, and she hasn't returned yet. Luo Hong chuckled. Xiao Xiao's always playful. She probably lost track of time. Send someone to call her back. But the maid replied. We already did, but couldn't find her. They said she's having too much fun in the garden to leave, and she insists the young master must go personally. What do you say, young master? Luo Hong sighed. All right. That Luo Xiao really knows how to stir things up. When she gets back, I'm definitely giving her a good scolding. After grumbling for a bit, he turned to Chun Xiantian and said, Uncle Chun, I'll go fetch Xiao Xiao. I'll leave things here in your hands. Once Chun Xiantian nodded, Luo Hong set off with the maid. Go call Zhao Dong'an. He'll accompany me outside the estate. Suddenly, Luo Hong paused in his steps and looked up at the sky. The maid asked in confusion, Young master, what is it? Luo Hong, the wind's picking up. The maid was puzzled. She had no idea what the young master meant. Luo Hong didn't bother explaining. Tell Zhao Dong'an to bring all the guards. I've got a feeling the rain's coming early. In the Luo residence's backyard, the guards were Zhao Dong'an was the most dedicated among them. At that moment, the maid entered. Zhao Dong'an looked over curiously. Seeing a bunch of shirtless men, Xiao Hong's face flushed slightly. The young master wants you to accompany him out, and bring all the estate guards with you. Zhao Dong'an was confused. Why bring so many people? Xiao Hong glanced at Zhao Dong'an. You're going to the Zhao residence to pick up the young miss. As for why so many people, I don't know. Zhao Dong'an nodded. I see. Did the young master say anything else? Just then, the other guards gathered around. Yeah. What else did he say? It's rare he takes us along. Usually it's just old Zhao eating and drinking with the young master. Xiao Hong thought hard. He said something like the wind's picking up, and it's going to rain. The guards all looked at Zhao Dong'an, puzzled. Old Zhao. What did he mean by that? Translate it for us. Zhao Dong'an pondered. After thinking it over, he suddenly seemed to get it. The young master's telling us to bring umbrellas. He's so thoughtful. Just then, a voice rang out. Count me in on the trip with the young master. Don't worry. I won't be a burden. I'll just stay at the back of the group. Zhao Dong'an laughed. Uncle Wang, aren't you busy gardening? What are you doing tagging along with us? Uncle Wang. I know it. But it's been ages since I've gone out. Might as well get some fresh air today. At this moment, Luo Hong stood at the estate gate, facing the cold wind, putting on a dramatic, sorrowful expression. The cold wind sweeps over the Yi River. The warrior who leaves shall never return. Just as he recited that line, Zhao Dong'an's voice rang out from behind. Luo Hong quickly shut his mouth and said sternly, You really had to show up now of all times? You ruined the whole mood. Zhao Dong'an didn't understand the sentiment. He simply cupped his fist with the others and said, Young master. Everyone's assembled. Shall we depart? Luo Hong nodded. Everyone, stand in formation. Let me inspect you. Everyone immediately stood in a line, heads high and chests out. Their energy and presence looked great. Luo Hong nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Quite decent, full of spirit. But as he spoke, Luo Hong's expression changed. He had noticed Wang Bo. Not only was he completely out of sync with the team, he also looked ridiculously lazy. Luo Hong asked in confusion, Who's that old guy? Wang Bo called out, Young master, and then let out a loud fart. Did you just fart? Zhao Dong'an quickly explained. Young master. Wang Bo is the gardener in charge of the flower beds. He's very loyal. Luo Hong waved his hand while pinching his nose. Fine, whatever. Just stand at the end of the line. We're heading out. The group soon arrived at the Zhao residence. Luo Hong planted his sword into the ground, took a deep breath, and shouted, Master Zhao. Luo. Just then, a sound came from inside the Zhao residence, the door bolt being pulled. The door slowly opened, revealing Zhao Yu's figure. Lightning flashed across the sky, followed by a downpour of rain. Zhao Yu walked out holding a paper umbrella. She smiled at Luo Hong, but not with the warmth she once had. She gestured with her hand, indicating that Luo Hong and the others could come in. At that moment, the guards behind Luo Hong pulled out paper umbrellas like magic. As the umbrellas popped open with a snap, Zhao Dong'an. Luo Hong nodded in approval. He suddenly felt incredible, just like a mob boss from modern times. Luo Hong said, I'm not going inside. Just if Xiao Xiao come out. Zhao Yu smiled and said, If you don't come in, Xiao Xiao won't be able to come out. A cold glint flashed in Luo Hong's eyes. Looking at Zhao Yu's pretty face, he found himself disliking her more and more. Sensing something was off, Zhao Donghan stepped forward and said seriously, "Young master, something doesn't feel right. Should we go in?" Luo Hong nodded. Shishao and Dohua are both inside. We're going in no matter what. Leave some people at the gate to cover us. Pick a few skilled ones to come with me. With that, Luo Hong took the lead and walked in. Several capable guards followed closely behind. The atmosphere suddenly just like the gloomy sky above. As the gates of the Zhao residence closed with a bang, Luo Hong knew it. Suddenly, the sound of countless footsteps echoed from the rooftops. Luo Hong glanced around. The entire residence was now filled with black-clad figures, completely surrounding them. Outside, the guards sensed something was wrong. "It's an ambush. The young master is inside. We should charge in," another guard said. "It's not that simple. Look around you. People are approaching from all directions." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, shadows began appearing at every street corner around them. They're dressed exactly like the ones inside the Zhao Manor. The guards' escape routes have all been sealed off. Inside a nearby tavern, Fang Jing asked. Countless black-clad men are already swarming toward the Zhao Manor. How should we respond? Luo Feng spoke to himself, as if replying to Fang Zheng, yet also like he was talking to himself. Grand Preceptor Wen is observing quietly. Chun Xiantian must also be waiting for the perfect moment to act. A man, from the moment he's born, is fated to be caught in endless slaughter upon this chessboard of heaven and earth. How tragically bleak that is. He was merely born into the Luo family. What crime did he commit? As he said this, he looked at Fang Zheng. Stay alert to changes on the battlefield. Let's hope we can keep his sisters alive. Back at the Luo Manor, a servant reported, all the servants have been hidden in the secret chamber. Please don't worry, Steward Chun. Qin Xianian nodded. You go too. With that, a grin spread across his face, but the sharp gleam in his eyes only grew stronger. Qin Xianian stood up, reached out his hand toward the lotus pond, and a whirlpool suddenly formed in the water. Slowly, a sword hilt emerged from the water. The moment the blade appeared, the surrounding energy turned. Qin Xiantian spoke softly. After all these years, I finally don't need to hide anymore. Today, the sword is awakened. People of the world, listen to this dragon's roar. In an instant, a dragon formed of sword or a sword into the sky. Its roar echoed across hundreds of miles. Luo Hong at the Zhao Manor also witnessed the anomaly. He let out a long sigh. Qin Xiantian is finally making a move. There will be experts sent to deal with him. Let's just focus on doing our part. With that, he suddenly shouted, Luo Hong, the trap has been fully laid. Today, the Zhao Manor will be your grave. Hearing this, Luo Hong let out a loud chuckle. His laughter grew louder and wilder, more and more arrogant and unrestrained. Those who seek my life should not be nameless nobodies. State your names. Seeing no answer from his opponents, Luo Hong asked again. What's wrong? Afraid? Duan snorted coldly. You're a dead man anyway. Fine. I'll let you die knowing who we are. I am Wei Wuxian, commander of the Imperial Secret Service of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Chang followed up. And I'm the deputy commander, Wei Wufeng. My brother and I have led elite death warriors from both Zhou and Chu dynasties, for the sole purpose of claiming your and your sister's lives. Luo Hong. To have both dynasties unite against you, you can die without regret. Everyone, heed my command. Kill Luo Hong. Upon hearing this, the black-clad men all drew their blades and charged. During this moment, Luo Hong added the names of the Wei brothers to his target list. Then he said, You say this is where I die, but in my eyes, you're all just numbers. As Luo Hong watched the black-clad men approach, for each one he killed, he gained 100 sin points. That made Luo Hong's blood boil even hotter. These are all sin points, after all. Using his shadow step technique, Luo Hong charged straight toward the Wei brothers. Wei Wuxian gritted his teeth and said, These death warriors are all 9th rank martial cultivators, yet none of them can even last one round against him? This Luo Hong must be at least 7th rank. Wei Wufeng, eager to fight, said, Let me face him. With a boom, he shot forward. Luo Hong paused in his steps. Is this the 7th rank? Luo Hong dodged Wei Wufeng's furious punch. Just then, another black-clad man jumped down. Luo Hong's heart skipped a beat. Countless alarms exploded in his mind. He instinctively realized another 7th rank fighter had arrived. Luo Hong ducked his head to dodge the black-clad man's slash, then instantly twisted his body and thrust his long sword toward the black-clad man. Unfortunately, that man wasn't some pushover either. Luo Hong was thus attacked from both front and back. How could a 7th rank expert have no name? State your name, sir. The black-clad man tore off the red cloth on his face. I am Zhou Shi, deputy commander of the Dezhou Active Army. Luo Hong gave a faint smile upon hearing that, and directly added Zhou Shi to his target list. After these intense battles, Luo Hong's sin value had skyrocketed to 1631. Torrential rain poured endlessly, occasionally accompanied by dull thunder. Chun Xiantian floated above the Luo residence. At this moment, Qin Xiantian spoke. Show yourselves, everyone. Though his voice wasn't loud, it carried for dozens of miles, blanketing the entire Anping. Even the experts hidden in Anping County heard it. Each of their expressions grew grim. seeing no movement. The sword aura around Chun Xiantian surged boundlessly in an instant. It has been a long time since I, Chin, appeared in the martial world. I ask all of you, hold nothing back. Let me enjoy myself to the fullest. And hi, a golden tint falcon warrior from the northern barbarian dynasty, ranked 26th on the heaven ranking. He looked at Chun Xiantian in the sky and scoffed. Southerners sure talk big. As he spoke, he drew his longbow and aimed at Chun Xiantian. At the same time, chi surged continuously into his right hand. Soon, an arrow formed purely of chi materialized, with a roar. The sound of the arrow releasing even surpassed that of a siege weapon. The arrow shot rapidly toward its target in the sky. Chun Xiantian seemed oblivious, and caught the arrow with one hand, then gently pinched. The once mighty arrow was crushed into dust. Chun Xiantian scoffed. You have strength, but not much. Andahai was startled. He turned his bull-headed horse to flee, shooting arrows as he went. But Chun Xiantian remained unfazed by the arrows. He raised his sword hilt, and countless sword auras surged forth, instantly forming a massive dragon. Chun Xiantian let out a cold snort. Fireflies trying to outshine the moon. A deafening roar echoed from the giant dragon. It crashed head-on into the arrows. The arrows exploded mid-air, but didn't inflict the slightest harm on Chun Xiantian. Andahai was shaken. The dragon transformation sword. The dragon transformation sword that dares defy the heavens. I've finally seen it. Then, Chun Xuantian's calm voice rang out. Don't just stand there stunned. Better run. I'm coming to kill you. With that, Chun Xiantian shot forward. Andahai's pupils dilated in terror. He tried to stay calm. I'm a warrior of the Golden Scepter. Come on. I'll fight you head on. But as soon as he said that, he saw Chun Xuantian's emotionless gaze. He instinctively gulped and turned to flee on horseback, even giving himself an excuse. This is a clever tactical retreat, but Chun Xiantian didn't care, and kept closing in on him. Andahai panicked. Someone help me. Chun Xiantian isn't someone I can handle alone. We have to work together. But at that moment, Chun Xiantian was already behind him. You're quite noisy, aren't you? He swung his sword, but something shot toward them, blocking the dragon transformation sword. After exchanging a few blows, Chun Xiantian finally saw that it was a sword. He swept his sword in, sending the opposing sword flying, crashing through several buildings along the way. The sword finally flew toward the flower-faced man. He waved his hand, and the sword hilt followed. Chun Xiantian gazed at the figure in the distance. His expression grew slightly serious. Li Gu of the Great Chu Dynasty, ranked 58th on the heavenly ranking. Chun Xiantian smiled calmly. The flower-faced gentleman, huh? I know you. Back in the day, your master failed to court me, and ended up fooling around with her own disciple. Your sect is truly a mess. Li Gu instantly became furious. Shut your mouth. Even Andahai looked slightly surprised. This kid really plays dirty behind the scenes. Chun Xiantian said. Alright. You little freeloader. Let's see if your swordplay is up to par. Don't disappoint me. Li Gu was furious. Chun Xiantian, your insults go too far. He roared as he slashed at him, using the three-flower illusory sword technique. Chun Xiantian chuckled a few times, but didn't react much. It seemed this level wasn't enough to make him take it seriously. Li Gu also noticed his indifference. Then experience my sword. As he finished, his body scattered like petals in the wind. Chun Xiantian was mildly surprised at the sight, then started laughing. Interesting. But this strike clearly couldn't harm Chun. The sword dissipated again. And so did Li Gu. Chun Xiantian immediately sensed something. That was a fake. Li Gu lunged from behind again, but it was still a fake. Again and again. This repeated dozens of times, until in their next clash, Chun Xiantian sensed something odd. His figure suddenly accelerated, and the dragon form sword in his hand lunged at Li Gu. But the moment it made contact, that Li Gu was still a fake. After dozens of exchanges, Li Ji's confidence surged. So what if it's Chun Xiantian? He still can't see through my swordplay. But then Chun Xiantian smiled slightly. I see you now. Chun Xuantian's movement surged once more, and countless sword auras pinned down, whether intentionally or not. In that moment he had the chance to kill, but he didn't strike fatally. Instead, he calmly spoke. Watch closely, young man. A true swordsman must have a heart that charges forward without fear. Sneaky tricks and ambushes do not make a sword style. Li Ji's expression turned serious in an instant. Such terrifying sword energy, just as it wrapped around him. His figure once again vanished. Chun Xiantian scoffed. Gone again. So boring. Li Gu reappeared behind him. Chun Xiantian. You truly can't be underestimated. Andahai said awkwardly. This old guy's no pushover, huh? Li Gu turned with frustration and said, didn't you say we'd fight together? Then do something, damn it. But Andahai didn't advance. Instead, he stepped back a few paces. You think the two of us are enough? Li Gu fell silent. Can't argue with that. Andahai also fell silent. The mood turned awkward. Just then, an untimely voice rang out. Finally woke up. He stretched with a yawn, then cupped his fists and said, Grandmaster Chun, Junior Feng Tianxiu humbly requests guidance. He is a wandering swordsman of the great Zhou dynasty, ranked 45th on the heavenly ranking. Chun Xiantian waved back to him as a gesture of welcome. At that moment, thunder roared across the sky. Everyone turned toward the sound in confusion. A hole suddenly opened in the sky, and a tornado burst out of it. Amid them was another figure. The newcomer was Yuan Shingang, known as the Thunderstorm Tyrant Spear, ranked 20th on the heaven ranking. Yuan Shingang said, "Long time no see. I've come to fulfill our 20-year-old promise." Chun Xiantian laughed. "Now that's more like it. How could those small fry possibly be my match?" Just then, a beam of light shot into the sky. Chun Xiantian frowned. A dazzling firework exploded midair. Yuan Shingang asked, "A signal flare? Has the Zhao residence been dealt with?" Outside the Zhao residence, the remaining guards were desperately fighting, because even a single mistake could cost them their lives. Just as a black-clad man was about to finish off a guard, a powerful fist suddenly appeared and smashed him away. The black-clad men looked toward the sliding figure, and all froze in place. They turned their gazes toward the one responsible in astonishment. It was Wang Bo. A guard asked in confusion. Wang Bo calmly replied, "Take a breather, lads. We keep fighting." He then shouted, "I am Wang Chong, Black General Underlord Luo of the Great Xia Dynasty. Who dares challenge me?" Silence fell all around, as if no one had recovered from the shock. But soon, someone snapped out of it and charged. What's the point of being scared by just a title? Inside the Zhao residence, Luo Hong was locked in fierce battle with two 7th ranks. If not for his speed and agility, he would have died at least 800 times already. After dodging a deadly strike, Luo Hong countered with a burst of sword energy. Zhou Shi was startled. What a domineering sword aura. The blade in his hand was shattered instantly. But just then, Wei Wufeng leapt out and slammed his fist at Luo Hong's forehead. Luo Hong blocked it with his sword. This guy's strength was even greater than Hu Jishui's. Wei Wufeng grinned slyly. Just then, the gates of the Zhao residence burst open. Several figures were sent flying straight at Wei Wufeng. He swept his leg out, kicking a few away, then punched one unlucky guy into the ground. Wei Wufeng frowned as he looked over. A figure slowly walked in. Wang Bo cracked his neck a few times and smiled. "Big guy. You've got some real strength. Be my opponent." In a flash, Wei Wufeng was right in front of him with a kick. Wang Bo's body was sent flying out of the Zhao residence. His body sailed dozens of meters. Luo Hong was stunned. "Isn't that the gardener? He's actually a hidden powerhouse." At that moment, Zhou Shi appeared behind Luo Hong, trying to launch a sneak attack. But Zhao Donghan was watching him closely. Just as Zhou Shi approached, Zhao Donghan struck. The two instantly locked into a standoff. "Young master, leave this one to me." Luo Hong said nothing, and turned to face Wei Wuxian said, "Luo Hong, there's only one path left for you. Kill me." Luo Hong didn't waste words, and leapt onto the rooftop. Wei Wuxian clapped his hands, and as they spread open again, a rune formation appeared around him. Now the battle lines were clear. Wei Wufeng versus Wang Bo. Zhou Shi versus Zhao Donghan. Luo Hong versus the mini-boss Wei Wuxian. Wei Wufeng slowly stepped out from the Zhao residence. Wang Bo rubbed his arm and praised. "Not bad, youngster. You've got some fight in you." Wei Wufeng smirked darkly, then turned to the stone lion nearby. He placed one hand on its head, and the other beneath the pedestal. With a loud roar, he yanked the stone lion straight off the ground, lifting it high above his head, then hurled it at Wang Bo. Wang Bo gathered energy in his hand. He struck the flying stone lion with one palm. He actually caught the stone lion steadily. Wei Wufeng furrowed his brow. With his usually slow mind, even he could tell something was wrong. Wang Bo clenched his fingers tightly, embedding them into the stone. Then, with one hand, he lifted it up. "Looks like you're like me. You fight with raw power. Then let's see whose strength is greater." With that, he charged with the stone lion in hand, and hurled it straight at Wei Wufeng. At that moment, he pressed his palms together. A pair of giant hands materialized and smashed the... Wang Bo looked slightly surprised. The great visualization golden body. At that moment, an ethereal voice echoed. "Infinite heaven. Thus manifests the Dharma body. Visualize the Vajra of Polo, the king of the golden Dharma body of suppressed might." As the words fell, a Vajra apparition appeared behind Wei Wufeng. At that moment, everyone, both Luo Hong's men and those of the two dynasties, froze at the sight of the manifestation. Wei Wufeng said, "Compared to Luo Hong, you're more my type. Come on, old man. Show me your full strength." Wang Bo laughed. "The great Zhou's heavenly visualization technique. What a nostalgic aura." "Then as you wish. I'll go all out too." As he finished, the energy around Wang Bo flared wildly. An invisible pressure slowly spread. Then, a phantom figure appeared behind him too. A martial soul cavalry rider. Wang Bo grinned. "As a man of Zhou, you should know the terror of the black cavalry." Wei Wufeng sneered. "Then let me experience it firsthand." With that, both apparitions struck at once. Asterisk boom asterisk. The ground trembled. Wei Wufeng said, "You really are a worthy opponent, old man. But it's a pity. A real pity. You've only got one hand." Wang Bo was starting to show fatigue, but there's nothing he can do. It really is a pity, he only has one hand. Wei Wufeng increased his power, and the golden apparition behind him kept showing its might. As time dragged on, Wang Bo was eventually pounded into the ground, but Wang Bo wouldn't go down that easily. He summoned every last bit of his martial energy, and collided with the apparition hundreds more times, but Wei Wufeng wasn't easy to handle either. Know your limits. I land twice the blows you do. What makes you think you can clash with me? Gradually, Wang Bo could no longer defend. Fists from the apparition rained down on him. Wang Bo realized the danger. His consciousness was about to be crushed. He gritted his teeth hard, clinging to his final shred of sanity. Wang Bo roared mightily. His arm transformed into a blade to block the fist. Asterisk boom asterisk. The apparition's fist shattered. Blood burst from Wei Wufeng's fist too. He was stunned. How could a man with one hand damage his golden body? Wang Bo unleashed his wrath, shaking heaven and earth. His hand blade swung madly, and the golden body began to shatter. Wei Wufeng looked at his scarred hands, a mere servant of the Luo family, and he can reach this level, but this is the end. He wove a hand sign, and his shattered fist instantly regenerated. Wei Wufeng let out a furious roar. His aura surged once again. Our goal today is to kill Luo Hong, so don't get in my way. Wang Bo didn't answer. He slashed with his blade, but he was already exhausted, and now faced Wei Wufeng at full power. At this moment, all he could do was take the beating. Wei Wufeng's punches grew faster and faster. Wang Bo could only passively endure the blows. Like a sandbag, he was smacked around helplessly. In the end, he couldn't escape being slammed into the ground. Wang Bo lay in the crater, coughing twice, but made no other movement. Wei Wufeng said coldly, "My father died in battle against the Black Cavalry, in the century-long war between Zhou and Xia. Zhou never won a single battle against the Black Cavalry, not once. But today, I've won." Hearing Wei Wufeng's arrogant words, Wang Bo slowly exhaled, then grinned. He struggled to rise slowly. "Young one, do you know why Zhou's army never beat? Let me tell you. In the honor of the Black Cavalry, there is no failure, only death." Wang Bo raised his arm and shouted, 6 cavalry forms. As his arm swung down violently, the Black Cavalry behind him charged. A sword stabbed directly into the heart of the Dharma form. The blade sunk in several inches. Wei Wufeng spat a mouthful of blood. His whole body hurled backward like a meteor. Zhou Shi also noticed Wei Wufeng's condition. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Wei Wufeng, are you okay?" From the rubble, Wei Wufeng weakly raised his right hand and waved, indicating that he wasn't dead yet. Zhou Shi's face turned extremely grim. Seems like everyone in this Luo residence is a damn monster. Zhao Donghon fully unleashed his aura, locking onto his prey like a fierce tiger. At that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky, and the rain began pouring harder. Zhao Donghon said, "I've long heard that Zhou has an elite unit. I suppose you're from the so-called desperate army, right?" "As far as I know." Wherever this unit went, they spared neither women nor children. They took joy in stacking heads into pyramids. Zhou Shi scoffed. A bloodthirsty army can dominate the battlefield. As for the weak, the elderly, and women, soldiers need entertainment during long wars. Burn down their homes, slaughter them like livestock, drive them into utter despair. Isn't that the victor's reward? Zhao Donghon's eyes gleamed with fury as terrible memories flooded his mind. 10 years ago, the desperate army was defeated by the Black Cavalry. In their retreat, they vented their rage by massacring Anji City. Suddenly, the sound of chaotic footsteps rang out around them. "Were you involved in that?" Zhou Shi chuckled twice. "Anji City, huh? That day was a rainy one too." Zhao Donghon's rage instantly surged to his head, nearly making him lose control. Seeing this, Zhou Shi sighed twice. "So you're a survivor of Anji City. Come on then, I'll make you relive that day." Zhao Donghon struggled to hold himself back, his fingers nearly digging into his flesh, but the horrific images in his mind made it impossible for him to remain rational in front of his enemy. He roared furiously, stomping the ground. He launched himself forward. Zhao Donghon slammed a punch into Zhou Shi. Zhou Shi blocked it, and used the force to leap back. "Too bad. You've just stepped into the 7th rank. Your realm isn't stable yet, so your revenge is doomed to fail." Zhou Shi spread his arms. In an instant, a giant eagle martial spirit appeared behind him. The eagle gently flapped its wings, and countless feathers shot toward Zhao Donghon like blades. Zhao Donghon regained some clarity of mind. He ducked down, and a shield appeared behind him. Just as the feathers arrived, in an instant, his figure was engulfed. Meanwhile, Wang Bo slowly rose from the ground and walked steadily toward the Zhao Manor. At the same time, Wei Wufeng also climbed out of the rubble. Wang Bo looked at the man before him. All he could see was a blur of blood. 2 exhausted fighters slowly approached each other. Wang Bo painfully raised his only remaining arm, intending to battle Wei Wufen for 300 more rounds. But sadly, he had reached his limit. His pupils rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious to the ground. Wei Wufen quickly sealed his own heart meridian, and only then exhaled in relief. What a pity, oh, I thought I was done for. But suddenly, a thunderous boom rang out. Wei Wufen looked over in shock. Zhou Shi shouted, "Even 6th rank martial chi can't necessarily block my black feathers, let alone someone like you at the early 7th rank. But just then, his expression changed. Zhao Donghon suddenly appeared in front of him. unleashing the Tiger Emperor, 100 rending fists. As Zhou Shi saw the approaching punch, he realized he couldn't dodge it. But suddenly, Zhao Donghan froze. The punch never landed. He looked down in anger. Wei Wufeng was somehow beneath him, gripping his leg tightly. Zhou Shi was overjoyed. Nice work. Wei Wufeng pulled hard. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. He slammed Zhao Donghan into the ground, shattering it. Zhou Shi followed up with a finishing move, a vicious stomp to Zhao Donghan's chest. Zhao Donghan's consciousness faded. He lay motionless in the pit. Zhou Shi said, "Now only Luo Hong is left." With that, he turned to leave, but suddenly frowned. Zhao Donghan was still clinging tightly to his pant leg, mumbling through bloody lips. "Young master, run." A figure sat cross-legged in midair, surrounded by a talisman array. Talisman papers streamed out, attacking Luo Hong. Luo Hong remarked with surprise, "My first time facing a Taoist cultivator. You must be from Qinglong Mountain of Zhou." Wei Wuxian didn't deny it. He replied playfully, "After you die, I'll perform a ritual for you." Luo Hong smiled nonchalantly. "You really think you can kill me? I'm curious. Where does your confidence come from?" Wei Wuxian also smiled. Luo Hong. Even now, you think you still have a chance. I know what you're relying on. It's that steward of yours, Chun Xintian. He is strong indeed. But to kill you, Zhou and Chu mustered 4 top-level experts just to hold him back. Do you really think he has time to worry about you? As for the others, it's only a matter of time before they're all slaughtered. What danger could possibly remain? I truly can't think of any. As he spoke, he made a mockingly shocked face. Wait, don't tell me. You mean yourself? You don't seriously think you alone can handle us, do you? Luo Hong smiled. But what if I can? I'm really strong, you know. Wei Wuxian, hearing this, puffed up his cheeks, as if trying to hold in laughter. But suddenly, he couldn't hold it anymore, and laughed until tears streamed from his eyes. Moments later, he said seriously, stop joking around. You're just a 7th rank. Maybe in your eyes that feels amazing. But I'm a 6th rank. Do you know how big that gap is? And honestly, I haven't seen anything impressive from you. Luo Hong listened to all this, nearly fuming from the rage. He gritted his teeth and thought, if I wasn't worried about blowing my cover, I'd definitely teach you a hard lesson. Suddenly, a gust of wind whooshed in. Luo Hong caught Zhao Donghan with one hand. His heart jumped. He quickly checked Zhao Donghan's pulse, relieved to find he was still alive. Luo Hong gently set him down. At this moment, Wei Wufeng said disdainfully, Luo Hong, your men are all either dead or dying. You're a cornered beast now. The 3 of us together. You'll die today for sure. Luo Hong slowly stood up and drew his sword. At this moment, he truly looked like a trapped beast. Luo Hong looked around Zhao residence. He saw that all his guards had fallen. Actually, I've been worried for a while now. Worried I'd blow my cover in front of them. But now, you've helped me solve that problem. Wei Wuxian frowned. What did you say? Luo Hong grinned. I said, things sure can change in an instant. Wei Wufeng suddenly had a bad feeling. A very strong one. Zhou Shi sneered, still mouthing off even in the face of death. As he spoke, he lunged at Luo Hong. But Luo Hong stood motionless. You really like sneak attacks, don't you? With that, he activated Evil Shadow Step and instantly appeared behind him. Zhou Shi was shocked, but still forced himself to speak. Luo Hong, is footwork the only thing you know? Luo Hong gave an O. I just don't want blood on me. Zhou Shi's pupils contracted. Chills ran down his back. Countless warning signals went off inside him. He turned his head with difficulty, trying to see what was behind him. But then, a flood of deadly aura poured into his body, corroding his organs and limbs. Zhou Shi's agonizing scream left a deep shadow in the minds of the Wei brothers. In just a moment, Zhou Shi's body was completely destroyed by the deadly energy. Just then, the system's voice echoed. Target, Zhou Shi, deceased. Current sin value is changing. Finally stopping at 2111. Wei Wuxian leapt down from the rooftop, landing beside Wei Wufeng. He gritted his teeth. Never thought Luo Hong, heir of the Luo clan, and son of that man, would turn out to be a demonic cultivator. Luo Hong grinned. What a shame. You guys can't hear the system voice. But congratulations. You're about to witness my evolution. There's a gift I've been wanting to redeem, and I'll need you to help test it. Luo Hong's sin value had just reached 2,000, and in just a single breath, and it returned to 111. But he exchanged it for what he had always dreamed of, the demonic lord mask. The moment the mask appeared, the surrounding atmosphere became chaotic. Luo Hong's evil aura also grew stronger. The Wei brothers quickly retreated a few steps, temporarily avoiding Luo Hong's killing intent. Something's wrong. This power isn't right, Wei Wuxian shouted. I feel like something terrifying is about to come out. Or is it just my imagination? We must stop him. With that, the 2 rushed forward. Luo Hong sneered. Pitiful insects. It's already too late now. 2 demonic shadows flew out like specters. The evil energy they released drained the world of its color. Wei Wufeng gritted his teeth. So what if it's demonic energy? He struck with the Heavenly King's fist. Its power was nearly equal to the 2 demonic shadows. Wei Wuxian didn't hold back either. He even brought out his treasured Ling Xiao Thunder Talisman. A bolt of purple divine thunder shot forth, piercing both demonic shadows directly. Wei Wuxian sneered. I thought they'd be impressive. But they're just loud with no bite. Luo Hong scoffed coldly. The shadows reformed again. As strong as before. The brothers were shocked. What? Before they could finish, the shadows shot toward them. In moments, they were entangled and immobilized. The brothers were mentally shaken. The suffocating pressure covered their entire bodies. Then they roared in unison. One unleashed the Vidra subjugation. The other used the Samadhi True Fire Talisman. Boom twice. Both shadows were blown off, almost simultaneously. The return of breath felt like rebirth, but before they could catch it, Luo Hong's overwhelming aura dragged them back to reality. You fools still think you can kill me? Arrogance comes with a price. You're about to experience. Behind him, a pitch-black gate began to tremble. Endless black hands surged forth, each one forged from pure malice. Their eerie, tangible presence was deeply disturbing. Wei Wuxian's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. What even are those things? Too strange. The black hands wrapped around Luo Hong's face, leaving only one eye visible. Moments later, the black hands withdrew, and a mask appeared on Luo Hong's face. Luo Hong grinned grimly. I'll become your worst nightmare. Wei Wufeng swallowed hard. This pressure. What's on his face? Wei Wuxian asked. Brother, have you ever seen a demonic cultivator like this? Wei Wufeng shook his head blankly. Luo Hong said, you said you have numbers on your side, right? Then let's compare. He reached out his hand. The two demonic shadows began to dissolve, instantly returning to Luo Hong's back. But then something strange happened. The two shadows behind him suddenly shot forward like meteors. They zipped past the Wei brothers. He frowned. They're not targeting us? The evil energy surged into the corpses behind them, entering through their eyes, mouths, and noses. A low-ranking general of the beggar's army frowned, but the corpses didn't react at all. He foolishly reached out to check one. But just then, the corpses opened their eyes one by one and let out zombie-like snarls. Then lunged forward and tore the officer's neck open. More and more corpses began to rise. The beggar's army trembled at the overwhelming swarm. They were shaking uncontrollably. One zombie roared, and the rest howled in response, charging like mad beasts. And those in front were the first to be unlucky. One by one, they were pounced on and had their throats torn open. The Wei brothers broke into a cold sweat at the sight. He can actually control the dead? Luo Hong's cultivation is terrifyingly dark. He must be hiding a huge secret. The court's intel was wrong. Luo Hong isn't just the heir of the Luo clan. He's also a demonic cultivator, and he hid it completely for more than 10 years. That kind of patience is beyond ordinary people. He's an enormous threat. Luo Hong felt the power of the demonic lord mask. This mask grants me unbelievable strength. With its blessing, my evil energy has undergone a strange transformation. It can now turn from yin to yang energy. And the power of the ghostly shadows has greatly increased. By dispersing the shadows and injecting them into corpses, I can control them. This mask is truly worth the 2,000 sin points it cost. With it, I finally have a trump card for survival. From now on, no matter who it is, they'll only see a righteous and heroic young Master Luo. As the zombies pinned down the beggar's army, Luo Hong turned his gaze to the two brothers. It's time for you to depart. Wei Wuxian heard Luo Hong's words and froze inside. We can't take him anymore. I'll hold him off. You must escape. Wei Wufeng shook his head. No way. We leave together. Wei Wuxian said gravely. You think this demon would let us both go? Listen to me. We can't both die here. I was born first. Naturally, I should die first. Wei Wufeng's tears flowed uncontrollably. He didn't want to accept this reality. Wei Wuxian fumbled in his robes. There might still be a way. I just have to try it. He pulled out something. A device shaped like a grenade. Wei Wuxian shouted. Luo Hong, this is a signal cannon. Once it fires, the army lying in ambush outside the city will charge in. He knelt down as he spoke. Wei Wufeng instinctively reached to help him, but Wei Wuxian stopped him. Luo Hong narrowed his eyes. What kind of trick is this? Wei Wuxian said coldly. Spare our lives. My brother and I won't reveal your secret. Leave Anping County with your family. It's a win-win. Otherwise, I'll drag everyone in Anping to the grave. Once tens of thousands storm the city, Anping will become a living hell. Luo Hong paused to think. He seemed to consider it, but his voice was completely emotionless. A living hell? And what's that got to do with me? Wei Wuxian was stunned. Luo Hong's words left him speechless. Luo Hong sneered. Are you too brain dead? I'm a demonic cultivator. To me, only the dead are obedient. With that, a blast of evil energy shot forth, firmly locking Wei Wuxian's hand around the cannon. Luo Hong said darkly. Watch closely. The one dragging the world into hell should be a villain like me. With that, he lit the signal cannon. A bright light soared into the sky, piercing a hole in the pitch-black night. Wei Wuxian stood frozen, his mouth wide open, unable to speak. In a corner of the Zhao manor, Zhao Yu witnessed everything. She collapsed weakly to the ground. She never imagined Luo Hong was a demonic cultivator. Then doesn't that mean I know his secret? A demonic cultivator. Just hearing it is exciting. If I use this to make him marry me. No, there's that girl Dohua. She's already messed with Luo Hong's heart. If she were gone, with my beauty, how could brother Hong resist me? She's the obstacle between me and Luo Hong. I must get rid of her. With that thought, she got up and left. In the Zhao Manor's back courtyard, a group of guards were watching the gate. Little Dohua cracked the door open a bit to peek at the situation outside. At that moment, Xiao Xiao asked, Sister Dohua, how is it? Little Dohua shook her head. There are guards at the door. Xiao Xiao asked in confusion. But why would Sister Zhao Yu do this to me? Little Dohua comforted her. They're not targeting you. They're after your brother. Xiao Xiao was even more confused. My brother? He has no grudge with the Zhao family. And sister you really likes my brother. Little Dohua whispered. I don't know why they're after your brother either, but if they get desperate, we could be in danger too. Xiao Xiao trembled slightly. Are we going to die? Little Dohua shook her head firmly. We won't. Your brother will definitely come save us. It's chaos outside now. Let's hide in the house for now. Just then, a loud boom and a shockwave hit them. Xiao Xiao stumbled and fell. She was knocked over by the blast. Little Dohua rushed to help her up. Xiao Xiao was already in tears. Sister Dohua, I'm scared. Are we going to die? Little Dohua pulled her into her arms. It's okay, Xiao Xiao. I'm here. We'll be fine. Little Dohua looked up at the distant sky. Even though she couldn't see anything, she knew. The steward Chun was getting serious. Over at Chen Xuantian's side, a brilliant firework exploded in the sky. Chen Xuantian frowned. The Zhao Manor fired a signal. Is the battle over? Or is it something else? I have to check. With that thought, he said darkly, I'll just wipe you all out at once. Chen Xuantian's arrogant voice echoed through the air, reaching every corner of Anping. Bring out your strongest moves. You won't get another chance. With that, his sword energy surged like a tidal wave. First sword, White Python swallows the sky. Second sword, White Python forms the core. Yuan Chenggang grew excited. This energy, how nostalgic. Dragon Blade, Chun Xiantian. Chen Xuantian's voice rumbled outward. Third sword, Kirin emerges with horns. The White Python in the air suddenly grew a beastly horn. Fourth sword, Serpent transforms into dragon. As he spoke, it shrieked hysterically, its body rapidly transforming, finally turning into a dragon. Yuan Chenggang chuckled. One sword becomes a serpent. That's not enough. Far from enough. The other three experts looked on silently, already at their emotional limits. Chen Xiantian smiled and shook his head. Just killing you all. 4 swords are enough. And Ahai shouted angrily. Chen Xiantian, you're too arrogant. He pulled back the string of his bow. I'm still ranked in the top 100 of the heavenly list. We're 4 ranked experts. You think you can just kill us? What do you take us for? Li Gu and Feng Tianxiu were panicking. And Ahai, don't drag us down with you. Yuan Chenggang simply smiled and said nothing. And Ahai snapped. What? Why are you all staring at me? Did I say anything wrong? 4 of us, afraid of one guy. But before he could finish, a flash of sword light took his head clean off. As he spoke, he pointed at Li Gai and Feng Tianxiu. Cavalry warfare. Whoever gets picked, dies first. In an unremarkable tavern, when Tianxing sighed, I guess I still won't get to see the 9-dragon sword. Forget it, I'm done watching. He stood up from the rocking chair and told Ajio, let's head to the Zhao residence. Chen Xiantian won't last much longer. Ajio asked doubtfully, you're really going to help Luo Hong? When Tianxing nodded, we have to rescue Luo Hong before he gets there. Even if Luo Hong has a 7th or 8th rank cultivation, against so many experts, I don't believe he can win. His only chance is Chen Xiantian. That's why we have to go now, to make the Luo family owe us. Over at the Zhao residence, the zombies finished off the beggar army, then turned their sights on the Wei brothers. Wei Wuxian faced the swarming undead, his flame spells never stopping. Wei Wufeng dove straight into the horde, until he was nearly exhausted. Only then did he return to his brother's side. But the zombies didn't care. As long as they saw a target, they lunged to bite. Wei Wufeng said grimly, what's Luo Hong doing? Why hasn't he attacked us yet? Wei Wuxian replied, ever since he saw Chen Xuantian's dragon sword, he hasn't moved from the rooftop. He seems to be deep in thought. This is our only chance. Luo Hong stared dazedly at the dragon shadow in the distance. What a sword technique. To think such swordplay exists in this world. His eyes were full of that dragon silhouette, as if in sudden enlightenment, or maybe deep reflection. After a while, Luo Hong slowly closed his eyes and raised the sword in his hand. Wei Wuxian exclaimed, what's he doing? This guy's too weird. Who reflects on swordplay in the middle of battle? Is it deliberate, or is he seeking death? Either way, it's the best time to kill him. The 2 brothers broke out of the zombie encirclement and charged straight at Luo Hong. Just then, it was like Luo Hong had an epiphany. In a flash, one thought unlocked 100 more. He slowly opened his eyes, just in time to see the Wei brothers closing in. But he looked past them, as if they weren't there. He was overjoyed inside. The dragon sword. His sword energy took form, like it had a life of its own. He guided its power, and poured the sword intent he saw in the sky into that fleeting moment. Luo Hong suddenly burst into laughter, his laugh growing more manic. I finally understand. In an instant, Luo Hong comprehended the dragon sword. He infused the sword intent into his blade. Sword 1, Demon Blade, Rain Slash, Soul Condensation. A burst of sword energy shot out, spiraling wildly around him. Sword 2, Demon Blade formed, Essence Bound. Luo Hong leapt into the air from the eye of the storm. With the release of Sword 3, the power of the Demon Dragon Whirlwind Sword, every building in the Luo estate shook violently, then swiftly collapsed. The Wei brothers were dragged forward, and then lifted into the air. They couldn't break free at all. Trapped in the whirlwind's grasp, Luo Hong let out a low roar. The 4th sword unleashed a surge of sword energy. The whirlwind instantly turned into a demonic dragon. In terms of presence, it was no weaker than Chen Xuantian's dragon. But in terms of power, Luo Hong let out a low cry as he gathered energy. The demonic dragon charged at the 2 brothers. Sword energy turned into a dragon, piercing their bodies like needles. Moments later, the dragon dissipated. The Wei brothers were barely clinging to life. They could die at any moment. Luo Hong walked toward them slowly, lifting Wei Wuxian into the air with sword energy. You must have expected this outcome when you came here. Any last words? Wei Wuxian coughed a few times, then slowly spoke. I admit we underestimated you this time, but don't get too cocky. Wei Wuxian's voice rose in volume, filled with unwillingness. Everything today is just the beginning. More and more people will come to kill you. As long as you're alive, they won't rest. Luo Hong asked curiously, I'm curious. Why do so many people want me dead? Wei Wuxian replied. You really don't know? Then he started laughing madly. Then, mockingly, he said, because your surname is Luo. You were born into the Luo family, so you must die. You're the only remaining heir of the Luo family. If you don't die, how can the Luo family's fortune be severed? Luo Hong was even more puzzled. The Luo family's fortune? What's that? Wei Wuxian suddenly froze. You're already 7th rank, and you don't know about fate? Then he probed. If I tell you, will you spare my life? Luo Hong immediately raised 3 fingers in oath. Luo Hong, swear to the god of cultivation. As long as you tell me everything you know, I'll let you go. I'm one of Omping's top 10 youths. My word is golden. Wei Wuxian blinked. God of cultivation? What's that? Luo Hong waved it off. Don't worry about the details. Look into my eyes. Do you want to live? Wei Wuxian nodded with difficulty. Luo Hong nodded in satisfaction. Then tell me everything you know. Wei Wuxian frowned. He thought for a long time, then said, actually, I don't fully understand fate either. It's a secret only those at higher levels can grasp. Luo Hong instantly got mad and pointed his sword at his neck. Are you screwing with me? Wei Wuxian quickly said. Even if I don't know the details, I do know they want to kill you because of the Luo family's fate. After many great figures in Zhou and Chu calculated it, they determined you're deeply tied to it. Luo Hong withdrew his sword. Interesting. Explain more. Wei Wuxian continued. Every noble clan or temple sect has a fate backing them. Once it's broken, terrible things happen. But I truly don't know the specifics. All I know is that the Luo family has enemies everywhere. Even though we failed today, as long as you live, they'll keep sending people to kill you. Luo Hong, half the world wants you dead. Luo Hong's expression shifted. Half the world. Huh? Didn't think my life was that valuable. Luo Hong slowly stood up and looked at the sky with a serious gaze, then muttered meaningfully, looks like this rain won't stop anytime soon. Wei Wuxian helped his brother up. Luo Hong, we were just following orders. I've told you everything I know. I hope you'll keep your word too. Can the 2 of us leave now? Luo Hong nodded. All right then, let me see you off. As he spoke, a flash of sword energy swept. Their heads suddenly flew into the air and thudded to the ground. At the same time, his aura grew even more violent. Come on, since half the world wants me dead, then I'll slaughter half the world. So what? Luo Hong glanced at his reflection in the water and gently touched his mask. The mask slowly began to dissolve. He looked at his handsome face in the water and smiled in satisfaction. Then he looked toward the corpses of the standing Wei brothers and began to search their bodies. You'd better die for something useful. Let's see if you have any good loot. Luo Hong searched for a while, then cursed in frustration. You 2 broke bastards. Your pockets are cleaner than your faces. He looked at what he found. Only one halfway decent item. Looks like a Buddha amulet. It carries a solemn, steady power. Just then, a strange noise came from behind. Luo Hong looked back in confusion now and saw an eye peeking through the window paper. Zhao Hu collapsed weakly to the ground. He saw us. He grabbed Wang Gui by the collar. Damn it. I told you not to make a sound. You're going to get us killed. I just moved because my leg was numb. At that moment, the door behind them burst open with a bang. Luo Hong walked in with a dark expression. The 4 family heads instantly knelt down. Please don't kill us. Zhao Hu kowtowed like a madman. Spare us, please. We were just blinded for a moment. They forced me into it. Luo Hong said indifferently. No need to panic, Master Zhao. I'm not some bad guy. Where is Xiao Xiao being kept? Zhao Hu quickly pointed behind him. In the backyard. Zhao Yu's embroidery tower. Young Master Luo. Our 2 families were at least acquaintances. Please show mercy and spare me. I'll give you the Zhao family's entire estate. Luo Hong shook his head. I'm not interested in money. Zhao Hu froze. Everything he wanted to say was blocked by that one sentence. Luo Hong waved his hand, and the zombies outside rushed in and tore the 4 lords to pieces. Then Luo Hong headed for the backyard, muttering to himself, still have to find Xiao Xiao. What a pain. Meanwhile, in the Zhao mansion's backyard, Zhao Yu entered with the family guards. She spoke with venom. You little vixen, Douhua. If it weren't for you, I would have never ended up like this with Brother Hong. Xiao Xiao cowered into Douhua's arms. Sister Douhua, I'm scared. Douhua comforted her. It's okay. I'll protect you. Then looked toward Zhao Yu. You came here so urgently to silence us. That must mean young Master Luo is on his way. Even if you kill us, you won't get away. Zhao Yu shouted angrily. Luo Hong already lost. Stop dreaming. I'll cut off your limbs and plant you in the garden. Xiao Xiao panicked. Is brother dead? Douhua shook her head. No way. She's lying. She said with a calm smile. You're no match for young Master Luo. I'm very sure of that. Zhao Yu, seeing herself exposed, shouted furiously. You wretched girl, he shouted to the guards. Don't let her stall for time. Kill them. The guards swarmed forward, each one rushing at the 2 with fierce eyes. Xiao Xiao was so scared she began to cry. She kept shouting, Sister Douhua, What do we do? At that moment, little Dohua whispered, Xiao Xiao, turn around. Her voice seemed to have magic. Xiao, who had just panicked, suddenly calmed down. Little Dohua continued, don't be afraid. Close your eyes and cover your ears with your hands. Now count with me. From 1 to 10. When you're done, it'll all be over. Xiao obediently began to count. By now, the guards had arrived. Little Dohua turned quickly and knocked out the nearest guard with a single knife hand strike. The other guards were stunned. They froze in place, shocked. Little Dohua smirked devilishly. At that moment, Xiao counted to 2. Little Dohua's figure vanished and reappeared in the middle of them. Before the guards could react, one of them was already sliced in 2. Then came the second, then the third. Zhao Yu was frozen in place, her whole body trembling. Little Dohua finished them off in a flash and walked up to Zhao Yu. She grabbed her by the neck and lifted her into the air. The feeling of holding someone's life in your hands is thrilling. I bet you were just as happy moments ago. There are 7 seconds left. Plenty of time to enjoy your death face. Zhao Yu struggled in the air, her breath fading rapidly, and foam began to form at her mouth. Just then, Luo Hong burst in and saw everything. He froze in shock. Little Dohua was startled too, and in her panic, accidentally snapped Zhao Yu's neck. Startled by Luo Hong's sudden entrance, she had killed Zhao Yu in a panic. Little Dohua said awkwardly, my bad. I got nervous. Luo Hong frowned, just about to ask something, when little Dohua made a shushing gesture. Then she pointed to Xiao nearby. Don't let her know. I don't have time to explain right now. We have to leave first. Of course, you can try to kill me, but you might not succeed. So what's your choice? Luo Hong smirked. Only kids make choices. I want both, but I decide when to kill you. He walked toward Xiao and pressed a point on her back. Her counting stopped mid-word, and she fell unconscious. Luo Hong picked her up. Sleep tight. The 3 walked out of the Zhao manor. Little Dohua glanced at the carnage and asked in confusion, you did all this? Luo Hong didn't deny it. Yeah, so don't even think of messing with me. Just then, a cough came from the rubble, and a hand reached out. Luo Hong turned to see Zhao Donghan crawling out. He was still muttering, young master, run. Luo Hong blinked. Old Zhao, you're still alive? I almost forgot about you. He rushed over. Hang in there. I'm coming. Then he carried him on his back. Let's go home. At that moment, little Dohua said, someone's coming. Luo Hong frowned. Are the ones arriving now friend or foe? 2 figures appeared not far away. It was when Tianqing and Ajio glanced around and said with confusion, my lord, something seems off. When Tianqing also frowned slightly, this isn't how I pictured it. Ajio asked again, what should we do now? When Tianqing glanced at Zhao Donghan on Luo Hong's back and said calmly, so Luo Hong is this powerful? Last time I saw him, I thought he was just a rash kid. Never thought he was hiding this much strength. Then he looked at Luo Hong with concern and asked, young master Luo, you look seriously injured. Luo Hong took a few confused steps back, then suddenly understood. Luo Gongzi? This old man mistook old Zhao for me. Now I remember. They were the ones who visited the estate that day. That carriage driver left a deep impression. They're the noble ones Luo Feng spoke of. With that, Luo Hong spoke up. My young master is gravely injured. I must rush him back home. Please let us pass, sir. When Qin frowned, and you are? Luo Hong smiled. Just a wandering swordsman hired by Steward Qin to protect the young master. My name's not important. When Tianqing nodded at that. Anyone invited by Qin Xiantian must be no ordinary man. You must be quite capable, young fellow. Looks like all this is thanks to you then. He took out a pill and said, this is a high-grade recovery pill. Give it to your young master. Luo Hong glanced at the pill and instinctively swallowed his saliva. He quickly accepted it and turned to leave. Many thanks, sir. I'll take my leave now. Then Ajio asked, the Luo family has produced many prodigies. This Luo Hong may become a threat one day. Should we take care of it now? When Qianqing shook his head, didn't you see the man beside him? That's the one Qin Xiantian arranged to protect Luo Hong. That young man doesn't look simple. Unless we're absolutely sure. Making a move could be disastrous. That could bring the sky crashing down. Don't forget who we represent. The Luo family is vast and deeply rooted, but the empire still belongs to Xia. Only the crown prince backed by the prince of the north is fit to rule. He sighed deeply and said, let's look around the Zhao residence. I need to investigate, so I can report back to the prince later. How annoying. Even old, I'm still just an errand runner. Just then, the Dali court arrived at the Zhao residence gates. They saw Luo Hong's group walking out. Luo Feng smiled. Young Master Luo. Luo Hong was a little surprised. Lord Luo, what brings you here? Luo Feng said, I came with Master One. Sorry I was late. Just like last time. Looks like these assassins underestimated you too. Luo Hong smiled. I'm just happy you came. I won't forget this favor. You called that old man Master One? He's someone important? Wen Tianqing. He's the crown prince's tutor of the Xia dynasty. A grand scholar of the Wenyuan pavilion. Very influential among the literati. Luo Feng asked with confusion. Didn't he visit the Luo estate before? Young master didn't recognize him? Luo Hong replied. I didn't get a chance to speak with him. So he's the crown prince's teacher. No wonder he had such presence. By the way, Lord Luo, when you reported back, didn't you describe my appearance? Luo Feng froze, even stammered a bit. I can't believe Luo Hong figured it out. Seeing his expression, Luo Hong laughed. Don't be nervous. Uncle Chen always intended to use you to spread news about me. I'm just curious why you didn't describe my appearance. Luo Feng shook his head. I didn't think that much. I only said the Luo family was hiding in Anping. Luo Hong chuckled, pointing at Zhao Donghan on his back. Is that so? Then do me a favor. From now on, if anyone asks about my appearance, describe it just like his. Zhao Donghan shivered for some reason. He opened his hazy eyes and asked, did something happen? Luo Hong awkwardly said, nothing to do with you. Just go back to sleep. Once Zhao Donghan drifted off again, Luo Hong finally let out a slow breath. Luo Feng asked, puzzled, young master, why go through all this? Luo Hong smirked strangely. No reason. I just think it's fun. Then he walked off. He didn't even look back and said, the greatest hiding is in plain sight. It's settled then. I'm heading home first. Luo Feng nodded helplessly. What else could he say? Luo Hong and his group hurried home, rain drizzling the whole way. Little Dohua asked, what will you do next? Luo Hong replied, first get them back to the manor and settled. By then, Uncle Chun should have results on his side too. If he wins, everything will get much easier. But if he loses, just then, a loud boom echoed. Luo Hong squinted his eyes slightly. Judging by that, I doubt he'll lose easily. High above Anping, Chen Xiantian was facing off with Yuan Chenggang. As for the other three ranked experts, they had already met their end. Chen Xiantian said, only you and I remain in this world now. Had you acted earlier, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill them. Yuan Chenggang rubbed his head and laughed. I never planned to interfere. Those youngsters don't understand. When a dragon form appears, witnessing it means death. They needed to pay the price. Compared to them, you only cost me a spear and a pair of eyes. Consider it mercy on your part. Chen Xiantian said seriously. So you're not here for revenge? Yuan Chenggang shook his head. We have no feud. Back then, I was just too proud and tried to drag you down from your pedestal. But I lost after just 6 of your sword strikes. I've trained like mad ever since, hoping to one day challenge you again. Who knew you'd disappear? The number 1 on the heavenly ranking, Chen Xiantian of the 9 Dragon Swords, did something incredible 20 years ago, only to end up gravely wounded and retreating to Luo Manor in hiding. I came today with just one request. That day, 20 years ago, did you see the answer? Back at Luo Manor, Luo Hong kicked open the door. Anyone here? Anyone alive? Someone who can still breathe? Luo Hong called out for a while, and grew frustrated seeing the empty manor. How strange. Where is everyone? At that moment, from a hidden corner of the manor, a pair of eyes cautiously peeked out. Seeing his young master return, he crawled out in a hurry. Young master, you're back. Luo Hong turned. Housekeeper Lu, what are you doing? Housekeeper Lu smiled. Young master, thank goodness you're safe. Luo Hong asked, confused. What kind of game are you all playing here? Housekeeper Lu pointed toward the tunnel. Steward Chen feared trouble in the manor, so he had everyone hide in the secret chamber. We'll wait there until the danger passes. Luo Hong nodded. Chen really is thorough. He even had a hidden chamber prepared in advance. Looks like he anticipated this day would come. Saying that, he put Zhao Donghan down. Come give me a hand. Take him inside. After housekeeper Lu took him, Luo Hong pulled out a rejuvenation pill from his robe. Feed this to him later. Then he turned to little Dohua. You should go hide too. Little Dohua asked, what about you? Luo Hong smiled. I'm the protagonist. Hiding won't solve anything. Over at the Zhao Manor, the thick stench of blood filled the air. After divination, when Tianqing said, Ajio, look at these corpses. Don't you feel anything? Ajio gave them a puzzled look and said, they seem to have been mauled to death by beasts. Could it be that Luo Hong can control spirit beasts? When Tianqing sighed, that's not the point. The point is, we still know nothing about him. This kid is way too mysterious. If he really inherited the Luo clan's fate, he could be a hidden tiger, a lurking dragon. The consequences of underestimating Luo Hong are right in front of us. I have a strong feeling. What we saw days ago was just a facade. Forget it. We'll wait for the Crown Prince's judgment. Let's head back. Soon, they walked out of the Zhao Manor. Luo Feng came up to greet them. When Tianqing looked at Luo Feng, who bowed, Lord Luo, I'll take my leave first. I'll leave the cleanup to the Dali court. I tried to stop you from helping Luo Hong earlier. Don't hold it against me, Lord Luo. Luo Feng replied firmly. Of course not. How would I dare? When Tianqing didn't say anything, but gave him a long, deep stare. The look made Luo Feng's body go cold and start to tremble. Only then did when Tianqing let it go. He waved his hand and said, until we meet again, Lord Luo. The 3 Dali court officers responded in unison. Farewell, my lord. After they left, Luo Feng finally lifted his head, as if still mulling over everything when Tianqing had just said. High above Anping, Chen Xiandian furrowed his brow. The answer. How long did it take you to go from 5th to 4th grade? Yuan Chenggang froze. Puzzled, he asked. What do you mean by that? Chen Xiandian said. Just answer my question. Yuan Chenggang started counting on his fingers. That was so long ago. Let me think. I was 5th grade back in the 2nd year of Jianya. It must have been 10 years. Yes, about that. Took me 10 years to go from 5th to... Chen Xiandian asked again, then from 4th to 3rd. How long did that take? Yuan Chenggang frowned even deeper. What? Are you digging up old pains? What are you getting at? Chen Xiantian didn't answer. His gaze only grew sharper. Yuan Chenggang waved him off. All right, I'll talk. Crossing into upper 3rd grade was a hurdle. It took me 28 whole years. I remember that clearly. I almost got ambushed by the 5 prison monk king from the evil sect. I'll definitely settle that grudge someday. Just as Qin Xiantian was about to ask more, Yuan Qinggang cut him off. Alright. Next you're gonna ask how long from 3rd grade to 2nd? Let me tell you. 40 years. It took me a full 40 years to reach 2nd grade. Happy now? What are you getting at? Qin Xiantian shook his head and teased, you're really not very perceptive. Let me ask you, as a 2nd grade master, when do you think? Yuan Qinggang scratched his head. He actually started thinking, then suddenly realized, and snapped irritably. So you're mocking me for not reaching 1st grade? Seeing him jump around in anger, Qin Xiantian forced himself to stay calm, but Yuan Qinggang didn't hold back at all. Damn it, we gotta fight before you'll speak the truth, huh? Come on then. Qin Xiantian mentally braced himself and smiled. Yuan Qinggang, let me tell you something. You'll never reach 1st grade in your lifetime. Yuan Qinggang froze. He was practically stuttering. What did you say? You trying to mess with me? Qin Xiantian still wore a calm smile. In fact, it grew even wider. You wanted the answer? Well, here it is. You think it's natural for breakthroughs to slow as levels get higher? You've been deceived. The whole world's been deceived. That's the truth I saw back then. As soon as he spoke, thunder rumbled in the distance. Yuan Qinggang looked up, confused. Then asked he, what exactly did you see back then? On the street, Luo Hong looked up at the gloomy sky. That's some loud thunder. He started running. Fortune favors the bold. Let's check out Uncle Chin's battlefield and see if there's loot. But then he stopped. His pupils dilated slightly. He saw 3 horribly mangled corpses before him. Uncle Chin must have done this. Luo Hong slowly walked over. Then a grin crept across his face. Unexpected fortune. Huh? A moment later, Luo Hong dragged the 3 corpses together, even kindly reattached and a Hai's head. You guys were clearly top experts. Looks like I profited from your loss. Took a lot of effort to move you guys too. So don't disappoint me. Luo Hong rummaged through the corpses and stripped a few items from them. He muttered to himself, these look like pocket storage type artifacts or something. I'll take them back and dig through them later. Next, I want you all to become my puppets. If you want to watch, then suck out their souls. He planned to turn them all into undead shadow fiends, but something went wrong. Just as Luo Hong was basking in triumph, the 3 souls he had drawn out were suddenly sucked away by something else. Luo Hong frowned. What was that? Startled, he looked toward the sudden spatial rift. A dry, withered hand reached out from within. It grabbed all 3 souls in an instant. The souls howled in agony, struggling violently in vain, but all of it was completely useless. What unsettled Luo Hong more was that as the hand slowly approached him, he suddenly realized he couldn't move at all. At the center of the rift lay an unspeakable presence, radiating a terrifying pressure. The eerie hand tapped Luo Hong lightly on the forehead. In that instant, the demonic Lord Mask appeared. Luo Hong's mind was torn with a sharp pain. His only relief was to scream madly. But it was like a drop in the ocean. With a bang, the mask shattered into dust. The hand slowly withdrew as well, until it vanished completely. Luo Hong passed out. Inside Luo Hong's consciousness, he slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself surrounded by darkness. Luo Hong thought he was dead, but just as he sighed, a voice echoed, the administrators. You've still got a long life ahead. It's just that you attracted something that should never appear. Luo Hong replied, I thought I was going to die just now. The administrator responded, that was just a feeling. Because I won't let you die so easily. Luo Hong asked again, am I inside the book? The administrator nodded. So you saved me? The administrator waved his hand, then pointed in a direction. It wasn't me. It was that who saved you. Luo Hong looked over in confusion, and saw the demonic Lord Mask. Several undead beneath the mask all knelt in unison. Luo Hong ignored them, and walked straight toward the mask. He frowned and asked. The cracks on it seemed deeper now. Was it from earlier? What exactly was that just now? The administrator replied. You triggered it by absorbing a high-grade soul, but that was merely an echo of its presence. Luo Hong was even more confused. An echo? That powerful? Just from an echo of its presence. The administrator said. I didn't think you'd actually provoke it. This world isn't as simple as it looks. You only sense these things from a higher vantage. But don't try to dig deeper. That presence is beyond your comprehension. In the skies over Amping County, only after a long pause did he finally speak. Something beyond comprehension? Qin Xianian nodded. I can't tell you more than that. Yuan Qinggang waved dismissively. I get it. If you say more, it'll be dangerous, right? But to his surprise, Qin Xiantian waved his hand and said, nope. If I said more, I'd have to charge you. This information is expensive, after all. Yuan Qinggang raised his gun in frustration. Qin Xiantian, you damn swindler. That nonsense earlier, was it all a lie? Qin Xiantian raised his hands in surrender. What I said was true. I just left out the most important part. If you want the details, you have to promise me one thing. Yuan Qinggang calmed down, just about to agree, but then saw Qin Xiantian pointing at the gun aimed at him. Yuan Qinggang snorted coldly, but still obediently put the gun away. Go ahead, let's hear it. Qin Xiantian said seriously, from now on, all the world's ambition will target, and there are things I must do in the future. So, I need you to do me a favor. Help me protect Luo Hong. When the year is up, I'll tell you everything I know. Yuan Qinggang exploded again. You're actually asking me, Yuan Qinggang, to be a bodyguard for some brat? How am I supposed to face the martial world after this? Bring it on then. I'm not being a thug for the Luo family. Let's fight to the death. Qin Xiantian said with a helpless face. What a pity. With this intel, you could have had a chance to rise to first rank. And if the butcher Luo finds out that it was you, Yuan Qingyang, who led the men to kill his son, with his vengeful personality, he sighed twice dramatically as he spoke. Yuan Qingyang was completely enraged. Qin Xiandian, you old bastard, he shouted as he thrust a few spear strikes at him. A powerful spear force came crashing in, but Qin Xiandian stood still without moving a muscle, because he knew he had Yuan Qingyang in his grip this time. Sure enough, the spear force only grazed past him, crashing into a house below in Anping County. Yuan Qingyang was panting heavily, glaring at Qin Xiandian, while trying to talk himself into it. Finally, he said viciously, just 1 year. I'll only look after him for 1 year. And I, Yuan Qingyang, am not afraid of Luo the butcher. Suddenly, several massive stones appeared in the sky. Yuan Qingyang turned his head in confusion toward their origin. Hundreds of catapults were hurling rocks without pause. Qin Xiandian said, that signal flare just now, it was a call to the mountain troops, wasn't it? Outside the city, the roar of battle shook the heavens. Tens of thousands of soldiers, fierce as demons, like wolves descending from the hills, staring hungrily at the meal in their bowls. As more and more rocks rained down, buildings in the city collapsed under thunderous crashes. War had come so suddenly. No matter who wins in the end, it's always the common people who suffer. Because in a soldier's eyes, the other side is only the enemy. Whether you're a butcher with a knife or a regular citizen, all are targets, killed for the sake of killing. It's kill or be killed. Inside the Anping County Yamen, the county magistrate was running for his life, clutching his head. The bailiffs chased after him, asking, Sir, what do we do next? The magistrate gritted his teeth. Quick, rally the city defenses. Send an urgent report to the court. Mobilize the citizens to defend the city. Suddenly, a huge boulder landed nearby. The magistrate collapsed in fright. Luckily, he had some courage. Otherwise, he might have soiled himself on the spot. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. The magistrate jumped in alarm. Luo Feng waved his hand and said, Magistrate, do not panic. Come with me to the tower to steady the troops. The magistrate steadied himself and asked, Lord Luo, what on earth is going on here? Luo Feng said solemnly, this is no longer just about the Luo family. This is a declaration of war on the Xia dynasty. Outside the city gates, a giant rock had just been launched. When it was cleaved apart by Chen Xuantian's sword, he looked at the densely packed army below, his heart growing heavier. He might not fear these bastards himself, but what about the people in the city? One of the generals below opened his mouth to shout something. The archers swiftly drew their bows. A rain of arrows whistled toward Chen Xiantian. Sword energy surged from Chen Xuantian's body, instantly forming a dragon-shaped force. With a roar, it charged forward, smashing all the incoming arrows, and continued to crash into the catapults below. The commander, seeing the catapults destroyed, cursed loudly and shouted, Prepare to storm the city. Ready the battering ram. Set up the ladders. The soldiers behind him roared in unison, grabbing ladders and charging toward the city wall. The two men watched in silence for a moment. Yuan Qingyang laughed. These little bugs are starting to storm the city. The two of us against tens of thousands won't be easy. The martial aura from so many soldiers gathered together is no small thing. Qin Xiandian said, I've already made preparations, but it'll take some time. Still, turning against your employer like that. I bet even Zhou and Chu never saw that coming. Yuan Qingyang snorted coldly. I only agreed as a convenient excuse. Push me too far, and I'll go kill their emperor myself. Watching the battlefield up close is actually kind of fun. Tell me, these soldiers marching to their deaths, do they even know what they're dying for? Soon, the soldiers neared the city walls, setting up the ladders one after another. Right behind them came the battering ram, slamming furiously against the gate. The defenders of Anping County fought desperately to protect the gate, because once that door fell, it meant their lives were over. Just then, Luo Feng finally arrived with reinforcements. The first person he saw was Qin Xiantian. Luo Feng cupped his hands and said, Luo Feng greets the elder. The city defense troops are in position. Please lend us your aid, elder. Qin Xiantian said gravely. I ask you, Lord Luo, to hold them off for a moment. As he spoke, he looked toward the attackers below. Luo Feng also frowned and looked down. All he saw was a dense swarm of enemy soldiers. Luo Feng staggered back a couple steps in shock. So this is the battlefield? It felt like his cultivation was being suppressed. Looking at all those savage, murderous faces, he clenched his jaw and stomped his foot. No, now's not the time to back down. With that thought, he steadied his mind. One of the enemy generals let out a roar. Ladders were raised everywhere. Then soldiers began climbing them one by one. The defending troops were already trembling in fear. The power difference was overwhelming. They couldn't summon even a shred of courage to resist. As the attackers drew closer to the wall, Luo Feng shouted angrily, No one panic. Think of your families. If the city falls, what do you think the enemy will do? If that happens, everyone in the city is doomed. For your families, grip your blades and kill the enemy. As he said that, he cut down an oncoming soldier clean in half. The troops, hearing his shout, and seeing his decisive strike, gradually regained their morale. They could die themselves, but not let their wives and children at home suffer. If their weakness brought harm to their loved ones, how would they ever face their ancestors in the afterlife?